And welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean Poker Party here at the beautiful Merit Complex in northern Cyprus. It is, of course, the third day of our coverage, which means it is time for the PokerOK final day. No, not final table. As you join myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley, as we're about to pick up the action here, my man. Exciting. We're in the bounties, we're in the money.
It's my favourite time of these events. People are going to start bounty hunting, chips are going to be flying, blood's going to be spilt, envelopes are going to be opened. As you take a look there, guys, 1100 buy-in, crushed the guarantee, 1.43 million in the pool. So for just a shade under 1500 runners, 15% paid in this one, James.
Yep, you can see there. We're down to 147 from the 1496 that began. 225 will pay. We're joining these guys 2 hours into the early bounty hunting stage. Those guys would have gone hard. This is how the prize pool portion of the festivities look. First place we're picking up 85k. Everyone at that final 8 guaranteed over 10k, with ninth getting just a smidge below that. But as is quite often the case with these events, you'll see that maybe the biggest bounty will get more than first place, which is exciting. One little wrinkle in the schedule here you will see on screen is we're just going to split the stream up today. So those of you watching us, welcome. When we do reach the final table, we will end this stream and you will have to restart with the new stream. But more of that as and when it comes. And of course we do have the Lux on Pay grand final, and of course the main event still to come. This is how our feature tables will start off. We have Yilu Yuan with 11.4 million chips, 95 big blinds. I mean, we knew we were going to come in today and see some huge stacks, right, because of the bounties, the way that goes.
Yep, typically, you know, you're going to have a few guys that are blasting off, going after it and accumulating heavily. Look there at the DTD live table, Rene Schwartz. He has a big stack of his own, 8.6 million, good for 72 bigs, covering everyone at that table.
I see a man we're both familiar with there.
Oh, there
nestled
he is.
5th in chips there, 3.5 million, Alex Goulder. And Alyssa Sigmatova, who was a star of the show yesterday and a regular here. She's doing nicely as well, but yes, you approach the top of the screen, as am I. Look at, first of all, look at the chip distribution on this table. Who else would it be atop with 15 million chips other than our man Georgi Shklukia, aka Gear?
That's genuinely absurd. Has more than the rest of the table's chips combined.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Gia, we were saying it the other day when we were sort of talking to Warbs about Gia, his first time doing commentary. Of course, he's played here a bunch, but haven't come across him. I was like, you're going to see him at some point, and you're in for a treat.
Just gets it done, the big man, every time. And here he is, in seat 1. Yeah, 15 million at this stage of the tournament. Pretty obscene. You can see in the top right of your corner, 84 players left now. So down to almost kind of 5% of the field.
Yeah, way further down than I mentioned before. Apologies there. My mistake. 84 players left. Well inside the money. And we're at that stage now. I mean, the bounty math is so complex as we go through it, but where the bounties start to become less of a factor now. Obviously, assuming they're all still in there, no big bounty drawn.
This is it. It's always intriguing. You know, when the big bounties disappear early, you often see people just kind of stop hunting. I'm sure as we go through the broadcast, we'll be able to let you know which bounties are still in play. I know there's a $100,000 bounty, Demps, is the biggest one.
Yep, top one is going to be 100k, which is, of course, $15,000 more than the first place in this tournament.
Crazy stuff. So open from Gia. First look at Samuel Dew. Decides just to call with King-Queen suited from the hijack. Certainly some merit to consider shoving here, I think, if Gia is going to hunt us light.
Right.
Samuel Dew actually satellited into this one, Demps, for $125.
Well, he's in this spot here with flush draw on the... And yeah, I wonder how much of that was like, hey, look, I know Gear's going to call me off, but also he has opened from under the gun. There's going to be, you know, some strong hands there. My imagination is he's opening a lot of hands under the gun because he's willing to call off loads of hands against these short stacks jamming. I mean, what do we like? Each bounty is, in theory, I guess, worth somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 if it was a half and half distribution between the prize pool and the bounties. So, you know, not insignificant. And if you are that big stack, you know, a fair amount of equity can be made in picking those up, as it is Georgi So he bets this board, and well, this may get him in trouble, right?
Yeah, with his exact hand combo, King of Clubs, Jack of Spades, on this flush completing turn card, certainly can consider a double barrel here. You know, target the hands like the 7s and the 8s of the world that decided not to put it in pre. Samuel's going to have, you know, some ace, Jack of Clubs type hands, right, that just call one, just call pre, excuse me, and call one on the flop. Does find the slowdown. Interesting decision point for Samuel now. We have just a shade under 2 pots back, so is going to bet and try and set up this nice spot to shove river, and he's gone chunky. A little surprised he's gone as big as this. I think our hand is so invulnerable. We're against a guy with a wide range. You know, let's try and keep him in there, right? Like, we're essentially just never folding on any river card anyway. I thought he might go a little bit smaller, but Gia, he tends to just know where he is a lot in these spots and just gets away from it.
As you mentioned, there, stating Sam was an online qualifier for $125. Let me tell you, that's a little misleading. I mean, I'm sure it's correct.
Right.
But this man, like, smashes away at the Triton series, okay? He's got nearly $4 million in earnings. He's under the radar
He's in for cheap, mate. He's
as
in
an
for
online
cheap.
qualifier. I mean, $1 million cash just last year in Montenegro at the Triton main event, finishing on the final
That's like
table.
when you're chatting to your table mates and they're trying to work out how nervous you are and stuff. You're like, oh, I got in for 125. You know, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Samuel's like, yeah, I just buy in for $2 million a year.
Yeah, exactly. He's a player. Do not be fooled. Tabatabai here with 2 jacks from the small up against the Necker Ace King. I mean, very real hands here, and really a sizable pot. We're playing 60k 120. I mean, we're getting what, 4 million chips in, as they of course should. But wow, yeah, both be a little upset to see the opponents holding.
Yeah, this is the ultimate cooler, especially button versus small blind. 70 bigs in the middle. Ace King at risk. If the jacks can hold here, it'll be up to 11 mil. Not holding on the King 9 flop. The Necker smashes it. There are some backdoors available, and there's one of them. 10 of spades on the turn. Tabatabai looking for a jack or a queen. Doesn't find it. 7 of hearts completing the board. Big double up for De Necker. Up to 8.4 mil.
His opportunity to go hunting bounties now himself.
He looks absolutely delighted. We've been saying that the first few days.
You just breathe a little bit. Okay, here we go. Got some chips. 8.4 million. Of course, we don't know who's pulled what thus far. Some of these players might not have got a bounty just yet, but he's going to be in great shape to pick up a few as we head on back over to the Onyx, where, unsurprisingly, Gia is back in action. This time, Jack 10 peeling from the big, finding Ace King 10, and Manasayan kind of feeling compelled to stab this board texture with those 2 4s.
Yeah, pretty easy check call for Gia. See what happens on the turn, and we do just make Broadway. This is very awkward now for 4s. Is a pretty good bluff candidate in that, you know, you can target some King X or like the kind of main ones, but even if Gia does have, you know, an Ace 4, something like this, Ace 3 suited types can be tough, but he's gonna lead. Interesting, 325k, so leading for 25%. Manassian may have elected to try and fire a turn shell with this combo, I think. But one of these is very difficult to find anywhere to go here. I mean, Gia's should have some bluffs, you know, if he has low diamonds. These are the kind of natural ones where we think, okay, I'm going to start trying to put Ace 9, Ace 8 type holdings into a tough spot.
Right, but they're just, you know, they're few and far between, aren't they? The hands that he's check call with that could be bluffing, like you say.
Yeah, there's not too many. Mostly going to come from like maybe like a 10-8 or something like this, you know, something like this. A queen, something like a queen 8 that Gia check calls and decides to start bluffing with. But I'm with you. Typically not too many natural bluffs from Gia. Manassian, does he want to be heroic?
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about this.
Yep.
Yeah. I think he just says, look, I know Gia. I know what he's going to be doing. He's got all these chips. He has a reputation. But come on. You have to bring something to the fight. A couple of sailboats not going to do it. There you go. Exactly what you were saying. Yogi with basically half the chips in play on
Unbelievable. The catbird seat. He's loving life. Is there a way, Demps, do we know if, you know, at some bounty tournaments you'll receive the token and keep it on the table? I'm intrigued to see if there's anybody who's got a load.
Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, they've all gone.
Look at this. As we get our first look at the bounty prizes, it looks like the 3 biggest envelopes have been claimed. The 100k and the 250ks are gone. So that will sort of change the dynamic somewhat. The value of the bounty is shifting. Although I remember seeing some strategy advice like, look, when the big one goes, it doesn't have as big an effect on the overall bounty pool as everyone thinks. It's like it's a percentage. But when the biggest 3 go,
yeah.
Now we really are talking.
Well, that's no fun, right? All the big ones have gone.
Yeah, and we'll try and effort that information as to who scooped up the big prizes as and when we can for you guys. Meanwhile, here on Luxon, the Rita's all in with King 10 dominating to Batabay's Jack 10, but is he at risk?
Yeah, pretty dreamy spot to find yourself in. Just fading 3 jacks. Are a few chops available now? Would chop it up on a 3, a 10, or an ace. Still looking for a jack to Batabay to eliminate Zurita. No good. 9 of spades river. A nice double up for Zurita. That's the Mexican flag, Dems, right?
It is.
We do the old flag testing.
It is.
I think I've got a 100% record so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're not exactly stepping out, are you? You're not.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah. Well, you really do get a test here at Merit. It is the melting pot. I think you'll see more flags in the field here than you will pretty much any other venue.
Yeah, if there's a really obscure one, I might be too terrified to like mortally offend the man in question. I'm gonna get it wrong.
Back at Onyx. Gear in here. 8-3 off from the small.
Yeah, Bagirov is limped here on the button. Mixing one in. Don't mind this actually. I believe it's 60, 120k. So the old 15 big blind limp. You don't really want to raise fold, queen jack.
Right.
Maybe don't want to jam it. It's one of those right in the middle. Here he comes.
Doesn't matter beat, does he, this man? Just probably recognizing how that Bagirov limped in, but how often is a limp in going to be any part of this board?
Actually fairly reasonable here. We do block some continues from the big blind also. With that 8 of clubs and the 3 not completely insignificant. And now we've just put ourselves in this pretty awkward spot where even if we suspect that Gia is light, I mean, I just don't think we can do anything here, Demps. Queen jack off, no club. Yeah, Gia continuing to motor. Nice awareness though, like all these small pots, they add up and up and up, and if he's finding it correctly every time, it can be tough to stop. So action continuing here, the Onyx table. Samuel Ju here in the big blind. Faces a c-bet from Vismanis. Queen 10, some backdoor draws for him. Somewhat awkward for Ju with middle pair here. Around about 25 big blinds behind. Facing this kind of 40% c-bet size. Certainly not going to go anywhere just yet. Check call.
I always find this so fascinating when we have 2 stacks playing that can easily get all in by the river, and we're playing a bounty format and it's the shorter of the stacks doing the front running. It's like so much harder to bluff when your opponent's so incentivized just to get it in against you, but then that becomes levels on levels. Well, I must have it if I'm betting here, because he must know that I'm likely to not want to get it in. You're not going to get it through. Oh, look at that little trophy. Oh, I like that.
Oh, it's a little chest.
I like that. Makes sense.
Beautiful piece of camera work. That's a great point from you, though. There are going to be these somewhat leveling wars. And, you know, Samuel might just be incentivized to hunt us here with a hand that in a vanilla tournament, he's going to check full turn, right? Whereas in this, he may just think, okay, well, I've got that additional bounty equity. Anyway, through to the King of Clubs river. Turn went check, check. This is one of the classic sort of over-bluffed rivers, I'm going to say. But Vismani's got there with Queen 10. Got to try and win the pot.
Yeah.
He's gone for the value bluff, 1/3 pot.
The bet, check, bet. Saying, I've got squarely a king and a king only.
I think Samuel might sniff this out. Like, it's such a small bet. Yeah, I really like it. It's very well picked off.
I guess it sort of puts the missed hearts and maybe
Yeah, sure.
something like that in the mix.
But you're just giving your opponent such a good price, and like, doesn't a king just naturally want to go bigger than a third here? I think on balance it does. Well done.
Pick up the same.
Hard to blame him, obviously, right, for taking a stab on the river. Maybe just a slight error in size. We might want to size up a little there with our bluff.
Yes, in the mix again. Ah, okay, he's obviously put everything in bar one chip and is now thinking. So that tells us one thing and one thing only, Andrew, which is...
5 seconds.
He's going for the ladders.
And there we go. Page jump must be upon us. You see him burning that time card. Obviously, he's never folding. Burning up those time bank chips. You can see top right, Phil suggests 80. So I imagine at 79 there'll be a page jump, which makes sense, right? Because usually you want to get, you know, there'll be 10 tables of 8 now. It's fair. One person busts out at 79. That's the next jump occurs. So nice awareness for him to knock this. I'm not entirely sure of exactly what the page jump is at this point, but hey, money's money.
Professionalism, my friend.
Yeah.
Not his first rodeo. Pretty nice spot this for Tabatabai. When the cards are exposed, going to see that he's very live. He is hunting for one of those mystery envelopes. As we see Smuskavicius commit his final 5k. That's getting good. 5% equity favorite with the ace high. Oh my goodness. Flopped close to dead.
Yeah.
Tabatabai, king high flush. A wry chuckle. That's it.
Well,
Use of spades turn.
I wonder if Muscovicius did manage to secure the ladder. I noticed he kept obviously on time card back, makes sense, but this is where he's like, don't rush to satiate open dealer, don't rush, just take a moment. Like, hang on, has he got the right thing? Well, our graphic there letting us know that he was 80th place, good for $1,500. Classified now jumps up over Michalek, covers what, 3 of his opponents with some empty seats yet to be filled. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
So 2
Here
more
we
chances.
go. Our very own Milbutas on hand.
The first pull. What is he going to find? Oh,
That's interesting.
0.
All
0.
4 zeros. 50,000 is gone.
Oh!
So that's nice. And the happiest person ever alive, I can tell you.
I can have feelings, right? Poker players can have feelings.
Yeah, of course you cannot have poker face in that kind of condition. That's successful festival for this guy. Ah, then one more, yeah? Okay.
Oh, he's got another pull.
But please, leave something for others. Fast and Furious, 50k is gone, one more is
Manny
here.
Karos finds the 50k.
Seems like-
Oh,
2k, okay, at least.
Okay. Phew. Little 2K throw on top, a little cherry.
not bad work if you can get it.
Good move.
52k. That's probably good for like 3rd place money, James. Happy days.
Yeah, and apologies, obviously, we looked at a graphic that said the 50Ks have been pulled, but they're back in play, I guess. So
Yeah.
we'll try and find out exactly what's going on there.
Happy days. Maybe Merritt just, you know, the MPP generous, just chucked another 50k in. Here we go then. Krush all in from the button. Pocket 4s. Manassian. I mean, I think you got a call, Demps, right? Jack 10 suited. Bounty tournament covering. Facing a 12 big blind shove. I would be shocked if he lays this down. Hand doing more than good enough. Even Chip EV, I think that this is a call. If your opponent, right, is finding the correct sort of range of jams, but I would be very surprised to see a fold in this format. It's not like, you know, with 24 blinds, we have tons of maneuverability, right, in future hands. And with that sort of cherry of the bounty on the line, I'd be very, very surprised to see a fold here.
And I think, you know, we saw some Krush's play.
Yeah.
He's we know he's more than capable, so yeah, man is starting to make the call.
Do you hear that? Slow roll.
Delighted to see it is 2 4s. You see the equity there. Jack 10 suited actually a favourite in this particular coup. Obviously, we are taking those marked cards into consideration, but this hand does very well against 2 4s. King 8 3 flop. good. This man took that savage beat
Acceptable.
yesterday. We saw
Queen of
Crush
club is done.
flopping a set up against
Queen Jack.
just the no equity barreling. Here we go. Hang on a second. Smiles all around. Crucial
Five of
still with the
spades.
best of it, but all of a sudden, many path to victory for Manasayan. And Jack, the original way, pings it on the end. We lose Crush. Manasayan up to 4.7, and of course, we'll scoop up that all-important bounty token.
Yeah, I just saw him collect said token from Crush, and he has a few there. I see they're just to the left of his pile of red chips, so it looks like he has 2 or 3. Unlucky Dennis. Need to win those flips. Back out to the Luxon table we go. Tabatabai versus Niago.
125.
Looks like check flop on the king 6-3. The Romanian now going to put in a little equity denier, a little stab with the turn 4. Doesn't get rid of the ace jack high just yet.
Ooh, hello.
Trip 4s realized.
What a dreamy run it. You bet there you get called. It's a very wet looking board.
Yeah.
2 flush draws on there. You thinking, what card do I want to see? I know what I want to see. I'll take the 4 diamonds.
4 ball. Yeah, very small turn size, so he bet 20% on the turn. It's a little intriguing on a board as sort of wet as king 6-4-3. Now he's going to polarize himself, kind of 3/4 pot. Tabatabai does have one of these hands. Of course, we don't have a spade or a club in hand. Don't have a 5 in hand. It can be easy for the big blind to be over bluffing here. Like when he bets 20%, yeah, he's an unbeliever. He's gonna get the bad news.
Yeah, flips it in. And one of the few hands that does make sense, as you mentioned, is that 4.
Sure.
There it is. So many draws missing. Understandable
Yeah.
that the cape was drawn.
Yeah, one of those
25 more.
may have a read on his man. Of course, they've been playing for a couple of hours off stream. Incorrect hero call, unfortunately. Nice value.
Yeah, and again, another man just sneak up. You cover 3 players at the table. Things are good.
Very important, right?
So, oh, here we go.
Hello.
We have another draw. It looks like Timothy Borodoikin here is
5,000 this
pulling
time.
a bounty.
4, and
Okay, 3K.
I love the reaction.
Yeah.
So 5,000 total, and 3K was the last one.
Oh,
So the last chance for him.
so he's
So he has
2K to
3.
3K, and then I'm going to go with it's probably not a 1K, Andrew.
50,000. The second one is gone.
Hey!
The 50K.
Seems like the big crew is happy. Finally,
Wow,
he's with
3
the
pulls.
smile in his face.
So did he
What we
go
needed.
Oh, 4 pulls.
50K.
There we go. So he went 1K, 1K, 3K, 50.
50. Brilliant. Congratulations to Timothy. 55,000 in bounties. I love the format. He just looked really miserable, right? He's like, I've pulled 3 and I've somehow only got 5K. Bang. 50 grand. All right, back to the DTD live table we go. Petrov opening here with ace-8 from the hijack. Decision on Yuda. Curious. Okay, he does. Sorry, I thought he'd 3-bet none all in here. He does have that tricky stack size. He has 24 blinds. Feels like a little too much to jam. But calling also presents its own issues in my eyes. You know, it's not really a hand that plays too great when we have a shallow stack. Very tricky spot. A hand that's not tricky to play. Gadamian, ace king in the small blind. 15 effective.
Yeah, we know where this is going to be going for that 1.8 mils you mentioned.
Like, one of the problems here, I think, with Peel is that when Gadamian jams, there's a good chance that Petrov puts it in and ISOs, and then the 7s really shrink. Whereas if we put them in ourselves,
There he is.
we might get to hunt.
There's our man. I assume he just announced all. We just
Yeah.
saw the 1 chip going.
It's the old I'm all in and throw your bounty chip in.
Oh yes, like that, like that. Well, action back to you to face in that squeeze jam. Bounties in play, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was referencing when we flat pre. If we're going to call with this hand and the small blind puts it in here for 16, you got to just call it off. It's not fun, which is kind of why I thought he might jam himself. You know, it's not really a hand that we want to trap with. We don't really want to induce jams. Well, maybe we do in a mystery bounty, right? It's one of those interesting little wrinkles.
Yeah.
Maybe we do want to induce. But I can't imagine we can fold, is what I'm saying, once he puts it in.
Yeah, especially because, you know, we're on that stack, right, 2.6 million. It's not the largest. We don't get that many opportunities to score a bounty, do we? So
100%. It can be hard to make the adjustment in the mystery bounties, I find, where you're so used to sort of hand classes and dynamics where in a normal, you know, freeze-out tournament, you wouldn't run it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this hand from Yuda. Bounty on the line, you know, there's some dead money in there from Petrov. We're kind of short anyway.
yeah.
Let's just run it. Like, he's going to have enough of these kind of ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jacks, king, queen suited and the like.
Right, of course, we're not like ever going to be in amazing shape here. We're
No.
not expecting to be great, but just a chance to take a bounty. Right then, here we are, back at table on it. Unsurprisingly, here in the mix again. This time he's got an open ender on this 10-8 3 board. Turns a deuce and a sign in the mix as well. But it is Baggerov who is going to take the lead on this turn. Who, you know, I mean, in terms of the hands that can continue to play, has the best of them. He's going to want to assume this correct situation here where Gia calls and the better hand folds.
Yeah, interesting in that Manassian is open pre and Baggerov deciding to flat Queen Jack of Hearts from the small. Don't hate it. It's
Right.
one of these where you think, well, ace deuce off won't fold in a mystery. So
Right, and just the hand that plays kind of so well post flop.
Yeah.
Get the third person in behind as well. Not the end of the world.
absolutely.
Generate this kind of situation. 1.4 million chips in there. 875 remaining. River's a brick now. The fun can begin.
Yeah, this is a pretty grim spot now as Baggerov. River pairing 8 against a man with every chip in the tournament. And Gia, you would imagine we just have to put this in. I mean, it's essentially the worst hand that we get to the river with other than kind of 4-5.
Right, or some
brick
trashy
low
diamonds, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm with you. Kind
Yeah, Gia just knows it, knows where he's at, and happily for him, he's up against the one kind of combo that just can do nothing here. Although it does beat 7-9 and 4-5 and low diamonds.
If
so
it beats the low straight draws, it does beat the even these kind of straight draws that are in there, missed diamonds. But yeah, this would be heroic.
yeah, it's so tough to pull the trigger.
Because Gear's almost like just jamming, kind of, I'd imagine almost like any pair of value there, just because the bounty's on the line. If he's got a 3, does he just find a jam?
I was about to say, I'm not sure if you value jams a 3, certainly a 10 or an 8, but there are a bunch of bluffs in there.
Yeah, there we go. You are, of course. If you are just joining us, pardon me, you are watching this, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day. We are playing down from what the sub 80 players we have remaining now, all the way down to our champion a little later tonight. And of course, mystery bounty drama to be had along the way. I've just noticed, what's his new car protector? We got some sort of, is that like a dog with a hat on it? I mean, we got Spider-Man next door.
Oh, we do. Spider-Man versus
Dog with hat.
dog hat, hat dog. Well, Spider-Man has been removed, and Basil Musa, fair play, ships it in. I gotta say, by the way, one of the loveliest people I've ever met at Merit is Mr. Musa.
Yeah.
Always plays with a smile on his face, and he's always deep in these tournaments.
I love it. These two have obviously, because of that, spent so much time playing together. There's a lot of history.
You can see this. You can see also this because you can see it on TV.
Oh,
Sipkatova, first look at her today over at DTD Live. Winds have popped up to 75, 150, and she's going to raise things up.
this is really grim for Yuda. When Sipkatova 3-bets non-all in, I think I'd rather she just jams, but yeah, he's just deciding, all right, let's go, and decides to run it with ace-jack suited. We saw him decline the opportunity with sevens a moment ago. Gets it in pretty bad shape here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that just the all-in jam is kind of a better play overall, but make no difference here. It is going to get in. Yuda going bounty hunting, but with only 450 back, it's very slender, his lead in this pot.
Gatova at risk. Looking to hold off the ace-jack of clubs.
Yeah, having a really nice run of it last night. Hasn't made it through, and with a really good chance to get up to 4.7 million. The faintest, the smallest of hatches via the back door available. Oh, hang on a second, why did I say it? An offsuit 3 would do it. Of course, the ace of diamonds no longer on the board. Safe. She doubles.
Yeah,
And
very
now,
nice.
all of a sudden, Yuda's in there with 450k under the gun. So, like, maybe not this next hand, but the hand after, he's going to be in the big blind, and they're all going to be coming after him. That's when you really, that's when your seat is so important, right? If you're in, like, the small blind there, it's like an amazing situation getting to watch everyone to act before that man is almost certainly going to get it in. Yuan out here with king 4 on a queen 3-3 board. He's having a stab blind on blind. You go up, having flopped a piece of it, will be going nowhere.
Yeah, I'd imagine this is single raise pot, blind v blind. You go at his stack depth, flopping the essential kind of nuts when we have 12 bigs behind. Jack of diamonds on the turn, really tough for Yuan to barrel this one, James. Even covering, it's just so unappetizing. Very tough to dislodge our opponent from too many hands. I'd imagine most of his ace-x, for example, if Nigorov put it in pre, he is going to go for it. Looks about 500,000. Yeah, just a shade under. And Nigorov, double flush draw board, top pair, covered in a mystery. Might be time to activate here. But you're going to get called off by a lot of draws here. There's a lot to protect from. I'd be surprised if he doesn't rip this one.
Yeah, exactly. With the bounty format just adding so much more to it, he does move it in, and we'll just have to shrug and fold that one.
Yeah, lovely result for Nigoa. Gets himself back up to the bones of 4 million in chips. It really does change the dynamics, though. It's interesting whenever you watch a mystery bounty. You're obviously relatively new. Oh, hello, another pull.
Mobutas in there with Mazabako. We saw him on the stream yesterday, I believe. Here he is. Did he say he's got a few envelopes to pull?
Are you feeling a big one? Oh.
I think those are the small ones. So that's a 2k.
Two more.
2 more bounties to pull.
The new guy.
Mobutas informing us.
I feel like we need to start having side bets. On
By the
what we're
way,
gonna pull.
how much weight has Mobutas lost?
He's looking fresh,
Oh.
my man.
Oh! Oh, 25k!
Hey!
All right, 25k.
25k. The very first 25k is shown.
Oh, he's got another pull.
Yeah, one more to go. Okay, Mazabako.
Oops.
I like his commitment to this by
One
like
more.
fully looking away as if he can
Of course,
see through the box.
successful with getting out the big one.
Here we go. Here we go.
2K.
Ah,
So
a
2K,
preprint. I figured it out
2K,
system already. The
25K
preprints are the
one.
lower value.
Oh.
The handwritten are the big ones. You want to see some handwriting. You want to see it in there. For 25k, the first of those gone. Mobutas letting us know. I know a little confusion as to exactly what's still left in there.
By the way, I heard some Sharky mystery bounty pulling envelope strategy, which could ruin it.
Oh.
You know, like the secret could be out. I'll tell you in a minute. Gia c-betting here, 9-4 of spades. Vismanis, of course, on the hyper short stack, decides to peel with that gut shot. Does turn the best hand, which is a 6. And he's good on the river. 1.1 million in the middle. Now with the decision on how to proceed. Yeah, and he's kind of... I think this like can be a trap check in some ways. Like, like Gia checks the turn with half pot only back. Yeah. I feel like Vismanis is just almost... It's the weird dynamic in mysteries where you would always just check here on the river and hope not to face a bet.
Right.
But in this exact format, Although also there's the wrinkle of, right, Gia now is, well, he knows that I'm calling off with lots of hands. Is he really going to bluff?
That's gear.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, this is a fascinating hand. I like it. All the little wrinkles in play.
I mean, isn't Gia jamming the turn with a king for half pot? Feel like probably.
Yeah.
The problem is Gia can just have a deuce, right? Because we're so short pre-flop. Like,
Right.
he's going to open queen deuce suited and stuff. I mean, he's opening 9-4 of spades.
And maybe with the flushes, he wants to check back and just
He
give
might.
his man a
He
chance
might.
to get it in.
Wow, he's got it through.
Oh, he's asking for the show. I
Oh,
don't
no.
think you want it.
All your friends. All your friends.
Oh, he's an online qualifier, this guy.
Ah, gear in. Obviously another one that hiding behind that moniker.
Free?
I just believe there was a pair in there. Lava checking these two eights on the 10-9-7 board. He and Petrov coming in from the blinds with Halabai, the opener, from a +1.
Interesting spot for Laba. Not really a spot in my eyes that you really want to reopen the betting. I'd like to see check. You know, if you bet here and Petrov raises, we're in a really murky, ugly spot. I like this a lot. I think that people can make the mistake of betting here too often. Petrov, though, kind of intriguing. Double gut shot with the 6 high. Quite a reasonable candidate to start bluffing, especially when Halabi has checked back the flop. And he is going for it. Quite a big fan of this. You know, we can just target the ace, king, ace, queens of the world and really put them in a spot where they have to fold. And Laba has checked twice, which generally indicates he doesn't have too strong of a range. Like, even if you suspect here, right, as Halabi with bottom pair, your hand has nowhere to go. We will be seeing a river, and interesting to see what happens on said river. Petrov has a hand that could run it.
Yeah, it feels like it might just, mightn't it? Obviously, plenty of weak one-pair hands available. Ace on the end, kind of a weird card that I guess doesn't really fit either too often.
Yes.
I mean, perhaps a little bit more Laba.
Laba slightly more. I mean, we do have a pretty clean bluff here, right? Like, we don't have a queen or a jack. There's going to be some queen jack, king jacks in there. There's going to be some king queen of diamonds and stuff that potentially, though, Laba might lead turn. I like this a lot. It may not work.
Right, and Laba can still have all the big flopped hands, right? Because he would, very potentially check this in flow to the pre-flop opener.
He can. But whether he decides to check raise turn sometimes with some of those hands, it really, you know, it's a very dynamic board. It's an interesting spot. This looks value-y. I'm actually not hating it, but also you have to think what real value of Petrov chooses kind of a third pot river. Yeah, and he sniffed it out.
Well done, Mr. Laba. I think, as played, kind of was always going to call on these kind of rivers, and maybe the ace of spades being one of the better ones to put the cape on with, so to speak.
Sort of feels like, for Petrov, are we betting a third pot with just one pair of tens here? Probably not. So it might be a spot where polarizing himself might have been better.
Right.
All in or check.
Well, here we go, back on this table. Manasayan, very short stacked. Getting to the flop with this 7-4, catching a piece and going for the check call with a pair. I wonder if...
No, I ask you if you get big bounty.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not going anywhere with a flop pair, but maybe this stack depth just...
I think you just run it.
Yeah. You know you're going to get looked up by everything because it's a bounty, as it is. Ovchennikov improving to kings up. I'm going to do his best acting job here. I don't know how to play this with quarter pot behind, but we know full well it's going in. It almost feels like it's hard now for Manasayan to get it in. Like check jamming, like everyone's cool. Now what do I do? Now I'm in this real tough spot of like.
I mean, there's a million in the middle. We have 1/5 of that behind. We have half a big blind, right, or something like this, or one big blind.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on though. Look at his stack. That's got to be an error in the graphic.
You're quite correct.
I've just realised he's got piles.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Excuse us.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I was looking for that baby stack and he had a massive tower of reds.
Yeah, good catch.
Never mind, we caught it.
Number 23. With me.
Oh, here we go.
And she has some people cheering for her.
Maria
Let's see
Alexandrova.
if it's the PokerOK for the reason or no.
Is she feeling lucky, Demps? What do we reckon? I'm feeling a big one. Can she
It's
find one?
100,000.
Oh, she's
The lady
pulled the
who's
big
playing for
bounty,
herself.
$100,000.
That's PokerOK for the reason. And she has the slip number 23. That means Jordan, you know. Oh my gosh. She made it. And look at the faces of the people here. They are really, really unhappy. Yeah.
Oh, she's shaking. You love to see it, James. Congratulations to Maria. Pulled the big one.
So
Fantastic.
100,000 is gone.
Alexandrova picking up $100,000, more than first prize in this tournament. As well, we catch our breath. After that, we come back over here to the Luxon table where Tabatabai is all in with King 9. But Highchuck's got the aces in. Nagoa's got 10s, hunting both bounties. King now flopping, giving Tabatabai a path. It is Nagoa covering both. Should he hit the 10, he would scoop up 2 bounties. In fact, the hijack is the shortest, so Tabatabai will survive here because he's hit a king against the 2 10s for the side pot. And that's what's going to be the case. No elimination, and Tabatabai down to 800k, losing half his chips, but having a reprieve.
Yeah. I forgot for a moment that this was a mystery. I was thinking, how is Tabatabai all in here with all that action in front? He was hunting Buhaichuk, who just in time of less than 10 bigs finds the aces. What a dream. Finds that hold and treble up. Little look there at the chip counts. Boosts himself up to 3.7 million. Lines at 75k, 150k. Zurita and Tabatabai on the short stacks with work to do. Back out now to the DTD live table. First look today at Halabi in there with the King 10 of clubs. Beautiful looking hand. Alex Goulder there looking very bored. Round 2 Laba. Just made that lovely little bluff catch with the pocket 8s. Has the old ace-5 suited. One of those hands that you'd expect he wants to VPip. Question is, do we go for 3-bet or call? Looks like the aggressive route is announced. Don't mind it. Put a lot of pressure on our opponent starting the hand with 30 blinds.
Love it. This is why. Here we go. Yuda in the big blind.
Right.
Yeah. I'm thinking we hadn't come back to that situation when Yuda had so few chips left. So
it's always so tricky. The more obviously sometimes we forget this. Like you could just jam ace-5 suited now, right? For this reason, because Halabi's not going to fold really anything for the extra 600.
Okay.
Whereas when you jam and he has ace-8, right, for some or ace-8, ace-9 suited, you may fold these out. So I wonder if call or shove could be. It's tricky in mysteries. I'm sometimes lost myself. Halabi does call the 3-bet. Of course, covering Yuda. Even more incentive to get in there.
Big side bet. Side bet, pardon me. I was like gambling. Big side pot in the mix here, of course, not just the bounty they're fighting over. So my point is, there's potential for all sorts of bluffs to still happen in this hand because of that side pot and maybe just running against the all-in blind hand. So lots of things could happen in this pot just yet. It'd be fun to watch this one run out. Queen, 8 flop. Everyone misses.
Yeah, both players hate this texture. You just sitting there thinking he's dead. He's not quite dead yet. 15%. And this is part of the problem, I think, now when we do 3-bet this hand pre for the kind of non-all-in size. Mysteries are tricky. Like you don't expect to get too many folds, I don't think, on this texture and you see bet. But then again, Halabi could be attacking Yuda, right, in the big blind with a lot of hands pre. Could, you know, be reaching as low as a King 4 suited and stuff like this. But Laba does manage to isolate and go for that bounty. He's going to get great news in that Yuda only has one live card.
Yeah, it's just, we're up against a blind hand, but it's way better than being up against a blind hand because it's got to fade that 3 in the ball.
Oh, he's calling it in.
Everyone at this table is rooting for the 5-3
They
as well.
absolutely are.
Let's keep this guy around with his micro stack.
Oh.
Here we go. Here we go. They're all still in the deck, but no. Red card, but the wrong flavor for Yuda. Out in 70th, good for 2.1k. Perhaps the one maybe misstep with those 2 7s.
Absolutely.
We'll have to let it all, but after that, which is pretty unlucky the way things have panned out for him here. That ace jack and 6 overs, 2 queens. There's as much you can do against a player who's more than capable. Meanwhile, back here at Lux on Tabatabai is all in with ace jack. One in here, of course, opening off that 10 million chip stack, going to be opening a lot of the pots over at this table. More than happy to see live as you like with the Queen 10. 4, 5, 6 flop. So far so good for Tabatabai. It seems to be has been in every all-in on this table, doesn't it? Okay. 6 or 7. But this one, Queen or 10. For the KO, everything else, Tabatabai doubles. Oh, there it is. Tap of the table and a flutter of the eyes. 2 reactions for these 2 players. GG's, my man.
Yeah, what can you do? Unlucky for Tabatabai. Yuan finds the 10 of clubs on the river, sends another man to the showers. We are moving through this field in short order. GG's 68th place. May have a few bounties to go and pull. Back we go then to the Onyx table. We can see here Musa sends it in with ace-8 of clubs. Very reasonable shove. Vismanis is called off, so Basil gets to hunt Vismanis here. But Ovchinnikov has overcalled from the cutoff, covering both with a hand as beautiful as King Queen of clubs. We've got a 3-way all in.
This is the beautiful spot for him where he doesn't have that many chips himself, but somehow covers 2 players and has them all in a bounty situation. Spike and a King Queen all but do it for him here. And there it is, King in the window. Like off that short stack, a chance to scoop 2 bounties and now have a workable, playable stack is an incredible situation for him. Of course. The dealing's not done just yet.
GG. You have to call like this. Good.
Давай гуся тогда. Двойка.
Full house. Easy.
GG, Chris.
For him.
Yeah, and above average run out for the Russian, we'll say.
This man is taking 66, Musa taking 65th. Not that it matters too much. Both players picking up 2100 as we're inching towards that next pay jump. That comes at 63. So in fact, only one more of these $2,100 payouts to come.
What a brilliant result. Imagine finding King Queen of clubs here.
Oh,
the dream.
Oh,
hello.
Here we go. Another draw.
So the gorgeous lady
here
here
on the call.
for the 1 chance. And it's the 1,000.
And I can
Oh, you have one more?
you soup off. Oh, she's slow rolling us. Slow rolling us with that 1k, 1 pool.
So the second chance, it's big one. It's 25.
25k!
So that was
You're
very
super
good
picking
decision.
up.
Okay, one more.
Okay.
Oh,
Open.
hang on a second. Where's she getting these tokens from? Someone check the handbag.
This is like a magician when he pulls the coin from behind
I
your ear.
mean,
If she pulls another one, I'm calling the floor.
what is going
And it's
on?
1,000.
Okay, another 1K.
Okay.
We'll take that. They were just coming out the bag.
И Буба.
Bugger off. Well, finding a straight on the turn.
Буба. Косторский. О, Буба Косторский, я сказал. Буба Косторский. Куплетист.
Flush run out on the river. Yikes.
Не, ну справедливо что-то.
Да нет, конечно, где справедливость. You're running too good. Running good. Заиграл не
hard
глядя,
to beat
получил
here.
приза.
yeah, you might think you've done it.
You're like, right, I've done it. I've got him. Oh, chop.
Okay, back out at DTD Live. We pick up the action with Gadamian. Having two player on this 10-8-5-7 board. Petrov, the opener. I assume is checking this one back.
Yeah, these spots are really tricky, but I think we have to take the price. Even though it's unpalatable on the double flush draw board, it is only 1/3 pot. We are drawn to a straight with 2 overs. Interesting river, 10 of spades completing the board. Fairly reasonable, I think, for Gadamian to rule out Petrov having a 10. I think at the stack depth, he just always bets flop. If he has a 10 in hand, looking to just get it in against the big blind range that hits this board pretty hard. It does go check, check. Be happy enough to pick it up.
He's thrilled to see that go check behind. When you've got that hand,
Yeah.
obviously a lot of scared rivers, that one particularly bad one.
I do love the vibe that people see people pulling the big bounties and just curse them.
Yeah, fuming.
While still at the table, you're livid.
Okay. Zufri with 4.7 million going all in over the top of what's this? Open from an assigned and a flat from Chenikov. This is a huge wager.
This doesn't make a lot of sense for Ovchinnikov to call the small. Is Manas? No, he can't be all in because he's got chunks.
Yeah,
Right, very
there's some-
confusing.
I think we've got some sort of graphical.
Feels like a graphical error
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Has he really called in under the gun open with
No.
Jack 3 and now he covers
No.
a 30 big blind jam? I call shenanigans.
Just trying to see what else we could be overlooking here, but the chip stack seems to be about correct.
Yeah.
There's no way this is.
Maybe it's just ace jack, right, and not jack 3. That would make some sense.
Right, what would the hands be? Yeah, like a
Yeah, ace
ace
jack,
jack.
king jack suited. Would be
Because
reasonable to consider calling 30 blinds.
right. Some of the hands that like to do this for Zufri tend to be those kind of hands that those hands are okay. But like a Jack 10 suited is,
Yeah.
we sometimes see that make this move, right? Because we know the small blind is peeling with some hands that dominate us, so we just jam and try and blast those out. But Ovchinnikov does let it go.
I mean, you never know. Might just be his favorite hand to come in there. But it seems
Yeah.
unlikely. From what we've seen of him as well, looks pretty competent. solid.
Like you're speaking to us.
In any case, hand over. Nice pickup for Zufri with the squeeze rip.
Back over at the Lux on table. Lines up to 100, 200. Go in for 8 blinds from the small, the necker. More than happy to call with King 10. Won't be quite so happy once he sees the hand he's up against.
Yeah, you actually can't believe you're in as bad shape as this for facing an 8 big blind shove.
Right. Four, three, flop, couple of spades. A day to go digging. Like the house or a moment ago, a deuce or 7 presents a chop. Otherwise, it's to be a king. You go over the double up and breathe. 17 blinds. Oh, great situation, but we're building. Can't all happen at once. Now, has he got that bishop? And he's resting the bounty token on top of it.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, but it's like it's got like a flat top. So what is it?
We're always on card protector.
I love it. I feel like I need to get a good card protector. Become a guy who has a card protector. I feel like now I'm a middle-aged man. I can get away with it. When I'm young, I'm like supposed to be edgy and like dismissive of all these like amateur players. But you know.
Yeah, I used to be like, that's pigeon. I'm not having one.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, right, get me some little. There's the dude on the Tritons who has the weird teddy one. Is that right? It's like a plush toy.
Oh, there was a lot, but in the last stop in KJ, everyone started bringing them out. They're bringing them out for the walk-ons, all sorts. Meanwhile, back over at the Onyx, Bagarov. Well, he jammed Ace King suited under the gun. Was expecting to get some action and could easily have got action from worse. As it is, finds himself in a flip against Ovchinnikov, who's going for his 3rd bounty in 2 hands.
Yeah, we know he has at least 2. Great shape so far.
Ooh.
Not anymore.
There it is.
Clubs on the turn. Bagirov takes the lead. 2 outs once. No good. Bagirov back in the mixer. Certainly is the type of format, James, that you can spin very quickly, I think, is one thing about these mysteries in particular. People are going to look you up pretty light. And look at the Kia's stack. 17.8 million for him now. Way out in front.
Well, I mean, why are we surprised? I'm not surprised. That's the answer.
Now then, first look at Alex Goulder defending from the big here. 100, 200k blind, so 15 bigs behind. Does defend Queen 8 of clubs. Flops middle pair. Usmanov, complete whiff. 7, 8 of spades. Alex reaching for check calling chips, as you would expect. 1.8 million now in the middle. Deuce of diamonds turn. Usmanov has one of these kind of call and then potentially fold river. So even though it feels kind of grim to barrel this off, it's not a bad combo to have.
Right.
Like, you'd arguably rather have this than, you know, like a King X or something that Goulder can have in his hand and then fold by river.
Unblocking the draws becomes such a great idea for bluffing.
It's great. It's actually a really nice, clean one to triple off.
That's what we quite often see. The hands, like a hand like 3s here, would really like to go for it, right? Because you just unblock.
Yeah. Really nice play from Usmanov. I like it. And shows a nice meaty size in to really leverage pressure on those Queen X and 9X. And draws of Alex. Well played.
Hashmi, he's in the mix. He's got 5.5 mil. Love it to see our man
Here
back.
we go.
So he's opening this one up. What have we got? Gaelic all in. Rubinger all in. Hashmi going to be more than happy to oblige. Here we go. Rubinger just covering Mikhailuk as well.
That's actually pretty huge, isn't it? With the bullets.
With the bullets. So he's got a chance to basically triple up, but also actually knock someone out, starting the hand with 7 blinds.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a spot for him.
Of course, Alajmi covering both. I feel like Alajmi's game is just built for mystery bounties.
I'm loving it huge. He's not happy to see that 2 of his diamonds are dead. Does have live cards of sorts. Have to run down those aces though.
Oh, 5 in the window. Mikhailuk, as I said, can't pick up a bounty this hand, but you take a triple up.
Absolutely would. Grubinger's heart sinks. Sinking more now, although it does open up.
Put that 10 of hearts on the board.
Yeah.
There we go.
10 or an ace.
3 pulls. 3 hits, 3 cards, pardon me, Christ. I can't handle it. I'm breathless, Andrew. It's all happened too quick.
Oh!
No!
Oh, what a run out. Mitchell
No.
taps the table.
That can't be real.
Oh, goodness me. Grubinger.
Oh, I mean, the best hand won, but come on, have a heart. That is cruel.
What a filthy, filthy run out. Good game, Matej. Unlucky, sir. Wow, that was grim.
2.8k the reward for 50th place, plus whatever he may have secured in bounties.
Oh, here we go. Oof.
Oh, here we go. Here's our boy, Ovchennikov. We just saw him.
He's of a human being, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not fighting him.
What's he gonna pull? Oh. Well, show us, mate.
I think it was a low one. Just the excitement was...
Come on, Milbutus. Tap him on the shoulder. See, what have you got up there?
Are you going to tap this man on the shoulder?
Absolutely, I would.
You need a step ladder to get up there.
He's a gentle giant. Show us. Oh, Alexei.
Oh, 25,000.
Oh, all right.
And a 10,000 is that?
I think it is.
All right. So that double KO we saw a minute ago got him 35k in bounties. Is that real? The
Really
double
is.
KO takes a moment, walks over here, gets a 25k and 10k.
Yeah.
Plus, we saw him do another bust out like a moment afterwards. So does he?
Oh, he's still in the tournament, right? Obviously.
Yeah. So he's still got one to pull. He just taking a little break.
He's just like, I'll do one. Right. Calm down, James. Calm down, Andrew.
I'm not calming down.
I'm loving it. I'm hyped. Right. Here we go. Elajme doing Elajme things. Limps with Jack 3 of Hearts.
Yes, love it.
Grubinger deciding to overcall the cutoff. Makes some sense. But now we have Carnage and all in from Nigoa with pocket 5s. I mean, Denecker feels like pretty much a fist pump spot to me. Demps, a couple of limps in there. We know Elajme likes to get in there with substandard holdings, so we're not too worried about him trapping us from under the gun. No, 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 no.
Whoa.
That can't be right. Denecker. Ace Queen, 13 bigs.
Whoa.
A dead 4 bigs in the middle already. Chance to hunt. I'm very surprised.
Grubinger now, but
Last 10. 6
Didn't
bucks.
get away from
wow.
that.
I mean,
Well
we'll
done.
see. Nigo happy to see the fold. Devastate when he sees it's 2 3s.
Yeah.
Grubinger, look at that. He just have a collection of bounty chips in front of him. Doing some work.
I must admit, very surprised to see Denecker fold Ace Queen there. Like, I just think it's too tight.
I'm trying to see what might be missing on the tip. Maybe it's just petrified that Elajme suddenly limps under the gun. I'm not sure.
I think it might be what you referenced earlier that we'll come back to it when we get a minute to breathe.
We're not
because-
going to get a minute to breathe.
All right, fine. We won't come back to it. The fact that you were saying that when the big ones go, I feel like
Right.
I feel like all of us as a community, our understanding of mystery bounties is still not perfect.
Right.
Mine certainly isn't. So maybe people think, oh, the big ones have gone. Now I just don't hunt. But, you know, there's still 25Ks in there, 10Ks, which is chunky, right? Like it's 8.5K for 9.
Here we go.
So you still need to hunt.
Well, here is a man who is hunting Moran with the best of it. Ace 10. Art up against 11's Ace Deuce. And an Ace 4 board brings 20 of chop outs.
Yeah, not the greatest flop for Levin. Does have some backdoor
Yeah.
flush draw and wheel draws, and there's a bunch of chops.
There's one of them.
There we go.
So, all the fades. When it comes to king, it's the dirty one.
It's the horrible way where you're like, I'm still in.
You don't see it at first, but it's there, as it is. Run out clean. Levin survives. Everyone at the table thrilled for him. Stay around, my friend, with your 1.3 million. We're ready to feast on you in a moment.
He is like, well done. You're still here.
I was going to come back to the Elajme. We saw him limp under the gun.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jack 3, probably not a hand we want to be doing it with. It's interesting. I like it in these kind of formats that you can limp under the gun with a lot of hands because you almost like wrestle that pre-flop position back, right? You kind of, the players go blasting behind you.
It's also just a case that whenever you cover people behind, you're actually supposed to start with just limp very often.
Right.
Like if there's a guy with 4 bigs behind, you limp, he jams, 2 people call, and you can reopen the action.
Right.
All this type of stuff. Someone opens, we're supposed to just call very often if they're shorties behind to keep them in the pot. There's lots of dynamics in the mysteries that have changed poker somewhat,
Yeah.
Tricky to stay on top of it. It's a lot of fun.
I always find it quite interesting. Meanwhile, Petrov not going to find this one too interesting because his ace-10 is pipped, only just by Damian.
Yeah, a little unfortunate here. Through to the ace-8-6 board. Ace-jack holding. Potential knockout and bounty. But look at that turn card. 7 of diamonds. Basically, the best possible turn for Petrov that wasn't a 10. Diamonds. The prepay. Come for the prepay. 7s and
2.2, right? This is brilliant. This is top-level professional stuff here. The full-on prepay.
Does it work? Yes, it does.
What a maneuver.
Sit open table 2.
Petrov, albeit with a large amount of actual chips, their total value not so great. None of the big red ones there. He's out in 46th place, picking up $3,200. As will the next few. Next pay jump not arriving until our final 39.
I'm loving it, Demps. We've had a very hype last half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's moving so fast.
It is.
There we go. Damian now covers the table. Look, I'm going to go on a limb and say this table's not particularly deep at all, right? 40 big blinds, being the chip leader in a mystery bounty at a table in the money seems really shallow. Oh, actually, Queen 7.
Oh, I love this from Zurita for what it's worth. He's found the min open and found the knuckle back against someone who likes to put chips in. This is really nice find.
Yeah.
Like, it's not always intuitive in game when you have 1.2 behind.
I love this, like, his reaction as well. I mean, I always like looking at these guys in pots, but I know what they've got, and he doesn't scream strength to me.
The one thing about these spots is surely if he had, like, the ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jacks of the world, he's all in pre.
Right.
So, like, this does kind of... You know, like, what, is he just checking back king jack here and then calling a turn bet? It seems unlikely, but we'll see if Alajme wants to continue the story. He's got the queen of hearts, James.
Yeah, flop hearts completing. And he does throw in. An interesting goes for like a quite small bet.
Yeah, he's gone for the non-all-in.
Zurita just wants the rest of it.
Yeah, and just picks up an extra 800k here with that flop check, which is critical for his stack. Well done.
Very nicely done. Well done, sir. Rest the way he played that one, just taste presence. And yeah, it's funny. I mean, you're saying obviously checking that flop back against Alajme specifically, but just in general against anyone in that spot, right? It's kind of good in this format.
You might as well try and get them to bluff you.
Ooh, Sikvatova has been dealt into a rough one here as the blinds are up to 125 to 50.
Yeah.
With Damian raising to 500k. She only has what? 15 blinds-ish.
Okay, she's gone for not all in, which I kind of like it, by the way. You do give yourself the opportunity to fold.
It's funny, we saw her do this before with the 2 queens, and we were both sort of jumped on her like a little bit critical, but she's completely balanced in it, so a little bit more.
I think it's a little different here also. Like, we have 16 bigs to start, so you actually can 3-bet fold here, like make it sort of 4.5 bigs. And then when your opponent puts it in, you normally get the bad news. This is the problem, is has she decided that she has enough chips that she can 3-bet fold?
Right.
I would argue she does, even though it sucks to put 1.2 of 3.8 in.
Yeah, maybe just a situation where we're going to 3-bet and then decide afterwards based on, you know, it's such a close score, maybe we'll get some sort of live read or an instinct that tells us which way to go. She's certainly going to burn some time on this one.
You also allow yourself, when the button and the blinds cold 4 rip, your hand's just dead. Like, it's in terrible shape. It is one of these kind of unique spots where normally you know, right, I'm going to 3-bet fold or I'm going to 3-bet call off. But this is one of those ones with the bounty aspect, we might feel compelled that we need to call it off now. Right. You know, in a normal tournament, Gadamian will probably just fold 6s here, for example, right? Versus the 3-bet. But with the bounty aspect, he may just run that hand.
I wonder if it's one of those ones
that,
like,
class.
He did it fairly quickly, like no time bank chip used. I wonder if it's one of these ones where maybe she's 3-betting, and if he takes like a minute to jam, maybe she calls. But when he does it inside 30 seconds, it just becomes transparently, well, he was always going to do that, therefore it is towards top of range. Like, if he's got ace-5 suited, he's going to take a bit of time on this,
He is going to take time. And if, even if he has those pocket 4s and stuff like this, you might be like, well, oh, she's got a bounty, I might go for it. Yeah, I think fair play to her, and it's not a lot of fun to burn 1.2 mil, but it seemed to me like a very reasonable, exact combo to do it with.
Yeah, and she's still in.
Well
Those guys
done.
would have busted their jamming over the top of that open.
One of those, right? Ace 10
I-
off, ace.
I actually really like that player, specifically
I like it a lot.
in tournaments where there are time bank chips, because I don't think, like, I might be wrong, I didn't see, but I don't think he used one there. And like, if you have got those marginal ones, it's going to take you
You're
a bit
gonna
of
have
time.
to think a little. And her play looks so strong, which is the thing, right? She's gone for the old polar. I've found a pure bluff or pure value.
Just a brief reminder for you guys, you have joined us now. We are underway here in the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day, but we will end this stream very briefly once we reach the final table. But as soon as the stream ends, a new stream will start on this channel. So please, guys, do click subscribe so you get notified with that new link. Of course, we will be posting the link in the chat rooms as well. Try and get you guys on board, but just be aware we will be switching the stream once we reach that, although, of course, a little ways to go till we get down to our final table. There's still 46 players remaining. Here, Usmanov. I think the baby straight on Queen Jack 10. This is the one that Dora Brunson warned us about, playing the 8-9. When it comes to Queen Jack 10, you can lose a lot of money.
You can lose to Ace King.
Yeah.
Well, blind on blind, we're not worried about that. We have but we have a fist pump value bet.
Yeah, I don't think he's too concerned about Ace King in this blind on blind encounter.
Pretty nice sizing choice, by the way, in this spot, I think, from Usmanov. Hasn't gone the too greedy route. Knows that range of Falabi is going to be very wide. It's going to be, the Queen 5s of the world and stuff that want to call us, but don't want to call a massive bet. Very nicely done. Half pot paid off. Have to blame Halabi. Middle pair blocking some straights himself as we shoot over to the Luxon table. Grubinger, who we saw get that miraculous run out with the aces to stay alive, versus Yuan. Another blind on blind confrontation. This one a limped pot. He's going to go for a limp stab here with 6 high. On the Jack 10 deuce, Yuan recognizing ace high, facing one small bet and a limp pot. Can't go anywhere just yet. These are the most interesting hands in Hold'em. Queen of Diamonds turn. Grubinger arguably has the stronger range, right? He's going to limp a bunch of the strongest hands. Can have all the overpairs, the big hands pre, the ace kings of the world that want to limp and induce Yuan to ISO as pre. So there is a world where he can continue to barrel. Really not fun with 5-6 off, but he's reaching. Gonna lean into that range advantage, Demps. And I really like this sizing. If we are gonna run this bluff, we gotta put a lot of pressure on the weakest kind of Jack X and the 10X of the world. Bets a million, gets it done. Well done. And he's got a Bubba Gump Shrimp Company hat on.
He was 1 card away from elimination. Hit that one. Dirty
Unbelievable,
10 to
isn't
fit
it?
the boat. He was all in with aces. Okay, don't come at me, chat. Don't come at me. I know he had the best of it, but 1 card away. Now thriving. 11. He's all in once again. King Jack. Sam Ju.
Ovchinnikov just...
Oh no, not again. Ovchinnikov just...
Oh, he doesn't cover though for once. If the chip counts.
This
are
is under the
accurate.
gun +1 and +2. I mean, I don't think Ovchinnikov's going anywhere with 2 10s, but there's still a whole table to act behind as well.
We're still fist pumping this one in against a 5 big blind under the gun jam. If he had a bit more, like 10 bigs or so, then this hand starts to shrink. Pretty unfortunate this for Zhu.
Gamble,
Finds
gamble.
pocket eights, which figures to be crushing under the gun or doing well against the range. He's in there too. Now, can somebody cold find a big one? He is there, right? With all the chips in the world. Kind of fascinated to see what he picks up.
I mean,
because he's really incentivized to gamble here. It's only 12 bigs. A bit more, actually. 13 bigs.
Yeah, only just. Yeah.
By the way, he genuinely can just wake up with Queen 6 suited here and just have to flick it in.
Let's see if he does.
Give us a spread.
Deuce, he's not going to play him. I guess he's seen the queen first as he squeezes out the other card.
Yeah.
18 million chip. That's filthy.
He's absolutely fuming at this.
Hasn't even looked yet.
I mean, if this is Jack 4 suited, it's probably a call.
Really?
Like
Wow.
it's really that close. I mean, 3 bounties and not really going to be much of a hit to our stack.
Levin's going to be thrilled after jamming under the gun, getting called the next 2 seats to find out he's in great shape
He's
with
in
this king jack.
dreamy shape.
Incredible. You think you're going to be... I hope I'm only single dominated.
Yeah.
I hope one of my cards is live.
It's as good as it gets for Levin.
Samju, the one covering. He is going to be still here regardless. Chinnikov with a chance to get yet another bounty. Get up to 8 million chips. We just saw how he managed to like win a double bounty to get up to sort of 3.5 million in chips. So unlikely ace 9. Okay, okay.
Короля для интриги.
Yes. Going live. Choose out close to the deck.
Всем рядышком.
Ace, good.
For the ace on the river.
Yeah, Jew is dead. But yeah, ace on the river would save Levin.
Okay, Jew's getting up.
Ой, я как
Oh, there it is.
No.
Levin with the triple up. Jew left with 195k. They're all going to be circling his carcass.
Goodness me, we've had some rivers the
fact-
last couple of days.
Ovchennikov making a small profit in that pot because of the side pot against you.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get the bounty, but will have the opportunity to go after Zhu momentarily
They
if he
are like-
wants.
They are waiting for this in a moment. He's going to be, he's what, under the gun next hand. So the one after that, he's going to be all in the big one. I think we do big blind first here. I'm not sure.
I think so.
I know you've played some main events here, but it's hard to remember.
It
isn't
is hard to remember.
I mean, if we haven't, he's all in next hand.
Yeah.
Right? Tipkin, top 2 from the big blind up against Laba.
I've been very impressed with Laba thus far. Seems to just be finding the right move most of the time, and this is a fun turn. Jack of spades, 2 pair against the turned open-ender. Feels pretty mandatory for Tipican to start getting money in here, Demps. And should be a substantial size in. Tons to protect against, tons to get value from.
We've seen a few of these boards already today where we've got double flush draw, multitude of straight draws, and they really do lend themselves to big bets.
This is really nice. He's gone close to pot, which is what I would have been choosing myself. There's going to be a lot of continues for Laba from +1. Like he's either continuing or he has a pure give up. So we've got to get some money in there. Not fun to call 900k here, but 2 overcards drawn to the nuts. Can't go anywhere. He agrees. Big river incoming, 3.2 million in the middle. Laba looking for the ace or the 9. Doesn't find it. Deuce of spades. These are the intriguing decision points now for Tipican. Do we want to check and allow, you know, ace, queen, king, queen specifically, these ones, especially the ones with a spade in them, to bluff? Or do we want to bet and target a jack? Are we going to bet call off? There's always all these questions running through his mind. What does Laba's range look like? Is it more centered around the jack? Or is it some of these draws? And he is going to go for check. Careful. That card flashed up.
What do you do in Laba's seat if he checks and it flashes up like the 10? Do we now
All
just
in.
bomb?
Yeah, we're just all in. I'm just thinking to myself, does Laba have a mandatory bluff? Probably have to. But like, you know, if we have king of spades queen here, for example, we just fist pump and we just jam and try and put max pressure. He's still going to bluff it. Has he jammed? Like, I wouldn't hate it, you know.
I think they just announced. Oh no,
Yeah,
2.2.
so he's just gone for the large size. I think part of the problem with this is, are we betting 2.2 million with like king jack? I don't think we are. So this is sort of saying that we have ace jack as the stone bottom. Yeah, I think I prefer to polarize here, but it's tough without a spade in hand. These are the tricky ones. Like we're not going to have a block size ever, I don't think, is what I'm saying on this run out. So it kind of feels to me like another one where we could potentially all in our jack. Could be wrong.
thrilled to see the bet of 2.2. Was always playing at the check call.
Yeah, he
Anything
called very
subpar.
quickly. Yeah, this is it. I mean, sometimes you just max pressure, right, might be the way. I'm
Yeah.
not sure about that one though.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
I think, you know, King of Spades, Queen, I'm just like, right, let's go. All in.
1 plus. All in.
Elashmi's just sending it with 7 high.
Stop it.
He's so wild,
Oh,
our
man.
man. In a bounty when you're covered. Elashmi.
Alashmi, he is box office viewing. Look at this. He's just, okay, yeah, you might got me there. Whoops. Grooving, of course, on the come up.
Yes, he is.
These 2 queens are looking good to pick up yet another bounty chip. We see he has a 4 or 5 in front of him, and a queen in the window will all but seal the fate of Alashmi.
How's he got 22%?
Yeah, there we go. We're catching
There we
up.
go.
The flop's on.
Running 7s.
GG's, my man. You thrilled us over the first few days of the coverage, and no doubt we're going to see some more of him in the Luxon final. That tournament, of course, getting underway here today. The players that didn't make it to day 2 of this are playing that, and then, of course, some of those players will be busting out here and moving straight over there. The players who don't like the sun, that is. It's a glorious day here.
Sure.
So a bit breezy, but
Poker players don't like the sun. They're like day walkers, you call them.
we were discussing it earlier. They're just some who just probably have never been down to the pier here and like numbers of visits to the place.
It's like Scottish people, mate. We have that horrible white pallor of poor health.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's. Oh, here we go. Samju. He's all in. Under the gun of his
10-9 suited, not bad.
And I guess it says Zufri called, but I assume he's ISO'd because everyone else is folded. Either way, it means it's a heads up and counting the Jews on pushing dominated. Does have 3 to the straight flush. Working as we head to the turn, but that'll seal it for Sam Ju.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Samuel. That pocket 8 spot, mandatory spot to go bounty hunting, was pipped by the 10s.
Yeah, I guarantee we'll be seeing more of him this week.
Yeah, I mean, a very solid opening run, right? Last 3% of the field, little warm-up. I'm sure he'll be hopping into that 2K Luxon Grand Final that is going on. Out in the main ballroom, I had a little wander through before, as I was waiting for your good self before we started comms. Saw some big names out in the field, people are trickling in.
Hit me. Who have we
So
seen?
Neil Farrell and Ankit Ahuja both on the same table.
Nice. Oh,
Michel Molnar, young crusher. There he was on the table next to him. There's a lot of people coming into town.
we got the Espins in the house.
Espen's here. Do you know something? It was a career highlight for me. I had dinner and then I met Espen. He came and had dinner. And I was carrying my little boy. And I said, oh, you, push the pram. I'm like, you might have won the main event, buddy, but you will be pushing that pram round to our next location.
Ola doesn't realize how good he's had it with taxi drivers. All right, over at GTD Live, Sipakova. She's in for 8 from the small with this ace-8 clubs. Lava.
75.
Well, it's on him to call from the big. It is, of course, the open from Halabai from +1. This is real dice. It's hard.
This one we got to pitch.
Yeah, because you just got to respect Halabai is just going to always call as well.
+5.
This is even pretty wide from Sibgatova. Like, it depends how you perceive Halabi, but he's opening off like 15, 16 bigs to start this hand from early. Arguably, he should probably just pitch the 4s. Like, I'm not a big fan of this open.
Right.
But he should have a strong range. She has maybe played with him a bunch, right? Obviously, we're not privy to this type of stuff. Decides ace-8 of clubs, passes the sniff test. I think Lava, I really like how he's been playing. He just kind of knows I can't put this one in.
Well,
Lava going to ask
Yeah, I
count.
mean,
Obviously, sees it's only 8
8
blinds. But not thrilled because, like
No.
you said, this should be
It's like half of his stacks, right?
better hands. Bigger pairs, but as it is, he's erasing.
Yeah.
It's over. 40 players remaining. We are actually on a direct pay jump as well. 39 gets 39 play gets $3,700, so $500. I mean, not huge in the grand scheme of things, but She doesn't mind this hand taking a little moment.
Absolutely.
Let's just get this pot square, shall we?
Oh, hello there.
Well, as good as it can get without her hitting the front, of course, picking up 6 and clubs as additional outs. See the percentage-wise, it's a straight flip from here. 5. Put them on the board as well. 13 outs live. One more pull. Sipkatova. Will he be all smiles for now? Will he be smiling in a moment? Yes is the answer as he fist bumps that run out. Picks up Sipkatova's bounty and of course a very meaningful pot as well. Even, as you mentioned, it's like half of his stack was in that pot itself. This tournament is just moving so fast.
Absolutely rapid fire. GG to Sipkatova. Pretty disheartening to lose that one flopping that flush draw with 2 overs.
I see an all-in from +1 for a little over 11 blinds. And
Yeah.
it's one of those Zoofrees like, please everyone fold so I can call from the big blind with this one, but then get the bad news that you are slightly pipped.
Yeah, always not a lot of fun to commit calling chips versus +1. And feels compelled to do so in the mystery format. Great spot for Manassian. King 7-4, no change. Ace Jack holding comfortably for the time being. Going to be a 9 and a 9 only for Zoufri. No backdoors available. Very clean. 5 of clubs on the turn.
9 is always coming.
He says it's coming. But it is not. 4 of spades completes the board.
Why you don't tell me?
Nice spot for Manassian doubling up. You're not wrong. This has been a breakneck pace. Lost half the field here in the first, what, 2 hours? A little less?
Yeah, I think we picked up coverage a few levels in, but they came back with over 200 players, right? 15% of the
Oh,
field.
they did? Right, okay.
So, I mean, we have lost so many players.
Of course they did, yeah.
Obviously, you know, this opening event structure, a little nippy. Get everyone up. I believe it does slow down a little bit later today, though.
Okay.
Still at the point of a 30-minute level with the lead.
I was wondering why he'd bet 65 today. Okay, excuse me, I'm like, you're not allowed to do that, sir, but if your opponent has 65 left, you sure can. Great spot here for Denecker. Has his man isolated for the bounty. They go out, drawing live. He's in the ace or a 9. 5.8 million chips in the middle. Pretty big pot for Denecker. If he can find a hold, he'll be up to 12.5 million. 50 blinds. Yeah, and you go looking for that ace or 9. Brick on the turn. Deuce of clubs. One more chance. Hornigoa. GG, sir. 6 of spades completing the run out. Big old pot for the South African Denecker.
Yeah, we saw him shy away one a moment ago, but he
we did.
bided his time, managed to take out Darius. Big pot in the process. Everyone now guaranteed that pay jump, of course, up to $3,700 with his elimination. Oof. Breathe.
I know, it feels like it's been absolutely relentless. There he is. 12.5 million. Takes the table chip lead. Yuan close behind. Grubinger with the middling stack, and Zurita and Buhaichuk with work to do, both on the short stacks. Target on the
Shout out to everyone joining us on the multitude of channels that we are streaming from. I do have one eye on GG Poker YouTube chat, so if you are in there, or if you are watching and would like to interact with myself and Mr. Warburton at a later point today, then please do feel free to jump in. I see a lot of people going, "Oh my god, disgusting, gross," as they're watching all these runouts. I don't know which hand they're referring to because there's been so many.
There's been so many. Yeah, hello everybody. Always a pleasure. If you want to ask us any questions, ask James who his favorite pop star is. Who is it actually? Have you got one?
I think. So I guess that means I don't have one, but
We'll come back to it. Right, enough of our nonsense. The Necker continuing the momentum.
can I just say Tay-Tay?
You can say whoever you like, my friend. 600k pocket jacks.
I've been out on the pier listening to French jazz this morning. I mean,
French jazz.
and it's not coming out speakers on the pier. I've chosen this music, so it gives you an idea of where I'm at as a headspace at the moment.
What a suave general.
French jazz just it works in every environment. That's what I've learned over the last few months. Wherever you play, it's like everyone's just into it.
I'm gonna go and play it to my 6-month-old son when he's having a whinge. We'll see if it works. Right, Yuan makes the call. Ace-7 off from the big. 2 of the big stacks here gonna go at it. And Yuan does catch an interesting piece. Middle pair with that backdoor nut flush draw. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did the Necker just absolutely lace this up? He bet 2. He did. Wow. This is very, very non-standard. I just catch myself thinking, why are you putting so much money in, sir? I mean, that's a big overbet into a pot of 1.6. Bets 2 mil. And Yuan, this is a really tilting situation to be in. Middle pair, backdoor, nut flush draw, but our opponents just bet 2 mil from under the gun. I mean, I think we just puke fold.
It's
Like,
it's one of these ones, isn't it? We defend, we see this flop come down.
Loving
Ooh,
it.
I've got the second
Yeah.
pair, I've got the top kicker, I've got the diamond working. This is going to be fun. I can do so much, so many cards I can continue with. Oh, you bet 2 mil? I guess I
just puke
I think we have to
fold,
call.
but
Do we have to call one
I
here?
don't know if I agree that we do. It kind of depends. Like on a brick, is this guy ever slowing down? I guess.
Right, that's the question. Yeah.
And we don't know that. These guys have played together for a while. If my opponent just always barrels massive turn, then it changes things. Well, this is going to be fascinating. King of spades on the turn.
Right. This should really slow the Necker down, then, right? One
should.
check called over pot. Like surely he's got. We were saying it's tough with.
He didn't jump, did he?
Oh my god!
He just jammed.
Oh my god! He has just jammed.
And
Wow.
like, Yuan now is thinking, wait a minute, are you really 2x pot shoving or what with a king?
Right, but also, you know, it looks like when I've check called it, I'm unlikely to have a 7 or a 5 given the bet size. So yeah, I'm going to have some draws, but otherwise my range is pretty much kings, right? So why is this guy jamming into me? Yeah,
I mean,
I like the fold. Well
what
done.
a wild hand. I mean, we can never call with ace of diamonds in hand, I don't think. Like maybe we could be up against an up flush draw. This is the problem with calling flop, I think. And the Necker, who we thought was a little too tight, well, check us out with our horrendous commentary box reads.
I think we might have just found out how he has so many. Oh, hello.
What's going on?
What's Gia up to?
What's this?
He's raising and hiding behind the
By the way, nobody has ever had a good hand in the history of the game when they do this stuff. Right? I saw a stream the other day where someone put a clown hat on and then jammed. What is going on? Why is Gia doing this?
because he's number 1.
Right.
11 next seat over 2 coins.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just all in. 15 effective, shade over. You could not all in this. He is going to.
1.5. 1.5. Altera.
He is going to go non all in. I think the problem here, I kind of like jam in terms of if I think Levin never has a bluff, and that's not to say that he doesn't, but if somebody wakes up with 10s behind now, they can be like, oh, this is horrendous.
Right.
And just fold. You know, 10s and jacks of the world. Whereas if he just puts 15 in, I don't think these hands will fold. I think they'll just flick it in.
Right.
Just something to consider. But
So it doesn't change too much against Gia's range, but you're worried about the players behind.
I think so. It's the same for Gia when he has like a pocket 8s or 9s here, right? And his opponent just jams. He may just go, okay, I'll give you a spin. Anyway, nice pickup for 11 just before the break.
You can see 1.
You'll see it on TV.
Yeah, and that hand, I believe, does bring us to our first break of the day. Myself and Picasso are going to just learn, maybe do some rebreathing exercises as we head to this break. It is Gia leading the way, Georgi Shkulki out there with 18 million in chips on this table. We had Imai Lukovic joined the table, but I believe we haven't seen him play hand yet, so he must have just taken one of the empty seats before we went on this break. When we come back, Chan Morale, one with work to do with sub 2 million in chips. Of course, those blinds will be going up as well to 300k, so you see these short stacks like Gulda here are really going to have that work cut out at that new blind level. Labber likewise there as well. I've been taking maybe a couple of little missteps there towards the end, or one misstep, but we didn't hate it. He turned a hand into a nice little bluff candidate. But maybe this is where we need to keep our attention, because Peter Denecker went absolutely ham just now with those two jacks, making Yilu Yun fold. But I mean, that could have been disastrous for him. And also Grubinger as well on that table. He's been the story thus far. There, spinning up his stack with an unlikely run out holding those two aces. So guys, please don't go too far. Andrew's going to be signing off, but Mr. Steve Warburton will be joining me after this short break.
140.
so hearts, and for all clubs, nothing changed. We have row 6 for the short stack. Let's see the card. Our card is a king of all spades, so jab a card for the stack, let's the river. And the river is a painful spades. In this end, we have lost the players. 32 points left, the mystery bounty with the 1-8.
Welcome back, one and all, to this, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day. This is how things look over on our Luxon table. And it's Peter Denecker who won that big pot, making a ballsy jam on the turn just before the break. Now down in second in chips as Fresh Face joins him with slightly more over there. Meanwhile, at the DTD live table, things there being headlined by Alexander Yorosh with 13.3 million. Alex Tipkin, who's just behind him. We saw plenty of action from this table. Alex Goulder, very short there with just 2.6 million chips, as is Vasil Laba, who of course we saw in the mix in plenty of hands before going on that break. Meanwhile, back here at the main table, the Onyx table, who else would it be but the man, the myth, the legend, Georgi Shkulukia, aka Gear, the sort of merit end boss, leading the way here with a monstrous 18 million chips in play. Lukovic just joining the table just before the break. We didn't get a chance to see him in action, but look at this, the rest of the chips very condensed between the rest. You are joining myself, James Dempsey, back with it here, but we've tagged out Picasso and Warbs is back in the mix. Warbs, how are we feeling about this one?
Mixed emotions, to be honest, James. I've been itching to get in. I'm quite disappointed that all the big bounties have been pulled.
Yeah, obviously.
That is my favourite thing, just to watch people's emotions. You know, you get the sort of boring guys who just shrugging the shoulders, whatever, and then you get the pure emotion.
Yeah.
But I was, of course, railing.
Yeah.
Like to do my homework before I get on.
There we go.
And yeah, I was quite impressed with all the 50Ks and the 100K reactions.
Yeah, 100K bounty with first prize is 85K. It's like, I'm done here.
By the way,
wish you the best.
I have to say, there's a 100K bounty for a 1K event. That is incredible. Incredible stuff.
Absolutely insane. One imagines, obviously, we saw the first frame of play there, the first 3 levels. Crazy action. Obviously, we picked up. We missed by the action at the start of the day as well, but one assumes now down to 38, things are going to start to calm down a little bit, especially with those big bounties gone, right?
Yeah, not this hand, though.
No, not this hand. And this man has felled many. Ovchennikov, we saw him with just like 3 million chips do a double KO and then go over and rip off a 25K and a 10K with those 2 tokens. So
yeah, I saw this man pull the bounties before.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. Which
obviously a very easy jam here, 11 big blinds. You gotta be going this. You're kind of loving it really, because you can obviously mystery bounty format. You can get called by all the other pairs. It's a very weird dynamic. There's so many sort of different styles to your normal sort of vanilla tournament. And yeah, it just seems a very standard play. And you'd imagine still, even though the big bounties have gone, you'd imagine still he's gonna look this one up with a King Jack O.
it is his first foray at this table, but yeah, just 11 blinds, bounty on the line. One does have to wonder.
We were just discussing before I came on about your mystery bounty pull strats. Do you like save them up, wait for the break, which is obviously quite nitty, or do you just fire straight in, pull in and like bang, bang, bang?
I like how you asked that question in such a loaded manner. Do you save them up like a complete idiot, or do you take them as soon as you can? What do you do, Steve, I wonder? What do you do?
I've only played 3 or 4, and every time, within seconds of them handing me the bounty, I've sprinted over, and I'm like, play slow. Everyone play slow.
Yeah. Lukovic gets away from this one.
Fold. Fair enough.
Just
Yeah,
lets
fair
it
enough.
go.
Yeah.
Still getting his...
You've obviously got to work out the calculation of how many extra chips are in the pot to work out whether it's a call.
Yeah, very fluid situation. Meanwhile, Grubinger, he's been collecting many a bounty here, all in with Jack 10, parked against Jack 8 of spades. You wouldn't think Ray to necessarily always win the bounty, but on this flop and then that turn, he's going to do exactly that. Fell another. He won a lovely pot before we went on break. Of course, all in with aces against 5s and King 9. Flop involved a 5, but also a 10. Turn and river. 10-10. Counterfeit the boat.
I saw that as well, yeah.
Disgusting way to get it done. And he's up to 10.6 million in chips.
Huge reaction from the booth.
Well, it was
yeah.
Yeah, it was a dirty way of doing it.
did have to turn the volume down slightly. This
I apologise to
game is
eardrums around the around the globe for that one.
What a time to get the boots. Oh, this guy's my hero. Yeah, yeah. Here we go.
And the route in there. But he's up against Georgi.
Yeah, what's it? He has a nickname, right?
Gear.
Gear, that's the
Yeah,
one.
yeah. He is like the absolute merit end boss. He's in deep in every big event here.
Yeah, I was getting palpitations about trying to pronounce his surname, so let's just go with Gear.
Shkulukia.
Oh, yeah, you've done it. Yeah, he was playing really well early, wasn't he? He was winning all the little pots.
Yeah.
Fighting for everything. Got a few big bluffs through, didn't he?
He's going to find it tough to win this one on 9 deuce deuce and the 4-wheel seal. His fate. He's also the man who taught me a hack about how to get like infinite steam coming out the steam room here in the spa. So like, extra level above my poker fandom for him.
When you said infinite steam, I thought you meant about a player, like just
Maybe
some
it
sort of
was.
needle techniques. Or... You have all the hacks here, actually. You've got all the buffet hacks, all the walk hacks, all the restaurant hacks.
Yeah, don't worry.
You're an absolute pro. Well, I'll be here with the a6 off in the cutoff. Kind of a tricky spot. He's got sub 20 big blinds. Lucky just to get it through. Mr. Goulder here, very established UK pro. He's come dressed as a clown today, though.
Let me just explain that Warbs is an avid Manchester United fan, and obviously they're one of the many rivals, but perhaps the main rival.
You can't escape the Liverpool fans. They are everywhere.
Oh, we have just won the league.
Yeah, but they used to just be in Liverpool, and now, you know, all this recent success, they're appearing everywhere, north, south, east, west. I think Alex used to be a Spurs fan as well.
Wow, just showering him.
But no, this is a very standard play.
Yeah.
Certainly one I'd do myself with the A3 suited.
And leaving a little bit back, is that just to kind of throw the man off a little bit? Is
Possibly. Are we at a pay jump maybe?
That's that. I think we've had the pay jump at 39, I believe. Either way, the money goes in.
Yeah, you're not loving it with the A6 off, but again, the format. Lots of opportunities though.
10, 7, 8 board is one of those that does often present the chop.
Maybe 6 or 9. 33. 9 good. 9 good.
Okay, represents the Luxembourg Grand Final, 5,000,
A little bit of table talk.
There we go. Chop it is.
Chop it up.
Speaking of chops, aren't Liverpool now chopping the most Premier League titles or most top division titles? Is
Honestly,
that right?
I'm so stupid. It's like, why don't I just keep my mouth shut and just not mention football?
Is that right though? I don't know. Well, this is obviously my beloved Brighton haven't really notched
joint 20 titles now. Which is annoying because we sang that 20 times Man United for years, and now it's just redundant.
Comes back at you. Got to be careful what you do. Zarita in here with ace 10. Really Morphe, pardon me.
Say again, James?
Exactly. in here with the 4-5-0, obviously putting the pressure on. But now, ahead. One to fade.
Vinay Ganamorphy.
Vinay Ganamorphy it is. There we go. With the elimination of Zarita, who was very impressive for the few hands we saw him play. I thought he's out in 38, good for $3,700. As we mentioned, that pay jump just locked. It was 39, get 3,700. Next jump coming at the final 31. So that'll be once we condense to the final 4 tables. Here. So it's activated this ace-3 from the button and continued on 10-4-5 with that gut shot draw. Lukovic decision, and this is a bit more fun now because we're seeing 2 players far deeper.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he's very relentless gear. This actually feels like a monster for him.
Yeah.
Overcard, gut shot, position. Lukovic with the best hand, but says 25% next to his name, I feel like it's 95%. He's just going to find a way here.
Let's see how he decides to follow up on this card, picking up the open-ender now. Although the 6 kind of a card that you do worry that the man who's check calling the big blind is going to improve sometime on this.
I'd worry, you'd worry. I'm not sure. Not sure. To be honest, I think obviously it's not the best card, but I think it is quite a good barrel hand.
Right, against hands like this, the 4x, the 5x that
Yeah.
don't improve on that.
Yeah, but he has decided to take his equity, and now it's always a very, very tough bluff. Check back turn. Wonderful block bet. And just check and treble up. Treble pot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just given up. Okay.
Gear does just perhaps recognize exactly that. It's kind of hard to tell a credible story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As
Probably
played.
thinks a 4 and a 5 not folding. So. Gives that one up.
Back over at Lux on table, grouping it at it again. This time over 10 million in chips, flopping best on the 5-3 deuce. One. King jack of spades, no spade on flop.
Yeah, versus under the gun here. Pitching into the muck. So many better flops you can continue on. No backdoors. The range obviously supposed to be a bit tighter, but he has sides appeal. He's obviously got other ideas.
Fruity now the back doors.
You'd assume if he does get checked here, he's going to start bluffing. I see many players that do peel the king jack of spades on the 2-3-5, no spade, that are just going to check back. So potential fireworks here, James.
3.2 million sitting in the middle.
Seen a tendency in this tournament the last couple of days. There's stabs on the flop, stabs on the turn. Haven't really seen the turn and river fire too much. I'm a little bit excited inside.
Well, I have to say, I think not doing a disservice to any of the players we've seen thus far, but naturally, as a poker tournament, pardon me, condenses down from 1,500 players down to the last few tables. The cream does somewhat rise when there's a lot of variance. You're going to see perhaps, arguably, the more capable players, and the ones who are like higher on confidence as well, right? Exactly. You're doing well in a tournament.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take my spot.
Yeah, this definitely sort of mental voice.
Moving up, sticking around for now, and well. A warming feeling as he finds the wheel.
Very bad for him to bluff. It's frustrating because he had about pot left, and I would have liked to see what he was planning.
Is there any world in which Grubinger he wants to see?
What is the rule here? Is it last aggressor, or?
I guess it's in flow, not last aggressor. I guess on a check street, given the dealer did motion to Grubinger to show.
It's very rare these days to see last aggressor.
Yeah.
There is one tour in particular that does do that.
Well, I'm pretty tilted. Lose the pot and get asked.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, you should 100% change the rules of poker everywhere to last aggressor.
Yeah, you're a fan.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Yeah, it does make sense. Cool to see your hand.
Yeah. 2 streets and then you have to show first.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see what would have happened on the Brick River there. Chinikov. We're kind of, don't take this the wrong way, he's a big chap, but the budget bounty hunter. By that I mean he seems to felt people even though he hasn't got many chips himself. He's trying again here. Ace-9 up against Bagarov's Ace-Jack. We've already seen him pull $35,000 worth of bounties.
Actually a brother from another mother?
I mean, we have the same barber. But yeah, I would suggest it's about where the similarities end, but I think
big chap, isn't he?
He is. He's towering over Morbutas. Not that Morbutas is the tallest chap, it has to be said, in the Mystery Bounty pool, but I think could have had a Cyclone basketball, perhaps. Or with a tree surgeon, maybe.
Like that.
Pardon me. Vinay with the ace 10 up against Wansky. Bit of a tough spot. Value betting at the inferior hand and brick on the river. May well see another bet enter this pot.
Yeah, the flop's checked through, so he's felt quite confident it's the best hand. And to be fair, he just have a lot of worse 10x. Outside to check river. It's going to be very difficult to fold. Does face value bet.
Right, and this ace 10 just seems pretty big now. Is it not the way this hand's played out?
Yeah.
I guess on the flip side, like
see, here's a online qualifier. Qualified in for a $125 satellite. Already got $3,700 locked up. Load of chips.
yeah, I'm taking all these online qualifiers with a pinch of salt because
Yeah, I know what
we've
you
seen
mean, yeah.
Sam Jew announce an online qualifier. He's got nearly 4 million in earnings. And this man, I don't know, he's got presence at the table. He's also dressed pretty suave. He doesn't strike me as a man who was stretching to play a 1K anyway.
This is not his first rodeo, is it?
Back at DTD Live, and it's the DTD reg, Mr. Alex Goulder, sending forward his tokens, 2.3 million at 300k big blind. Yeah, I'm just looking at David Hendemov, 344k in career live cashes, so certainly no novice to the table.
Just under 8 big blinds here for Alex.
His biggest cash came in a mystery bounty event, so you know he's got his favourite form, shall we say?
Not really much you can do here with the ace king off other than move all in, especially in a mystery. You're actually pretty desperate to get called. It's so mounted.
Yarosh thinking about it, but
Yeah.
players behind.
It's a little bit too early, isn't it?
Goes that way.
5 seconds. 7 fold, 8 fold.
Fucked up here.
King Queen suited in the cutoff here for fewer chips as well. What a dreamy situation this is for Goulder.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
You've got 7 or 8 blinds and somehow you can win a bounty.
Potential bounty.
Spot.
The only player
For now, anyway. He's even asking Chris, have you got me covered? That is a question you hear so much more in a bounty tournament. Have I got you covered? Yes, I call. Have you looked at your cards yet? No.
Alabi thinking about with Jack 10, but oh, here we go. Diamond hasn't looked yet. He's giving it the cards the good luck shuffle.
Where's our man, by the way? Where's Arajami?
He was on the other table, and I believe did
Bust
he
or
bust? I can't.
Oh.
It's bad. I can't remember if he busted or not. He certainly took a big hit.
It was great action yesterday.
Just think about this one as well, because there's only 8 blinds, 2 bounties in the mix.
Yeah, it's kind of a interesting spot. Obviously, normal tournament, 10.5, this would be straight in the bin. You need to kind of be looking at what bounties are left here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we've lost the big ones, but that doesn't mean
Right.
there's not a lot of money still to
win.
Plus, there's a bit of morale factor, isn't there?
Very 10-9 in.
It's very nice to knock out 2 players and then go up and have 2 bounties.
Yeah. As it is, he does make way in. Goulder going bounty hunting. And the East King hold. Well, that's a good start. And the 4-4 behind.
As good as
All
it
but
gets.
6. Look at that
Yeah,
wry grin.
He was quite happy with that. And to be fair to him, we've seen a lot of, no reactions in the last couple of days. I like the...
Yeah,
happy with
I'm
that.
with you.
happy with that.
I think we see more of it as well as we get down deeper into these tournaments.
Yeah.
As even like the players maybe start off this week unfamiliar with each other, but you get down to this stage, you probably play with everyone a little bit by now.
Exactly.
At least a good chance of it.
Exactly.
And
You've
so
got to
you
keep your composure, but
enjoy it.
enjoy it. We all want to win. So let's get more fist bumps.
Afshin eliminated in 35th place. Good for 3.7k plus whatever he called in bounties.
Win a bounty. Love to see it.
Yeah, exactly that. That is miraculous.
It is a dreadful jersey, though. Isn't it? Come on. I mean, not sure he's got the size quite right, also.
Just really going after him. This is this is getting rough. Deneka, the man who's shown a willingness to get in the mix, going to do so again here with 8-3 offsuit. Ilishev, the opener with the coverings. Oh, pardon me, the 3-bet to 2.8 million with the 8-3. Okay,
Wow, I like
we
it.
see you. It's funny, we thought this man played a spot earlier a little too tight, folding an ace-queen pre-flop.
Okay.
Then
Oh,
he-
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Then he kind of went bananas with 2 jacks in a spot. Now here he is, just
Maybe, I mean, obviously this is speculation, but maybe after the break, you know, he'll watch the stream, seeing that he's made this tight fold, know that other players on the table are watching the stream.
Right.
He's thinking, well, I've kind of got the image now, haven't I?
right.
Wouldn't necessarily recommend it against +1 open, but it's worked out. And it was a snap fold as well. And back to it.
Maybe finding his way to the flop, deuce 3-5. Chinnikov. Basics of clubs. Cut shot. The betting lead, but recognizing perhaps not a texture that fits him too well, not really wanting maybe to bet here and face a jam. It'd be pretty grim, so just checking it back. Evan. No hope on that 10 of spades turn. This one. Imagine it's less than fun. Another round of checks, but Chinnik, perhaps? Maybe one of these is kind of like, hey, look, I've almost certainly got the best hand. My man not going to put chips in the pot unless he beats me. I'd rather just equity deny here. Take out this kind of hand that's, what, 10% equity in this instance, but we know we'd usually have more. And there we go.
Yeah, I think that's his thinking there, yeah. It's 34 left now.
The neck at 8-3 offsuit, what was that? Just
Yeah.
went for it.
Yeah.
I love it. Budai facing the open in the big blind. Gonna go for the 3-bet jam. And well, bad news.
Mandatory.
Good night, Gamorthy. Finding those 2 10s. Gets to click call. Chance to vanquish another one.
Yeah. This is button open. It's a very easy all in. It's just very unlucky. You just get called by so many worse hands with the bounty. Fortunately, he's run into an absolute monster, but he's still got 31% equity.
Ace, Jack, 4. Wouldn't you know it? There she is.
Yeah.
First dent in that tower of chips. Working. King Queen run out an option as well, and there we go. 6 out showing us live in the deck. A little bit less easy in that seat now for Budai. No. Double up secured. 6 million of chips, 20 blinds for him. As a reminder, these 34 players must be whittled down to 1. The champion will be crowned tonight. Budai, well, with a double up, it's still the second shortest player at the table, but at least he covers 1. Back at the DTD live table, where, in my mind, all the clothes fit perfectly.
4-8-25.
Wow, but he's all in from the big 8-6 of clubs over the Gadamian. Pocket 4's open. He does flick in at the call. The 3-bet jam is just sub 10 bigs. We're going hunting once again.
Yeah, lots of these spots keep coming up. Hands you basically just got to go with, haven't you?
Yeah. You happy to do so. Good diamond shoes. See this flip.
Of course, yeah. I feel like when you do see cards at the back and it is a flip, everyone's kind of happy with the situation. Not now, of course, but
Look at that, just near motionless there. Space telling a little bit more. Labis still does have backdoor clubs working. But that will seal his fate. GG's, my man. It's on the river for the needle. He's gonna make his way out in, believed to be 34th place.
yeah.
So close. It's like annoying. You get so deep, don't you? 34 out of 1,500 players, but ultimately the return at that point not the largest.
Yeah, you wanna make the FT, don't you? That's always what you're after.
Okay, that is your team. It's myself, James Dempsey, and Steve Warps. Warps being his nickname. Steve Warburton, of course, a former
Changed my name by default.
conqueror of the Mediterranean poker parties.
You finally come up with a way to say it, 'cause you can't say first.
Yeah, you didn't get the trophy, but
Chop the most money sounds a bit weird, so you're like conqueror.
conqueror.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like it.
conquered the first ever NTT main event. Chopped up there, Reliance with over $500,000. Lovely.
Under the radar, I had to do none of the Wiz interview, any of the media stuff. I was
Yeah.
off, I was gone.
Generously offering to buy everyone's drinks at the bar.
Yep. Up down the road, which were $2 drink.
Oh, so you did actually have to reach into the wallet at some point, did you?
Yeah. A long day of eating and drinking. The total bill was $240.
Was it really?
Fist pump gave him 300 and left.
His ace 10 works. Just pipping, proving as ace 9 for this. I say small pot, but 2.6 million chips.
Yeah, they're all kind of big now, aren't they?
Certainly are.
Oh.
But it is nice. Obviously, in a normal tournament, if you're really short, you get a bit sort of downhearted. There's so many situations where,
Welcome.
like we've seen before, you can have maybe 10 big blinds. If you get in a coup versus a guy versus 7 big blinds, you've got you've still got a chance to win big money. So it's a very fun format.
Can I take this?
Beautiful setup here on the Onyx table, the main feature table, if you will, level 3. Okay. So, gears been moved out here, I noticed. Right, approving. I'm just going to jam this 6-5 suited into one's ace jack. The latter who, well, the start of coverage of this table, really dominating the chips here, but things have gone awry since then. But a chance to vault back up to 9 million in chips. Should he hold it against, to be said, the sort of Grim Reaper grouping up?
Yeah, very standard stuff.
Oof, there it is. 6 on the flop. Stay thus far. Ace jack only. Let's continue his quest here. Oh! There it is. There it is. I feel like that one's a little bit of justice.
I was going to say justice.
Yeah, he's not had it go his way. And Grubing, yeah, we can afford to take the hit. We've ripped off some bounties here. A few spots. That's okay. Hello, what's going on here? I've been jamming +1 for what is now what, 6.5 blinds as the blinds have gone up.
Interesting decision. You obviously don't want to be going 3-way at a pocket pair, and again, I keep saying it, in a normal tournament it would be a snap fold, but potentially win 2 bounties. Does require some thought.
Yeah, 11, loving Leipzig, obviously that jam, getting ISO'd, being in good shape here with the ace jack and ace in the window, but it's never easy. With the ace of hearts, and there's a king behind. Massive. We'll have 1.8 million chips back. Target will certainly be on his stack after this hand, unless he were to find that king or 9, not to be. 11 with a double. Yeah, mild approval.
Yeah, nice holes.
Yeah. So yeah, that'll do.
Seems like a guy that's the most emotion you're going to see from him. Not a man to be messed with. Considering the 4-2 suited open here, he's in. He likes it. He's got the chips.
Okay, so we have a fine correction. That's how he was rush it man. Back to Georgia.
Yeah.
We need to see him wearing.
Yeah. Sort of seen enough, maybe.
I mean,
Knows
yeah,
his man.
Gear's only just come to the stable, but if you beat to merit, you know.
Yeah, because it's a bit unusual not to just jam like this here. Especially this sort of opponent who's quite sticky. It's actually a little bit suspicious, this. You know, you might work this out here and just think, well, if you've got a good hand, why would you not just go all in for playing with blinds?
Right.
You know you're getting called by a very, very wide range.
So it's almost like one of those polarizing sizes, right? This is like the Queen's plus, or it's a.
But you know, you go back to you've opened the 4-2 suited. There's not loads you can do, is there?
No.
Very frustrating in poker when you think you're being bluffed, but you just have nothing to do much about it. Spot here for Alex, placing the 2.5x open from the button. Very nice hand in the big blind, Queen Jack off. I assume he's going to go with it.
Right, one of those. This is one of these spots where you feel so much more comfortable if it was a min raise, but when someone sides up.
Yeah, sure. You feel a bit shoey sometimes when you get snapped by the ace 3 off, and even you know king 9 maybe you are behind. But he has gone with it. I think it's the correct play.
Yeah, all but a couple of chips. Obviously, that pay jump is approaching soon.
Yeah. Well, we'll do a bit of posturing here. And I think it's off a perfectly fine steal, but when you've been jammed on. And because he's open to 2.5x, it's such a great pickup for Alex. He's gone to 6.6 million with no risk.
Alex, I believe, winning a package here. Sell. Once a Lux on high roller, I believe, but honestly, that's still dawn. I might be wrong on that.
No, I think you're right. Staying with one of my good friends, Mitch Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Renowned snorer, so good luck with that.
Kennar rocking some really nice eyewear here. Check these bad boys out. A bit too reflective for your liking, no doubt. You want to give us a warning about that?
He's got like a small lens, so it's not like these massive wide ones that reflect and stuff. So, but no, yeah, it's actually like a jacket.
That's pretty fire. Yeah, though, he is up against it. Lukovic, the opener, with this ace-8 from +1.
One check.
Checks in flow. And really, that ball game is really murky for him, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Against these under gun +1 ranges, so many aces.
2 flush draws on. There's plenty of hands we can be beating when we face another bet, but so hard to know which are the good river cards.
Yeah, it's obviously a very easy barrel for Queen Jack and
Right.
King Queens, but what can you do? Especially this late stage of the tournament, you don't want to be kind of heroes anymore. Just third pair. Just blasphemy festivals.
Yeah, but he wasn't there as a reveller, my friend. This chap was on stage.
Yeah. Been raving all
Well, someone's going to be raising all night, and it may be this man, Lukovic. Another one in from a satellite. I believe he's already pulled a pretty chunky bounty as well, so...
Yeah, he pulled the 10k, right?
There we go, yeah. Worth noting, of course, those players we see in here on satellites want to seek not just to the PokerOK Mystery Bounty, but also to the Luxon Grand Final, and of course the MPP main. So,
yeah. One minute you win an $125 satellite, that's just pulling a 10k bounty. It's good stuff.
It is good stuff. Obviously, a few $1,000s already locked up in the prize pool with a chance to greatly increase that. Speaking of increasing payouts, here's Gear with a real hand. And Daneko, the way we've seen him play ultra fast with hands, this could spell danger for him. And I mean,
it feels a bit of a cooler, really. It's the first time I've seen Gear with a hands ever.
Yeah, it looks like Daneko is pulling out a raise. We did see him kind of overvalue jacks in a spot earlier. I mean, he obviously likes playing big pots, and that's not a bad strategy in bounty tournaments, but if he has check raise, this could spell disaster for him.
I mean, it's probably a play I'd make, to be honest. I think I'm gonna check raise here for value. You obviously cover.
Okay.
I think on the Jack 8-4 as well, you can kind of look like you're not really repping much.
Right.
So I think it is actually quite important here versus this particular opponent to include a lot of jacks in your check raise value range.
Okay.
Sadly, though, you do just have to go with it, and you do just have to jack. It's not fantastic, but you can see here he's in awful shape. But he's kind of done everything that I do. I don't know if that means.
Daneko, there's a seat back here for you.
Because he's got 12% equity. But
wow.
Yeah, and honestly, I would be snap calling here and being kind of just like, meh, kind of a cool one.
Okay, well, here we go. The biggest pot we have seen in this tournament thus far, and it is, as I keep referring to, the Merit Inboss with a hammerlock on this one. Just needs to fade a jack over 2 streets to pick up 28 million. No motion shown just yet. There it is, the clean run out. Wow.
And what a danger now. Here is going to be 28 million chips, 29 left.
Right, 1,500 play with 200. So there's like 300 million chips in play, and he's got 28 million already with 30 players left.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You're going to have to make his favourite now.
Oh, yeah. There he is. One all-time money list. Look at, even he's like, come on, I'm going to make sure it's done correctly. There's a lot of chips here. Full on focus on the payout.
His all-time money list is more than mine and yours combined.
Is that the case?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
3.4 million a lot. It is a lot. 36% of the chips on the table.
Wow. There you go.
It's going to be a force.
It reminds me that obviously this tournament is speeding up somewhat, given that it's just the 70 blinds at this point. Yeah, Roosh. He's in the big blind. Facing the Halaby open. Got ace-9 off. And he's just going to go with the call, it looks like. Let's see some sort of normality play out. Pardon me, I didn't realize we were playing. That was a post flop. Right. There we go. You know, we're pinging around tables. Whoops, sometimes
You're only human.
we can miss these things.
You're the best human for the job, but you're only human.
My praise indeed.
Kind of a good bluffing card here on the river for Halaby. Just a check to, but Yarosh choosing to turn his hand into a bluff.
Last 5 seconds. 7 check.
No, thought better of it and has checked. Larby now with the decision. Very, very hard to win a showdown in these spots. I would like to see a bet. It's easier said than done.
Nice. You reaching the chips.
It's all up with the size. Hard spot. Been here for 3 days, so I should be getting quite good at this. Yeah, I'm not far off.
Find the bounty rush. Well, I can't imagine we continue here, but
Yeah,
it's like hard to piece together two gods we beat, right?
no decision there. You can't. Nice bet, Larby.
Interesting, Gilgy mentioned as the #1 in the all-time Georgia mail list. By a factor of 10 over the second place man. He has the country on lockdown.
10?
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible. Sounds like he'll be holding on to that record for a number of years, if not forever.
Yeah. He's got it for the moment. This is, of course, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day. And we are racing through the field. Of course, we are going to crown our champion late tonight. With that little wrinkle reminded you guys earlier, of course, we will remind you later. When we do reach the final table, we're going to stop this stream and restart a new one. So if you do perhaps want to throw on a little subscribe, get notified when we go live for that final table. For those of you who can't join us all the way through, but of course if you are with us all the way through, we will of course remind you when we switch channels, so to speak. It reminds me of when you're watching, I don't know what sport it used to be, like the cricket or something, and they go, oh, the cricket will continue over BBC 2, BBC 1 will now be the news.
Yeah, and then all 4 of you in the room have to fight over who's got the remote.
Yeah.
It's under you. It's definitely worth
I don't
tuning
watch
into
cricket.
that final. Yeah, you were kind of struggling for.
I was struggling.
Said cricket. I thought you were going to say golf. Sure.
Yeah. School point next, and you take this out and watch go. 2, 3.
You look more like a cricketer than a golfer.
Heaven. Basically 3.7.
Yeah, he's just decided to go with effective jam here. He is going to get action, but I would much prefer.
Oh,
no, he's not got action.
Wow.
And if you're getting a hand like 8s to fold, you know, it's even more of a reason to just the opening.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? Because you only got, what, 11, 12 blinds, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Just I mean, there's a lot of limpid strategies as well. So I mean, obviously you can't just do it with aces and kings. I don't actually think it's just.
Vi finns kahve alır mısın?
But if he's not, yeah, we'd like to see.
Finally, she can drink water.
This whole range.
Now she
I'm
can.
still very surprised to see the 8s fold.
Okay,
Yeah, 8s are doing quite well.
Yeah.
Kings again.
Here we go, the necker.
Now hang on. Has he? Oh no, he's open. He's open.
What's happened here?
Oh, Gear's gone for it.
Oh my word!
Gear has absolutely gone for it.
My word.
He's kind of correct, wasn't he?
So what has happened here? Gear's opened, one was using the Queen 7, one's flat, basically extending the rope to the necker, recognizing that he is ready to go off like a rocket ship, and that's exactly what he's done with the Jack 5-0.
Incredible spot for one here.
Gear has then, as you say, correctly identified as well that the necker was waiting to get it in.
Yeah.
Man, just double trapping. Yes, Kings finds himself in a 23 million chip pot and a chance to re-establish his chip lead at the Luxon table. 9, 6, 5.
Yeah, possibly the way that Danek has put the chips in, Gear sort of realised, you know, that he's playing faster than loose. He's a little bit over at Maybury, and he's just thought, you know, Queen 7 of clubs, get the other guy out.
Okay, well, flopped a cut shot draw. He's turned a pair. The necker, a pair of his own.
Lots of cards to dodge for the Kings.
There we go. Bounty heads the way of one, and as do the 23 million chips.
It's a great card to see because you don't really know what you want to miss.
Right, there's
You're
a
not,
lot.
you're not normally up against the Jack 5 and the Queen 7, so you kind of think, oh, there's a gut shot there, there's a Jack and a 5.
Yeah.
Right? You're in your head like, I'm not really sure what I need to sit.
Queen,
King,
the
yeah,
7,
fine.
the
King.
8, the 5. Like, yeah, what are they? I forgot what out. Oh, yeah, oh, it top set, that'll do, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
No.
Yeah, it's almost like a PLO sweat, that one. There were so
Exactly,
many
yeah.
individual cards that could get you done.
Just let me know on the rivet if I've won.
PokerOK moving in by his 8 blinds with 2 10s. 11 just managed to escape that situation a moment ago that many would have fallen for perhaps with the 2 8s.
Huge hands pick up with only 7 blinds. You should be praying for action.
Last 30 seconds.
Seems to be some sort of stalling tactic at play here as we are getting deeper into this tournament. Understandable perhaps. Our time card now, so yeah, does he not realize it's on him? I mean,
Yeah, there's no pay jump until 23rd.
23rd, yeah.
So
Yeah, he didn't know it was on him.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. That makes more sense. That's a cruel way to lose your last 2 time bank chips.
Like you don't have any more.
Always funny when that happens.
Wow.
Ja, już jest za dumą.
I remember watching that one when Chris Moneymaker won the World Series.
Yeah.
Howard Ledger's
Ah,
staring
Boże mój.
at Johnny
Rozpadać
Chan, and
stolicę.
they're all looking around. It's like, what's going on? You said schmoes. Oh, it's on me. Everyone's just laughing at him. It's like,
I
yeah.
mean, nowadays it came at no penalty, but now he's got to navigate with no time bank chips. I'm assuming there'll be a refresh at the final table, but I'm not sure if there is one before that.
Her
No, I
şeyi de
don't
böyle
know.
yapıyor. Daha iyi işte.
I don't know, maybe.
Hi.
Nothing
Değil mi?
worth.
Daha hızlı oynarsın bir kesin. Tamam işte.
Yeah, I
Kere de
mean, at
bir
least he's
siktir
working
de
off
you
a
want
shallow
25?
stack, but
Sorry.
Always, always.
Yeah, it's all
I always support you.
15 seconds.
and especially like in a bounty tournament where it is so much more complex. Even the simple pre-flop spots in a normal tournament become complex.
Sure.
Showdown.
Zufri going to take on PokerOK, and well,
I had
unfortunate
King
perhaps
Jack.
that the A7 is in such poor shape, but
I think King Jack is
it
good.
is live nonetheless.
You had King Jack?
You want a sort of tool invented where
Jack
people aren't
would be
wasting
good.
time
I think so.
rather than taking too much time.
Mhm.
I don't
Yes.
begrudge a man when he's thinking about a really tough spot. It's the one that wastes time. Oh, but that's a nice
Mean
little
turn.
one, isn't it?
That
And that's where-
usually gets it done.
Let's go for him. Let's say ace.
Potential backdoor straight save with both the 7 and the ace working around that 4-5.
Doesn't work for me.
But that will seal it. 10's full. Thank you very much. Man looks thrilled.
Good fold, good fold.
Zufri correctly pointing out that Nate
Okay,
doesn't
we
work
can
for
start
him.
the Luxembourg Grand Final. You
Know the
learn
rules.
6,000, 10,000 didn't start. For now, registration is
Your gig is
officially
safe for
closed.
now. Although, it's incorrect. Right.
One day for these guys. They
Yeah,
make the final table and ultimately win it.
I think adrenaline gets you through at that point.
True. Yeah, yeah.
Bye bye Can Bey.
But there is a lot to that,
Luck
though,
on
isn't there?
the
I
other
mean, famously this year,
See you later.
Phil Helmuth has said he's going to skip the main event of the World Series of Poker because it's so grueling. He's getting older,
Yeah.
finds it harder. It's certainly advantageous to be, the capability of playing these long sessions. That's obviously favour the younger player. But I think in these sort of effectively 2-day tournaments where you late in the day is the final table, you probably do just barrel through that.
Yeah, even if it's not grueling, there's so many other tournaments in Vegas. You really want to sit there for 5
Right.
days to make the money and things. So yeah, I can understand it.
Border 2 10s best on this 9-5-3 board.
Yeah, I like the open pre. Less than pot behind.
Rabbiting on about how much. What? There was a follow through from border on this?
Yeah,
What?
you see about the block and pretty standard call with the butt shot.
Now what? You're just deciding whether just to continue extracting value against some of the flop pairs, or is he going to check and allow bluffs?
Queen obviously shouldn't really hit anything that often. I'd like to see a small size hit to manage just like he'd continue with his bluffs, but I also don't mind going with value. You can still hit 4 by 9, hero by 5 for 3.
Right, with 2 10s in his hand, perhaps generate a hand like Jack 10 or King 10, these kind of holdings that you might want to apply max pressure.
Typically pretty easily have turned spades with a whole number of hands, so
right.
He's not worried about the queen, so he does want to.
It'd be very hard for it to begin to fold a 9, certainly, and a number of 5s, right, with so many draws on board.
Exactly.
At least he's the button, so that's good.
Jack, spade, less than pot, I don't think a 9 doesn't fold.
Bagger up from under the gun, Jack 9 of hearts, newfound wealth, but particularly targeting this man in the big blind as he holds just 600k back after peeling the open. Nice adjustment. Obviously, he wouldn't normally be trying to get the Jack 9 through under the gun in this one, but because the big blind's so short, and we didn't see what the rest of the table folded, but they allowed him to get into the situation as it is. Manassian flopping a pair, says let's run it. Bagger up, more than happy to oblige with a gut shot and 2 live overs to the 6.
Yeah, for 600k and a bounty, a pair of napkins would be good enough to throw in 600k there, wouldn't it? Any form of piece. The knockout.
20 from 8.
Does win 1/3 of the time, so some stranger things on the Onyx table. There you go.
Good game.
Rule 1.
Table 1, sit open.
Tap on the table.
Now, even on the feature, I'd be sprinting to go and do the full man.
Yeah?
Yeah, hold on.
You wouldn't even start with chips first?
No. No way. No way.
See, I've never been in the situation where I've had the opportunity to pull bounty, but
I shouldn't really say this as well, but it's very good to hide the button as you go. So you like take the button, you put it under the table, and then there's 2 minutes of people, oh, where's the button? Where's the button? Do not do this at home, guys, but it's a very good technique to go and pull your bounty.
This is up there. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in the booth with David Lapping. He's taught me all sorts of bubble antics, but this is like next level.
Live Poker Pro, mate. This is how we do it.
Yeah, I mean, watch and learn as you poop. Finds out this one with the king. Yeah, Lappin does the textbook. We're on a bubble. We're nearly there. The big field event. He'll just order a coffee and spill it all over the table. So.
Oh, I had a great one last summer. It was like 13 left in the WPT, like a huge jump. And the guy who shall remain nameless got moved tables and had 2 trays of chips and accidentally fell over. Chips were absolutely everywhere. There were people running over helping him. He said, no, it's fine, I'll do it myself. Slowly putting his chips back in the tray. Makes the pay jump. Like an extra 250k, no problem. Obviously, do not condone any of this.
No.
I'll put in Kenny Hallett messaging. Gets the one.
I mean, it's ballsy to throw chips across the floor. You might lose some.
Yeah, they were I obviously wasn't in the tournament, by the way. I was just watching.
As is often the case. On his perch. Grouping up. Moving in from the small. Against the newfound wealth. Johan sizing up his opponent's stack, and look at this, he's just going to exert pressure. So we see these phrases from the big blind with kind of like the trashiest hands here, but he's throwing in a little bit of a blend with the suited, middling-ish, somewhat connected. It's nice to have some suited combos rightly spotted.
I think this is really good. Lots of the time you are supposed to raise the offsuits from the big blind, but I think with 28 left, you have 3 times the guy's stack and he does have 20 big blinds. It's very difficult. He's going to have a lot less limp jams with 20 big than say 15, 10. So yeah, Yeah, I really like the max pressure there.
Back at the Onyx. Zoo-free popping up. Queen at 10. The very attractive looking Jack 10 of clubs in the big blinds up now. Of course, the 250, 500. So this open coming off on a 10 big blind stack. Interesting as well that we saw Zoo-free basically jam kings with a similar stack, and now kind of going for the min with a hand he doesn't want to go with.
Yeah, will the 10 Jack of clubs raise or peel?
All in, it says.
It does go for the all. Always nice to get the Queen 10 to fall when you jam the 10 Jack suited.
We're now all in from the small over. Oh, pardon me. Oh, we're already running it. There we go.
Yes, might be hijack. Rubinger needs help. Or the Queen or a 9. Just the 5 cards to hit. That's no good.
He has been having a swingy day, let me tell you. Now things trending downwards, but still with 9.5 blinds to work with. We know how quick things can change as they have been all day here. There at Raw Diamond, where you are watching the PokerOK final day. I'm going to crown a champion today, but first we must reach that final table. Anyone's guessed who is going to be in the mix? And a first look, at least from my eyes, this gentleman, Sturber, joining the DTD live table. These tables are condensing down, making it 1 mil. There's Marnoff in the cutoff.
5 seconds left.
11 blinds. I mean,
yeah, versus a hijack open, and I'm playing just over 20 bigs. I think you can go with a 7 step.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, you know, not everyone's familiar with these spots, and 26 left.
I guess I have to look at the chip stacks behind as well. Always,
sure.
I guess worthy of inspection. There,
sure. It's more than good enough, but he's, you know, certain players do want to avoid flips and things. And
yeah, I guess no one behind was particularly short, so I guess that does give the Sturber raise that little bit more reason to be believed. We kind of know a bounty tournament short stacks behind, we want to be in pots when all the stacks behind are unlikely to jam.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe that open is a little bit more believable.
Maybe you could make the argument for 4s, 5s, and 6s, but...
In fact, Golda getting away from the King 8-0 at this stage of a tournament, not covering his man. Letting it go.
Yeah,
it's one amazing how quickly in these situations these ranges change what we defend with from the big blind. Like the King 8-0 in the early stage of the tournament is like a slam dunk. Yeah, we're in, let's see a flop. Now suddenly it's folding without too much thinking.
It's very important now to be aware of, you know, looking at the clock, seeing how many left, how many chips everyone's playing. You know, it's always important to know what people are playing, but especially when last 2 or 3 tables, so many pots where people are all in and doubling all the time. You know, the stacks change so fast. You do need to keep an eye on what's happening, not just for yourself, but what's around you.
How much?
Baggerov interested here. It's only under 2.8. 6 million already in the pot. Hoping to flip, but see the bad news. When he has less than 10 big blinds, what can you really do here? You have to click it in.
Yeah, this one. I mean,
3 million.
once he gets the count, I'm sure.
3.8.
Yeah, recognizing that just 2.8 more. 6.8 won't be enjoying it. It's a nice price for the pair.
Yeah, I think he'll come to that conclusion.
Interesting, actually. That I mean, obviously, these players would be bang up to date with exactly what bounties are left. It may be the case that the bounty pool has been dwindled so much that they're not worth much at all.
Yeah, possibly.
And they sort of play a bit more traditionally, but even then, I mean, they're sub 8 blinds.
So yeah, obviously the closer we get to the FT, the less amount they mean. Does go with call. Can't fault him. Let's get very lucky. Just 15% equity.
Jack 10 board. Only way to win this is to spike a 4. There's only one left in the deck.
First time here? First time here?
But you only need one out to win a pot.
Yeah. Not to be pedantic, but he could have hit. In fact, he just did.
There's nothing better when someone goes to correct you.
I was trying to get you back yesterday for that pedantic comment to do with the 10 and 5 and the straights and stuff.
Oh,
should have known better.
Can someone clip that, please? I just want.
She brought you
Would like that clipped.
Markovka. Ah, very good.
Nothing better.
Somebody actually said to me before I came on, it's like words along the lines of, "You should get him here by saying this," and I was like, "No, trust me, it's a bad idea because he will get me back immediately, and it'll be so much worse."
I am petty. I do hold a grudge.
See where the Sturber does open this one.
This one I'm a lot more liberal.
Yeah.
And, well, there's man off with a much clearer situation here.
Very stack dependent behind you, as you alluded to just a moment ago, James.
Yeah, I wonder who's in the blinds here.
So all in.
Fist bump all in.
Yeah, such a better looking scenario. That ace queen than it is the 2 sevens, of course.
Yeah.
6-4. Just a second.
You kind of like hearing that, don't you? Like count, please. It's not a snap.
Yeah.
We know we're good. Worst way flipping.
Very often just dominating as well.
5, 5, 2, 5, 400, 5 million, 400.
Mind for those of you tuning in, we are keeping one eye on the conversation over on the GG Poker YouTube chat. Of course, it's quite hard to really pay too much attention because of the fast-paced action and this 3 feature table setup where we are ping-ponging around. But as this tournament progresses later on, we will have more time to engage with you guys. So please feel free to hop in there and direct any questions our way or any comments. I know there's some debate going on over plenty of the hands that have been played thus far. Very intriguing tournament. It's fun to see how these things play out.
Yeah, the chat box is always an interesting place for a normal tournament. When you throw in the mystery bounty factor, you can have a lot of debates about how to play hands.
The funny thing is, I've spoken to a number of players, like the Triton events, which I think the community accepts is like the pinnacle. There's a mystery bounty tournament there. And even there's so much division in terms of the correct strategy to play in these tournaments amongst like poker's elite.
Sure.
Really like an unsolved part of the game.
Yeah, I was going to say it's certainly not completely solved.
Yogi. He's found Jack 9 on the button. Raise it up and Kangaroo Binger up against this man who knows suited ace more than worthy enough for 13.5 blinds.
Yeah, when you do have stacks like this in the blinds, you've got to be a bit selective with what you open from the button. King X and your ace-X hands are the best hands to do it with. Do like a blocker in your hand. People make a few mistakes, you know, with 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited and things. They think, oh, it's folding on the button, I can open this, but when the blinds are quite short and they can just liberally jam. Jack 9 off obviously fine to open, but a little bit little bit tighter. That's picking up 2 million chips there. It's nice. What's his car protector?
I'm still trying to work it out. It's like a dog with a mohawk, I think. Something like that.
Oh, maybe a dog with a hat. A very famous meme.
Because I referred to it as a dog as a hat earlier, and then I thought I had a bit more to it. So there we go. Have you kids in your coins.
My friend who made a lot of money with a dog with hat. And I laughed at him when he said he was buying it. He did have the last laugh. How much I can do here with the 6-4 off and less than 10 big blinds on the button. Nice starting hand.
What's happened to the board when people are punking money to something called dog with a hat?
Yeah.
It's like what's going on?
2025, mate.
Yeah,
this is it.
I'm lost.
Many people telling their children, you know, it's like,
Just
how do you
trying
make
to
your money,
remind him
Daddy?
that he doesn't have a time bank.
I've absolutely no idea, son.
Well,
No time bank.
there was this cat meme.
this random coin. What does the coin do? No clue.
7-7?
Where is this coin? Can't see it.
Black 7.
I'm just pissed.
I'm feeling that Gio was going to raise next hand.
Just calling this time, perhaps feeling, hey,
Yeah,
is he really going to be like 2 hands in a row?
More than good enough just to go in value there, but has he saved himself somehow?
Good chance for the squeeze jam and even more perhaps impetus given that grouping just flat.
Yeah, I'd have definitely been all in with the ace-10 suited.
And then this would have been a tough spot, right, for the ace-jack.
For sure, yeah. I was just sort of wondering whether the ace-jack may even fold. As we played now, the ace-jack might go all in and the ace-10 suited might think it's good enough to look him up.
It's so player dependent, isn't it?
Yeah,
You've got any
sure.
history with your man? Is he the type to take this spotlight?
Doesn't have him covered as well. I think that.
Right, so important.
No. Extra bonus bounty for him. It's pure chip EV. I think he's ahead of his range, has to call. If not, muck it. Bubba Gump Shrimp Hat.
Yes, it is.
Superb. Love that. Me and Jenny were like peas and carrots.
That was good.
I actually got that impression from Picasso. He did it very well.
Oh yeah?
That's
Jenny.
Far as gone.
I feel like if it was made now, it would have been a bit of a life where he would have played poker.
Yeah, he'd have definitely been the World Series champion. Darby Moon style.
Yeah, Sturber really going after it here. Ace
Interesting,
3
yeah.
0.
He's gone for the non-all-in 3-bet to put some pressure on Alex. Unfortunately for him, Alex has got an absolute monster and got a very easy all-in.
Yeah. It's all going wrong for this man all of a sudden.
I guess I don't mind the play. You know, he's taken the blocker and he assumes Alex is all in or fold. So, you know, if Alex did have a steal, he just has to muck.
Right. And then ace 3 0 against all those steals is barely a favourite, right? It's in the low 50s, so just not losing too much equity, I guess, doing this.
Exactly, yeah.
Nice to see him kind of deviate a little bit. His babies.
And I assume a bit of posturing here. Doesn't want the table to think. 3-bet from the big blind with trash hand. Well played all round, I think.
I feel like you're running good, not you? And then when you get the 10s, you get the bet. Somehow the guys managed to work in a 3-bet bluff of that stack depth.
Alex can keep doing what he's doing. He'll definitely be one of the favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, very accomplished player competing here in the PokerOK Mystery Bounty. Is of course the final day. We're splitting today's stream in two. For those of you who are just joining us, we're working our way down to the far table. We will then end this stream, but instantaneously kick off a new one. So please do click subscribe so you're notified exactly when that happens, especially if you wish to step away for a bit and come back later. Don't want you forgetting that we're on. Then, of course, we have the Luxembourg Pay Grand Final and the MPP main event still to come. This is our third day of 9 days, pardon me, more than 9 days of coverage here at the Mediterranean Poker Party.
I like this from
Maybe
Juan.
9 days.
I like this from Juan. He's recognising that Gear's playing a lot of hands. Hijack versus dealer.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle. But we'll see a bit of, I think, these two clashing.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to predict what Gear's going to do here. I could see him doing all three. I could see him calling, folding.
Okay, can I fall bet one all in?
Maybe, yeah.
He's hitching, probably a little too shallow.
Flick it. Well,
He tends to be one of those players, I have to say, that he likes being in a lot of pots, but he wants to be the one beating the drum.
Yeah, yeah, fair. Which is a very good way to be, really, isn't it?
Yes. He's not reactive.
Yeah. And I think when you're a player like that with that image, no one's really messing about with you.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He isn't really getting 3-bet light, so they are like the most dangerous players, really. Super aggressive, but when they feel it back at them, they do just muck their hands. And yeah, even though it looked like quite a trivial fold, I feel like a lot of players there may have just blown up and just gone all in with the ace-5. So nice fold.
Sturber in again this time. King jack off. Okay, a bit shallow. We'll probably have the table image of someone who looks perhaps a bit frustrated, but I'm not making that read just yet because everything it's been pretty solid we've seen from him. It's been
Yeah, definitely.
some nice stuff.
Takes a play, slowing down a little bit. He does. The ace-6 off.
Yeah, so these two battling again, this time Border with the covering stack.
Yeah. Just decide to shift this, but you want to have some aces in your range, so let's go with Peel. Can't just be ripping all in every single ace to hijack open. Stack depth. It's a good flop for him.
8-6-3, Sturber recognising that texture, not particularly his from the hijack, and electing to check back. The queen on the turn, that one looks a little bit more like him.
Yeah, I feel like on these flops though you are supposed to see that quite big, but he's gone with check.
Golder. Now the decision point. How to play this.
7.
Small bet.
7.
Really, the deck just not cooperating with Sturber up to this point.
Yeah, Alex obviously gone for the small size, the nice equity. That's the best hand of fair bit, so he gets value.
I guess King Jack beating a whole bunch of draws and perhaps plans to do something. Oh, that's an interesting run, right? Because this is a card that feels like Sturber's always going to bet either with or without, and all of a sudden Calder's sitting there in the weeds with the real goods.
Sure, it's a great spot for Alex just to block bet here on the river.
That was my question. Is this one of these?
You know, make his hand look like a queen, maybe an 8.
Like really small.
Yeah. His hand's so under-repped.
Invite a value raise from an ace, invite a bluff from a hand like this, although reaching for a few greenies. Going a little bit bigger, in fact.
2.6.
He probably figures that Sturber's range includes a lot of ace X. I think I do prefer to stay quite balanced here and just maybe block river. And
I'm with you. I feel like that little bet just gives my opponent a chance to bluff. So go for early. This bet, I guess, looks like it's targeting much more. Just I think my man's got a queen when he called the turn, and I'm going to get my value.
I think the argument is you wouldn't you probably wouldn't block an ace. You might block a queen, but when hijack just seems like he has got ace, you are just checking, so maybe size he went for. And to be honest, he's a bit unlucky that
Right.
he didn't have anything, because it's very expected for the turn with the jack there.
It's not racks getting delivered to, so it may just be about to get this final three table redraw as we join a hand in action over here.
Yeah, just a few players away from the pay jump.
Yeah. There'll be a full redraw at 24, and then of course when those 24 will take their seats, there'll be one elimination away from a pay jump. 24th place taking home 4,300, 23rd 5,000, so only $700, but we're starting to get a point where pay jumps are nearly a buy-in, and when you take into account that of course half the prize pool was diverted to bounties, from a prize pool point of view, pay jumps now more than a buy-in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit juicy, isn't it, James?
Great way to get you getting started. The whole festival ahead.
Look at this. Ruby Joe. To raise 60, and he's getting the treatment, isn't he, from Gia?
Gia going straight for the juggler with his eyes.
Having absolutely none of it with Queen High.
Look at this. He's
the Snapjack stare down.
Oh my, I mean, how much you hate life if you're giving run.
These are the pots we'd love to see in the booth.
You raise with nothing and the man looks like he's about to rip your throat out.
Both with absolutely nothing.
And a check behind for grooving. And now, Wally Shkalukia's plan for most rivers.
I assume he has given up.
You're just thinking, hey, I've got the best of it? Like, my man just doesn't raise this flop unless he's got worse than me?
I think he does. He's still into bluff though.
Right, well, you have to.
Yeah.
No, I think he just knows he's good.
But no, is he gonna? I mean, it's such a tough bluff.
This is so ballsy. He called the raise with Queen High to get the showdown. This is just vintage gear. I love it.
So hard to find it. He is finding it.
Credit, wow.
Credit where credit's due.
Wow, wow, wow. Fair play to Grubinger.
After check on the turn, I really didn't think he'd managed to find it, but he has. What size has he got? Okay, it's got 2.5 million.
Now, what are we repping?
I mean, yeah, you're not really repping much when you're raising on that flop and checking that turn, are you? But at the same time, when you do just have a queen 6 high, you might find it though. You might just put him on the missed spades.
Wow.
Maybe get a live read from Bubblegum Shrimp Company.
Surely not. I mean, excellent call on the flop, but
he's showing him.
He's gonna slam it in his face.
Wow, I'm not sure I'd recommend that.
Oh dear.
But we'd love to see it.
Oh my word.
I'm the table captain now.
But I wonder how much he is gonna take from that, going like, hey, I was right. I knew my man didn't have it.
Yeah.
My instincts were on. He just found another bet later on.
I think when he looks back, he should just lead river himself. Really.
Right.
It's so hard to check.
Yeah, you just end up getting bluffed if you check.
And
Well,
you've obviously got all the good hands yourself after betting the flop, hitting raise and calling.
Right.
It's not like he can't rep it.
All the 2 pairs that were in there, still in there.
No, we'd love to see that. I was out of my seat for that one, James.
There we go.
Exciting.
Diamond on the turn. Sufuri
Nice.
suddenly back alive.
Always a sweat.
But no, Queen on the end for Kennard. He improves the trips, takes out another bounty, and perhaps more importantly from our point of view, brings us from 25 players down to 24, which means we are about to do a full redraw for the remaining 24 players. 3 tables of 8, which of course, given our wonderful setup here, will mean we are not going to miss a single hand in this tournament for the rest of the day. Every elimination will be on our feature tables.
22?
24 left. You starting now to think,
Yeah.
I could win
No,
this.
23.
I could win this.
Here we go.
3 tables, very winnable.
Look at this. Things are populating. Yeah, where are we going? This has got game show vibes. I'm in. Where are they going? They're popping. This is great. Where's Gilgi going? Come on.
I like this.
Oh, is he there with Grubinger, or is this the same? No, these are the redraws. So Grubinger is to the left of Gear again. The first thing I noticed there
Oh, nice.
on that board,
Yeah.
and this is the new table. This is how things will look. Yulu Yon will be leading the way here on the Onyx table with 17 million chips.
Look at Guldepa, 13 million chips there.
Yeah, Gulda in there. Nice little spin up for him. Yang Mai, we haven't seen him yet today, but we saw him in earlier days' coverage. Over on the DTD live table, another big name. Andrei Pedicek leading the way, but a player we haven't seen much of up to now. Roman Stoica in there as well. Grubinger, aforementioned. Wishglukia, who's going to be sat to his right once again. Gear really was trying to sniff one out, trying to be the hero in that pot, but it was Grubinger coming up best. And then finally over on the Luxon table, the last of the 3 tables, it is Lukovic with 23 million chips, leading by a long way. It's Ginton, who is in second, who actually, given his chip stack of 11 million, has drawn a really nice table there, given that he is somehow second in chips with just 22 big blinds.
Yeah, definitely.
And with that, guys, we are going to head off on a short break. I'll be stepping out. Picasso will be coming back in alongside Warbs. So please do not go too far.
Вы мне вечером смотрите, да? Ты ела? Ты ела?
Sorry. Oh my god. Sorry, bro. Oh my god. Good luck. Sorry, bro. No problem.
How much did it cost?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, fully refreshed from our break. We are getting down to the business end here of the PokerOK Mystery Bounty. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the magnificence of Steve Warbs on co-coms. Down to 3 tables, Steve. We're getting into the kind of nitty-gritty. Quick look at the chip counts on each table. Out on the Luxon table, we have Nemanja Lukovic, 23.3 million chips. Sounds like a lot, but it's only 40 big blinds. Lots of shallow stacks beneath him. Tipikin, Gadamian, Halabi, Ilichev, all on those sort of 15 to 20 big blinds. Bagirov work to do with just 5 bigs in his stack. Then we get a little look at the DTD live table and a man that we're very familiar with, Andrei Petichuk. Bit of a beast, always deep in these tournaments out here at Merit. He's got 63 bigs to work with. David Vinayagamo with 40 blinds in second place there. A couple of short stacks, Sergey Levin and Chan Miral. Bunch of shorties, Warbs. We're going to be getting a bunch of all-in and call, you'd imagine. And then finally, of course, the Big Daddy Onyx table. Yulu Yuan, chip leading with 29 blinds, good for 17 million or so. And the story of the Brit, Mr. Alex Goulder. When I left to go for my dinner, he had 2.5 million or so Warbs, and he's run it up to 13.2.
Yeah, you said it, bit of a spin up. And as you said it as well, it is now the business end, isn't it? 3 tables left. I was just saying to your fellow co-commentator, this is the time I start to think, do you know what? We could win this. 3 tables left. You can sort of see all your competitors, and this is the time when the blood gets pumping.
You can look at the whites of their eyes, Warbs, and say, you know what, this guy doesn't fancy it.
23 to beat, you know, it seems very doable, doesn't it?
It does, to be fair. Right then, off we go. We did see Ovchinnikov pull a couple of big bounties earlier. Absolute mountain of a human being, by the way.
Yeah.
You should have seen the size of the fella pulling the bounty.
About 7.5 feet, isn't he? Tower over me.
He's going to get out of the way, as you would expect. Round 2, Kanar, blinds getting steep. 300, 600k, so 13 bigs or so with 9s, Steve.
Yeah, interesting to see whether you just go with the all-in or the open. I think that's what he's considering now.
Yeah, it's very much that hand class, isn't it? Pocket 9s is one of those ones that you might just jam. Kind of 9s, 8s, ace-queen offsuit seem to be the ones that people choose.
Sure, yeah. And you can definitely start having a sort of limping strategy as well, depending on the stacks behind you and things, especially when you're chip leader and things.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is always interesting to see what people do in these situations with the constantly changing dynamic.
Yeah, round 2, Yarosh, ace-5 off.
And you're obviously giving someone the chance to make a mistake, you know.
Yes.
If you just moved all in here with the 9s, the ace-5 off is always folding. And you never know, you might have 3-bet there or jammed or anything, so you've got to give your opponents the chance to make a mistake.
Also as well, right, if you run into carnage behind, like all in and a jam behind, potentially you might get out of the way.
Yeah, that's the other thing, yeah. You're obviously not looking to fold this hand, but if you open and all of a sudden 3 people go on behind you, you know, the jig is up and you know, don't you?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Assuming 10-5 off's going to be a fold here, it's just too weak.
Yeah, Alex, of course, very experienced. He's getting a decent price, but a very dusty holding. Into the muck they go.
We've covered the Liverpool shirt, so don't worry.
Honestly, despicable. I'm anti-railing that man when he's all in. They've already won the league. They can't win the opening event of the MTP.
They lost Trent today, at least.
Get out. Right, over to the DT live table we go. We have an open here from Grubinger, +1 with the King 6 suited. Picks up calls in 2 spots. Stoika in the cutoff, who flops beautifully here, top with the backdoor nut flush draw. These spots always very tricky here as the original opener. Like, you don't really want to go into check call mode, right, with this hand, but betting into 2 is a little scary too.
Yeah.
I've decided on c-bet, and look at the size in Warbs. What do you make of that?
Yeah, he's gone 3/4 pots.
Are we a fan?
I'm not sure what he's thinking. Maybe he's trying to commit the big blind to say, look, listen, if you're going to play, you're going to have to play for all your chips. But I don't know, into a flattened cutoff range.
Yeah, this is a little dicey, I think. A bit big in my eyes. Maybe looking to pressure the sort of 7s, 8s, 9s, right? And say, you're going to have to call a big turn bet.
The other thing I would say, I think it's a kind of one and done. I can't really see him unloading the clip now. He has been called. You sort of define your opponent's range now as you've got 3/4 flop on 3/4 pot on the flop, excuse me.
Yeah, agreed.
So now he has been called.
Yeah, problematic now. We're in a bloated pot, 11 million in the middle. They only have about 120% pot back.
Yeah, wonder if he maybe levels himself into thinking flush draws.
Yeah, this is
Middling sort of pairs, maybe I should just move all in, but I'm expecting him to track the turn.
3 chip.
Rocking the Bubba Gump shrimp.
Yeah, I
Very
know. I
hats.
referenced that earlier. Well, at the moment, life is like a box of chocolates, but they're laced with cyanide for Grubinger.
I was going to ask you for your best impression of.
I'll do it after
Forrest
the
Gump
hand
afterwards, but-
and get cancelled. Stoiker then. He's going to be confident,
He's
Steve,
great
right?
for
That he
point
just
two.
has the best hand.
Yeah, I like this. It's obviously a really good turn card for him. He's happy to back call it off.
Yeah, he's setting up half pot river.
Grubinger has just found himself just in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah, this is real bleak now. Because if you imagine you're up against like an ace-10 of clubs, for example, like it
Sure.
probably doesn't bluff,
Yeah.
5
right?
zero.
So we're kind of up against a
Big
jack. Both and he is getting sticky, and this is getting very, very dicey
Yeah.
for the Austrian.
It's obviously easier when you see the cards, but he should recognise the fact that he has about three-quarter pot on the flop.
Oh,
been
this is a
called.
terrible card for Grubinger.
Yeah.
He could level himself here, Warbs.
With 19 mil in the middle, and he's only going all in from 9. It's going to be a very difficult fold now.
So is this basically when Stoiker puts it in, which we assume is coming?
Yeah.
Like Stoiker's not going to value bet 7s through 10s, is
No
he,
way.
on this river?
Absolutely no
So
way,
basically
no.
now you're just hoping that you're somehow up against the Queen 10 of clubs, right? King
Exactly.
Queen of clubs.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's gone non all in. It's,
that's a curious decision.
yeah, I think you just have to go on the size of an all in when there's already 19 million in there and there's only 9 million behind.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Grubinger, but this hand has turned into a bit of a disaster. But he does get paid off. Perhaps Stoiker.
It's a huge pot now, isn't it?
Yes, biggest pot of the tournament or close to it. 28 million.
Yeah, not far off.
That is a huge, huge swing going the way of Stoiker.
Got a little bit of sympathy. It was a very bad run out to be folding, but I just think after that c-bet,
Just painted himself into a corner with the
Yeah.
sizing he chose.
yeah, I think so.
Very well done though from Stoiker. Maybe thought his opponent would overfold river to jam. Gets paid.
Not yet. Buy himself a t-shirt that's not been cut in half.
Oh dear.
Nice
Right,
and
off to Luxon we go, and there's absolute chaos somehow afoot.
Wow, is this a four-way all in?
Вот тут
mean,
на 8 ставлю.
yeah.
Вот так.
It must be.
Okay, let's try and dissect it. All in from Bagirov, 2.7 million. The button, ISOing with queens,
8 бокс
gets
и 5
cold
бокс
called
в
off
лайне.
behind it, looks like, by the ace-jack.
Yeah,
Да.
absolute
И
carnage
7 заколил.
here on table Luxon.
Is it
Седьмой
really
поставил
four-way? Right,
лайк,
it looks
да,
like it's
всё.
three-way. Yeah.
Okay, yes, like.
I mean, 8-6 off we can ignore.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank goodness for that. Here we go then. 5 of spades in the window.
Заново.
Little bit of a ray of light for the ace deuce. Now has the 3 working
Здесь
for him.
дали на пятом sit 5
Wheel
raise,
draw
2
is
million,
live.
200. Sit 7,
Nice to see you
sit
not
6
dead when you're
pass,
up
sit
against these
7
two
all
hands on
in,
the flop.
sit 8 call,
Yeah, ace-jack
All in.
looking for one of the remaining 2
sit
aces.
1 pass.
And the dealer's having to explain this one. There's
Сейчас
been so much
в
action.
all-in. 5 бокс и 8 бокс.
Yeah,
Ой,
Queen's
седьмой
covering
тоже.
both players, it
седьмого
looks
больше
like,
фишек
so
не
they've got 2 live bounty sweats in play. Here we go then. Bagirov looking for a 3 or some spades. 6 on the turn. Could have a 3-way chop here. A 3 or an 8 would lead to such a development. And the Queens hold.
Tension is unbearable.
It really is. Still up. There we go. Oh, and
the Barry.
ace of clubs drills the river.
Always nice with 24 left. Sorry, 23 left now
Wow.
after Bagirov been eliminated.
And Halabi gives it a fist pump. Brutal, brutal stuff for Tipikin. Was about to have 24 million.
Sure, yes.
Finds himself crippled.
7.
24th place, good for $4,300 for Mr. Bagirov.
Yeah,
Oh,
good,
yeah, what a
good
card
run.
to hit.
8.5.
We are on a pay jump.
75. Yes.
Steve, next
5,
one out will
7,
receive the
8, 9,
round
75.
figure of $5,000 as the dealer counts this one down.
Table
Those are
please,
match
it
game,
open.
right, with the queens at this stage of the tournament.
У меня sit
2
open на пятом
bounties
боксе.
and 50 bigs or so.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it?
Tough.
It's one for the WhatsApp group.
It is. When will it end? I hate this game. Never, not coming back. Won't be back. What a spike though for Halabi. He is cheesing, as we say. Right, back over to Onyx.
Somebody was.
Interesting here. Ovchinnikov has decided just to run it for 5 blinds from under the gun. Called by the ace-queen of Yuan.
He's live.
Does get there on the flop. Bottom pair. Bunch of overcards and backdoor possibilities for Yuan.
Spade.
Asking for the deuce.
Deuce of spade.
Oh, we're taking out some cards.
Oh, and how's that for action?
There you go, there's the sweat one.
The sweatiest of turns. King of spades materializing on the turn.
Too many outs, I do believe.
Queen doesn't work.
Right.
You're right.
Oh,
Not today.
there it is. 10 of spades completes the board. Not flush for Yuan.
Nice playing with you.
And we quickly lose 2 players in the first couple of minutes of this new segment. There we go. Look at the payouts of Ovchinnikov taking home $5,000. Pretty nice run in the early goings here at the MPP.
Yeah, he pulled a few big bounties, didn't he? He pulled
Right.
a 10k and
I think he had a 25k potentially,
Yeah.
so probably cash for about 40,000.
nice day for him.
It's a great start to the week's festivities. Back round to DTD Live.
There's your man Padachuk.
Yeah, Grubinger, fresh off that nasty hand where he kind of put himself into a box. Does find Jack 10 of hearts under the gun. He's going to put it in for around about 8 bigs, so it's not much. 7.5 in fact. Decision on your cube now, Steve. Like, it's kind of nasty with the full table behind.
Yeah.
Are we running this?
Eight bigs we have, yeah.
75.
He's playing 16.
5 seconds.
It's tough without seeing the stacks behind. He has decided to let it go.
I think I'd like it. Just with the full table behind you. If we're in,
It is a little bit too early. Isn't
yeah, if we're in the cutoff or something like this, right, or MP, I can get behind it more.
it? Yeah, yeah.
Stoica has chips to speculate if he wishes. I think this is one of these spots where we would love to know the exact bounties that remain. Like, you might just decline this spot if they're all the low ones,
Yeah,
right, that
exactly.
remain.
We know that the biggest ones have gone, but there's still lots of other money available.
Right, if there's like 10k, 5k bounties in there, you're obviously incentivized still to hunt. He does decide to make the call with the pocket 4s. Grubinger's thrilled to see that. Looking to get himself back into the fight. With the Jack 10 of hearts. Stoica holds here 42 million, but we can see a 10 in the window, followed by the Jack of diamonds. Top 2 for the Austrian. Great start. Just paid one of the remaining 2 4s. Safe. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Very safe ace of diamonds river. So he's back in business.
Yep, nice little double up. Could do with one more.
Always a nice feeling right after. You know, I don't want to speculate, but if that's me after the King 6 hand, I'm like, what was I doing? Like, why have I played such a huge pot?
You should just bust then straight away, don't you?
You do, right? Normally
like
just
something
out,
like
you normally snap out. He's back in the mix.
Nice to see it is possible to make a huge error and then double. It is a thing. It can happen.
Right then. Yeah, Yarosh with one of these baby pair opens from early position. Very dicey when you're starting the hand with 14 bigs.
Yeah.
Yagmei has sent it in, Warbs with the pocket 8s from the small.
Yeah, I think you can fold this ace 10.
more than 10, right?
Your Rosh is open +1. Obviously, if it was a button versus blind situation, it's a different scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, he doesn't have that many big blinds, but 8 million's no small stack now with 22 left.
Yeah,
It's quite shallow overall, so 8 million is still still more than playable.
Yeah, I think they're just doing very poorly
Yeah.
against the small blind range and against the +1 range
Of course,
in the
yeah.
long run.
Yeah.
It's like a turbo fold.
He's considering it.
Yeah, of course, we're not privy to how everyone's been playing. It's all very well and good saying things in theory, but if your opponents are getting after it with wild holdings, worth consideration. This is the problem, though, when we open sixes. Like, it seems hard to ever call a jam, right?
Exactly,
And whenever that's the case against the whole table, this hand, like, I kind of like just fold pre.
Yeah.
Like, I'd
It
rather
feels
just
tight,
open,
doesn't it?
I'd
But
rather
yeah.
just open king jack off, right? And
Sure.
have an
Sure.
easier time of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done, though, from Yagmate.
Yep, and a nice fold there from
Yeah.
Josh.
Very disciplined. Didn't just talk himself into saying, whatever, I'll be
Sure.
flipping.
Very easy after a long day's play just to be after
Yeah.
a pair. And it's a fold.
So we are down to 22. Myself, Steve, and James will be taking you guys through all the way to the conclusion of this event later this evening. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We're enjoying bringing it to you.
1,200,000.
Back to Lux and we go. Halabi, min raising, ace-7 off.
One pass.
Ilichev out of the way. Round to Lukovic. Qualified in $125 satellite for what it's worth.
Yep.
22 million to work with, Steve. Queen 8.
Yeah, it's going to be two very big stacks.
625.
Really easy peel now. We'll get to see
Okay.
some street poker. Not sure how much of that we'll be seeing from now on with so many middling and short stacks, but these two have got over 20 million each.
Off to the Jack 6-7 board we go. Halabi, middle pair, top kicker. Lukovic coming up pretty much empty. Just queen high, no clubs on board.
1,500,000.
Yeah, you've got about a third. That should be job done. No, excuse me, more than a third. Almost half.
Almost half. Lukovic, though, hasn't released yet.
10 seconds.
Does eventually let it go. Maybe can do something there, Warbs, if the 7 of clubs is there or something of that ilk.
Yeah, I think in these situations you just need to recognise you're in a very strong position, and the stacks you want to put the pressure on are the smaller stacks, really, and not really get too involved with the one guy that could basically bust you. You're in a very, very strong position at that point, not nearly 20 million.
Yeah. Right then, Levin, all in with King 9 of spades. Georgi deciding, okay, Queen Jack of clubs, I'm going to run it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot from Gia over the last couple of hours. He's been swinging up, swinging down, and now he finds himself 3-2 dog.
Yeah, facing the 7 big blind jam. Tough to fault it from the button, especially.
Yeah, we're in there, aren't we?
Yeah, we can get it in good occasionally here for sure. Against some worse Queen and Jack X.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, he's 4 million back from Gia.
Sure, yeah, still a big pot for him.
Yeah. Levin looking to hold. And hold so far on the 10-7-7. Yeah, looking for a queen or a jack. Now the jack is no good. 9s and queens working for him. Can't find it. 5 of diamonds, river, and Levin cannot be got rid of. Been short throughout today, but just keeping himself alive.
What do you think about Gia's little card protector there? The dog with the hat on.
Yeah, that's what we were calling it, hat dog or dog hat. We weren't entirely sure. Looks like a traffic cone, potentially. I've seen you with a few of them on your head after a night out in Manchester.
I was trying to get in there first, but you're too quick.
Too quick for you, my friend. Petechuk still out in front, 38 million in chips. Back to Lux and we go. Have a c-bet here from Gadamian with ace-10, backdoor hearts on the king 9-6. Lukovic, having called from the small blind, makes the call with middle pair and improves to a jack-high flush draw.
Yeah, looks like an under going to open and a simple peel from Lukovic in the small.
Yeah.
Seems okay. Nice turn card for him, and decision now whether to barrel this. I do like it.
Yeah, this one seems pretty reasonable. Ace of hearts in hand.
Not very small though.
Yeah, we've seen this a bunch today where, not to be too hypercritical, but like, are we really betting a quarter pot here with a king or better? I don't believe we are.
Yeah.
You know, if you have king queen here, there's lots to protect from. If you have aces, any flop set, 2 pairs, big flush draws.
It's very suspicious.
Yeah, he's given Lukovic a very easy turn check call.
He does set up pot on the river.
Well, for his sake, hopefully can pump the brakes, because Lukovic has made the jack-high flush. Damian now in a pretty nasty spot.
The problem with his, I say problem, is sizing dictates as well. He can just have all the backdoor diamonds. You know, the other 7, 8 suited.
Right.
9, 10 of diamonds, all the ace X of diamonds, you know, they're all in there to these sizes. So, and again, it's like he's repping king queen plus, but he's making so small. It seems very unbelievable.
He's repping like a Milky River size, right?
Yeah.
Which...
I'd be surprised if, for example, a black ace 9 folded here.
Sure.
As Lukovic, so I'm not sure if this is achieving much. Obviously, he's gonna get the bad news and he will jam. I assume.
Yeah, we're basically trying to fold out a bad king, of which there aren't really many in the small blind.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
You're maybe trying to convince a king 10 suited that it's beaten.
Yeah.
And fold out the 9x, right?
Exactly.
I mean, Lukovic, you would presume, is going to ask for the rest.
10 seconds.
It's not a very good spot when the bottom of his range is ace 9 and he's not folding the bottom, is he? So it's like it's tough.
Does announce all in. There's nothing worse, Damian. You've bluffed the river and you're like, please fold, and then in comes the hammer.
28 million now for Lukovic.
Yeah, he is on the move. Damian, 5.2 million still to spin.
Sometimes, Andrew, it's just so easy, isn't it? You just peel the jack-9 suited, the hand gets better and better, the guy's just betting it, you know. And then other times you just in the absolute blender, no idea what to do, scratching your head.
When you're running bad, the turn is just the ace of spades.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I've bled off another 2 million.
A lot of variance in this game, isn't there?
There he is. Mr. Petichuk, 10th on the Russian all-time money list, by the way. Over 6 million in live cashes. One of the most experienced players left in the field. Going to need to use that experience now.
He's got 36 million, so not too much of a dent.
5 seconds.
I'd love to see a flat here, but
seems like the perfect setup for it, doesn't it?
Yeah, just going all in.
Yeah, from what we've seen of Levin, he's pretty much, you know, he's very snug, tight, just plays good, aggressive, solid poker, which there's a lot to be said for, of course.
Yep. And he's done exactly as he would do with a pair of 7s or ace jack or whatever, so.
Yeah, one of those spots where you're just praying that the 100k was still in play.
Yeah,
right, because when you rip it in,
of course, yeah.
And Andre has a 1 in 22 chance of pulling it.
Yeah.
Gonna give you a spin. Oh, he still gives him a spin.
Yeah, fair enough. Gonna get the bad news.
Okay. Does call a 17 big blind reshove. I'm a little surprised, I must say. Unless we, of course, aren't privy to exactly how many big bounties are still in the mix. Maybe Andre thinks that when they 3-bet jam, he's going to be flipping a good amount like you suggested, Steve.
Yeah, possibly.
Gonna have to run down the aces. That's not going to get the job done so far. 8-6-5.
Yeah, he needs runner, which he knows all about in this building.
Very nice reference. 4 on the turn. No, there is a chop 7.
Oh, he's found it.
He's
found the runner.
Goodness me, Levin hating life.
Well, that's fair now, isn't it, from the one from last year?
Right. By the way, it was a run in 5-7 last year.
It was. This is the run in 7-4 was this one.
In case anyone at home is wondering what we're talking about, last year, Andre Petichuk took one of the worst beats I have ever seen in all of my years covering poker.
The worst I've seen, definitely.
It was absolutely horrendous. I believe it was 4-handed in the warm-up to the main. 478k for the win. He trapped with pocket kings against the jack 4 off 3-bet. Got the king 6-3 flop.
And he just set him in, didn't he?
The guy just rammed it in.
Yeah.
And about a 200k equity pot, and the guy hit the run in 5-7. Look it up, guys, on YouTube. It was brutal. Petey Chuck, very experienced.
Please, please.
Here he is again in the hunt for a title.
6-4,
Bura then
7-2.
sends in the jacks. Kinar having opened for a steal from cutoff. Seems fairly reasonable to open. Like
Yeah, I'm just.
you still want to have some steals. Like,
Yeah, I'm thinking.
it might be a little wide, but
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
I think I might just let that one free, but without seeing the small and big stacks, I want to know. Proudly showing off his 5k bounty there.
Imagine that, just showing the monetary value
I
of
think he's
it.
got more than one, has he?
Looks like he has a stack.
Do you think he's put the biggest one at the front, or he has like 25k hiding?
Boys will be boys. Right, Lukovic, open shoves button, which would suggest he's up against 2 short stacks.
Yeah, it's got an absolute snap there. There's just so many
Yeah.
hands he dominates.
Yeah, very nice. He's aware. Lukovic going to be rifling this in very wide. Damian, after that failed ace-10 bluff, down to 4 million himself, but against shove and call.
Do here.
Sterba's in great shape here. Get himself back to 12 million.
Barring nothing silly, should get the double up to 12, did you say?
Goodness me, the commentator bark. He's gone for it.
Guaranteed to be a trap now.
Here we go then. Sturba looking to hold off Lukovic. Oh my goodness. Deuce in the window.
You called it, Andrew, the commentator's
the
curse.
Commentator's curse. King of diamonds and 6 of clubs completes the flop. Sturba does have backdoor diamonds, but looking for an 8 to get out of this precarious spot.
7 of diamonds.
Give spades on the turn. So it's an 8 and an 8 only for the check. Oh, and he pings the 8 of hearts. The man from Czech gets the check mark.
Get the get the adrenaline pumping.
That's a nice feeling, right? Last 3 tables.
Wouldn't know, Andrew.
Hey.
No, that is a superb feeling. Your mind's totally out of the door.
5 million.
Blind poker's the
375.
greatest game in the world, right? You're cursing inwardly saying this game's such a joke. I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I love this game. It's the greatest.
And bam.
The greatest feeling in the world. Well done, Sturba. Back to 12 million. Just a small hit to Lukovic. That's plenty to work with. Back out to TTD Live we go. Yeah, and Petichuk deciding pocket 5s passes the sniff test. You're never thrilled with this, Steve, but flicking it in against a 10.5 big blind jam.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth. I'm not thrilled, but we're in there.
Here we go then. Miral looking for paint. Let's find the king of diamonds, but no dice elsewhere. Has a gut shot though to Broadway. Backdoor spades. 2 overcards still working. Very inconsequential. Deuce of diamonds turn. Queens, jacks, and 10s for Miral. 1 chance left. GG, sir. 8 of hearts on the river.
Low morale.
Oh, very nice.
Hits the showers.
Good run, my friend. 22nd place. Very strong showing in our first streamed event of the week. You lose Chan Miral. $5,000 plus whichever bounties he found. There is Petichuk. Found that very fortunate chop with the Jack 10 of spades v aces and now wins something of a fake flip. Might feel the fortune is on his side.
Quite unfortunate as well to be 10th on the Russian all-time money list. When you've got 6 mil.
Yeah.
A lot of flags that would be number 1.
Pesky Ruskies. And there's so many really amazing players from Russia, right?
Sure. It's a strong nation.
Yeah, one of the strongest poker nations we have, I would say. Bura raises to 1.2 million here on the cutoff.
Yeah, fine open here. Run into a better hand than 1. Had a good day today.
Yeah, decision on him. King Queen suited.
Conor McGregor lurking behind him.
Pretty good. Has gone with 3-bet.
3.3. 8 fold.
Makes it 3.3 million to go.
Yep, putting the pressure on. Not really much you can do there with the king
Yeah.
nine out. Just gonna let it go.
Very nice sizing choice, I think, from Yuan.
Agree.
You know, our opponent's opened off a shallow stack. We can go pretty small.
Yeah.
5.5 bigs and gets it done. As the action continues out on the Luxon
5
table.
seconds.
Very tricky spot this for Sterba.
Fold.
Or is Sterba already all in? No. Okay.
I think it's just an open jam, isn't it? Hijack.
Ah, excuse me. I was thinking the ace king was behind them. I was
Yeah.
wondering why there was a pile of chips. Excuse me.
The chance just decided to put this one in.
Fold.
Yeah,
Running.
that'll do.
A little disappointed not to get action, but
Would you favour just the min raise here off,
always,
what was
yeah.
it, 12 bigs maybe?
Always, but I never begrudge people that 21 left. You don't want
Sure.
to get too clever. They're thinking in their eyes, But yeah, I think it's just such a strong hand. You can even open there.
So guys, as you see the beautiful ballroom here at Merit in the background, you are watching the final day of the PokerOK Mystery Bounty. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Steve Warburton calling the action as we make our approach to the final table. We're getting there, 21 players left. Can tell you, $85,000 up top in this one. We will, of course, bring you a more detailed lineup of the cashes as we approach that FT. Back to ETV
Last 10
Live we
seconds.
go. C-bet here from under the gun.
Yeah, what's happening here?
Six
Oh, he's got over
raised
30 mil, so
2,800,000.
He has peeled the 7-4 off from the
And
big
he's
blind, and he's going for it. Yeah.
Is it?
Wow.
Okay. This one is pretty out of line.
It is out of line, yeah. And he's targeting a big stack as well.
Yeah,
He's
this
still under
one's
gun range.
spicy. Typically, you'll see the sort of
7
backdoor
fold.
equity hands go for this, right? Like the 4-5 of hearts types.
Sure, yeah. No
Something-
diamond in his hands. Only
Yeah.
the 7 hearts. It's very wide, but he can put a lot of pressure on hands.
Yeah, and Vinaya Gamurthy, not a believer.
Good turn card for him.
Gonna keep his man honest for at least one street. I must admit, very surprised to see the 7-4-0.
Yeah.
Might not even defend this pre, right? Versus under the guns.
Agreed, definitely. And the thing is, it's not many players in the world now that
Last
can
10 seconds.
continue on this card, but will he be
6
one of them?
check.
Yeah, this seems very reasonable to wave the white flag. Decision now then on Vinaya Gamurthy.
7 check.
Do we want to deny or do we just look to get to showdown? Decides on the latter.
Ooh.
Oh, this is going to be filthy.
Yeah.
He is going to be seething here. Does Stoica
I think
go
he-
for a bit of value now,
Yeah,
Steve?
I think he's going to block here, isn't he? There's just so many ace highs after check on the turn.
Right.
But he might go conservative because there's already 9 mil in there.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see a block here.
This looks really nice.
6 bet 2,500,000.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
It's very frustrating now.
Are there many bluff lines like this that check raise flop,
Sure.
check turn, and then block river?
It's really tough, isn't it? Because you're not
Last 10
including
seconds.
hands like he's got in his range. Do you know what I mean? You're not
Exactly.
including 7 off, but if he does have the 7-4 off,
5.
he can have the 5-6 and the 6-8
Right.
and all these other ones, and
7 fold.
you are getting a very good
Hold on.
price.
Oh, he is going to be steamed here when he sees this.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. You also never kind of know, has he maybe turned a deuce and now he's blocking with a deuce, so it's,
Right.
5s is not the same as ace high here.
That makes some sense.
But yeah, it's very frustrating. He's very pleased with himself there.
He is indeed. Very nice river bet, though. Got to
Yeah.
give him credit.
Yeah, a lot of players there just check.
Yeah.
He's managed to get the extra value, 2.5 mil.
If you're going to go down these sort of very creative roads, you have to find something value, and did it beautifully. Back to Onyx we go. Kenar defending with the 9-7 suited. Oh, excuse me, this looks like a limped pot. Blind on blind. Goes check, check. Now Kenar, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, turns an open ender.
Yeah, it's a bit of action. You can expect Yagme to start betting his hand.
Yeah.
Check on the flop and the limp pots.
Yeah, got to be confident here that a 10 is best, especially one with a queen as the kicker. Excuse me. Goes for 2/3 pot, 1.2 million.
Can't be going anywhere here.
Pretty awkward, right?
It is a
off
bit
this
short,
stack
yeah.
depth.
Can't be called. Don't necessarily have to hit a straight to win this hand. You can call and small blind checks, and I feel like he's given up. You know, there are still other ways to win.
Very occasionally going to have a live pair out in the 9 or something like this. Also, queen on the river though. Yagmai proves the 2 pair. Can't know it, but a check would work wonders.
Yeah, agree, but you're never really checking the card, are you? I think you just got to keep value bet in your hand.
Yeah, you would be targeting hands like 6-7, 7-9 that Kenar has to turn themselves into bluffs.
Yeah, true.
But I'm with you though. I think in game flow, people tend to just bet here, try and get heroed.
Yeah.
Let's go for 2.5 million.
I think that so many players now know in the blinds that, you know, people are lighter in the same situation. They can get a bit confused, and so it's just better to not get tricky here and just bet. And, you know what I mean? You can always get called by a 5 or an 8 or something.
Sure.
It's not like without the realms of the possibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the blinds, yeah, it's better, but he's just a bit unlucky with this. It's nothing.
Yep, nice pickup for Yagmai. So, 21 players left. Of 1,496. Smash the guarantee. Great start to the week here at MPP. As we see Tipican here decide he needs to run it around about 2.5 bigs only. Alabi has thinned the field and gets the bounty hunt. Gets 7s against the 8-4 of diamonds. See Tipican get incredibly unlucky with those queens, and it was against Alabi half an hour ago. Looking for diamonds. One of the remaining 8s.
It's always the guy that gets you, the big one that eventually finishes you off, isn't it?
No, just well,
there
how's
is.
that for a flop? Little pair for Tipican against the straight flush draw. Basically a stone coin flip post flop.
Yeah, proper flip now.
Clean deuce of hearts on the turn. Russian looking for another blank to survive. Start the miraculous spin. And finds it. Backdoor deuces. Back in the mix. 0.7 million for him. Stranger things have happened. Feels like the type of tournament, Steve, that you could spin quite quickly, right? With people hunting you especially.
With the average stack, you know, not being huge. You win 4 or 5 all-ins and all of a sudden you chip leader.
Back to the Onyx we go. As Budai moves the chips in with ace-king.
Big blind shove from the hijack. Alex with the decision. Get off the cut-off.
Yeah, I would imagine this comes down purely to what bounties are left.
Yeah.
Don't think he would ever consider calling here in a regular tournament with 21 left.
Agree. Be slightly player dependent as well, but
Sure.
yeah. All in real marginal spot.
Oh, he has taken it.
He's gone for it.
Out to get the bad news. There's only a 9 big blind jam. You can see it. Like, there are some universes here where we are best. Unfortunately for Alex, this isn't one of them. He's going to get it in pretty bad shape.
Wants the bounty, and if not, he's still got 5 million left.
It's a great development for Budai. Fortunately for Gulder, crushed thus far. He's had 5 cards coming to get him out of this jam. And starts well. Jack 10-5, 2 diamonds. Finds top pair. Budai though, drawing to Broadway. Looking for aces and queens. King on the turn. Keeps Gulder in front. Still looking for an ace or a lady. Or Budai is being sent to the rail. Fortunately for him, he is. 9 of clubs completes the board. Big moment for Gulder. He's about to be on fumes himself. As it stands, picks up another bounty. Moves up to 18 million.
A nice pot for Alex. Just 20 left now.
Just running as pure as Liverpool do, isn't it? Right, off we go. Back to Luxon. I couldn't resist. I had to get a little jibe. This might be the first time in history that 2 Man United fans have been in the booth at the same time.
Yes.
Possibly, although we're both considering not supporting Man United.
No, we're not. Never.
3-8.
Well, speaking of considerations, Ilichev hasn't folded the 10-3 offsuit yet. I mean, it is only a 4.5 big blind jam, right? Blinds look to have gone up to 400, 800k.
Normal tournaments in the muck, but
You probably have to flick it in.
he's on the line.
Like the min bounty is a grand, right?
Sure.
Next.
And for
Second.
short as it is, it feels awful.
Yeah.
I need to study these spots more for these formats because they're not going anywhere.
True.
And like, it just feels awful, doesn't it? Like you are putting a third of your remaining stack in or so.
Yeah.
Next
Very
second.
uncomfortable.
Yeah,
You're on
but
the
don't
feature
wait.
as well. You're like, God, is this the right thing to do?
It's uncomfortable to be in this spot, but he does decide to run it. Tough to fault him, and we can see he's in pretty good shape. 40% for Ilichev. Gadamian looking to stay alive. Be happy enough to get called here, I would imagine. Try and get some momentum going.
I think they're both pretty happy, yeah.
Yeah,
Your classic confrontation.
absolutely. Ace-8 of hearts then for Gadamian. To hold off the powerhouse that is the 10-3 off. So far, so good. Queen 8-7. 2 spades on board. Just looking to fade a 10 or some kind of a backdoor straight. Never easy. Jack of diamonds on the turn. 9s and 10s working for Ilichev. No dice. King of spades on the river. New life for Gadamian. See, down to 20 players. I've been referencing this is pretty shallow, so we should see quite a few all-in confrontations in the lead up to the final. Then things tend to stabilize a little, right, as the chip stacks equalize.
Yeah, I can imagine the next bunch of hands we're seeing is going to be all ins. Not much street poker.
Yeah, here we go then. Yeah. Had chunks earlier in the broadcast, is now on fumes. Last 3 million at risk with the Jack 7 off. Grubinger, ace-8 of clubs, makes the very easy call. 6.6 million in the middle. 3-3-3.
Very, very boring. Always want that for him.
Yeah. Grubinger, still out in front. Bounty hunting. Oh,
Ooh, there we go.
Jack of hearts. Gia finds lightning. Takes the lead. Grubinger needing an ace or a 3 all of a sudden. Or he's on fumes himself. Gia sits back down.
His t-shirt says everything about that one. Just Fireball.
What's your favorite GG emoji?
depends, isn't it? If you're losing pots and anyone finds any emoji towards you, you're just hating them all, aren't you?
Yeah, that's how emotionally stunted we are. Just lose complete head loss when someone's mugging you up.
Yeah. My least favourite ones are those blooming Negranu ones. Just when he comes on and starts dancing. Oh yeah.
Hate seeing it.
1, bet 800.
And then open from Gulder, defended by Yarosh. This is one of these real nasty ones as the opener. You think, all right, I'm going to have a stab. Just hope my opponent has a no equity holding.
Small c-bet just trying to get it done. And you can see here, you know, even with the king 8, it's a very tough spot.
What do you think Yarosh is thinking about here?
All in.
Interesting, wow.
All in.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that, but it's worked.
Yeah, runs into the dreamy combo for him. Gulder just cast a bet fold. I think it seems quite reasonable.
I think,
Yeah, open-ended, one overcard, already 5 million in the middle. You don't expect Gulder to bet fold often.
Sure, just not sure.
All right then, back to Luxem we go. All in and a call.
One thing's for sure, when you get called there, you are just kind of dead, aren't you?
You're struggling. Usmanov then versus Halabi.
Yep, huge cooler here. He stacks now, blind so big.
Halabi been on somewhat of a tear. Can get to 27 million here with a hold. Not holding. Ace 6-8. 2 diamonds. Usmanov takes the lead. Halabi with 2 outs then. 5 of hearts on the turn. 2 red 10s remain for Usmanov to fade. 3 spades on the river. Tap of the table. Usmanov retakes his seat. There's ever a time to run good in all-ins. Feels like this tournament.
For sure, yeah. 20 down to probably the final table. You're gonna need to win a few, aren't you?
Sure.
Whatever stack you've got. And then, like you were saying earlier, be a bit deeper on the FT and
4-4-50.
a bit more play.
Okay. 4.
4-4. And 50.
I haven't really seen too many mistakes in the last, 10 or 15 minutes. Everyone's just been playing the hands well and knowing when to get it in. It's in the hands of the gods from then.
It feels like it's kind of the part of the game that's been kind of solved, right?
Little bit,
it's the short stack reshoves and open shoves and the like.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Big moments. Is Bura just open jammed
Yeah,
this?
this is huge.
Okay,
right?
it is 400, 800k, excuse me. I thought he'd jammed 20. Jamming 15 seems a lot more reasonable.
It's a huge pot this for school there. I know we can see the cards, but I really don't think we can fold.
Yeah. Right,
Cool.
15 bigs, open shove, cut off. Yeah.
For us, he's a good enough player as well to have opens. He's not just going to be open jamming jacks, queens, kings.
Yeah, I think Alex is taking his time.
Yeah, he's worked it out. Yeah.
Sure. Big moments, you want to make sure you're present. All right then, 25 million in the middle. Bura gets it in with 30%. That's about as bleak as it gets for the ace-8 of hearts. Great flop for Gulder. Just needs to fade 2 8s for some kind of chops. King of diamonds turn. Bura can chop. The deuce or 3 materializes. It does. What a way to find it. Really disappointing for Alex Gulder. A right chuckle.
Better.
What did he say? Next time, what?
Next time I'll prepare better.
Prepay better, yeah. Maybe.
Look at this. Georgi from the short stack now finds himself. Wow! And Petty Chuckle finds ace king.
Now that is the time to wake up. In the big blinds.
My goodness.
Dominating hand.
Biggest pot of the tournament, you would imagine. 35 million in the middle. Jakub asking himself, What did I get myself into here?
Yeah.
Petitchuk can hold here, Steve. He's going to have 64 million.
Incredible. But you know, only 56% favourite. A lot can happen.
Absolutely. Off to the flop. And it's Queen 10-4.
There you go.
Gia from 3 million a second ago could get to about 28 mil here. There is a side pot between Jakub and Petitchuk.
You were just saying moments earlier, Andrew, about spinning up, and it's so easy to do. You win a couple of all-ins. And yeah, as you say, he was down to 3 million, wasn't he?
Yeah, and there we go. 3 of diamonds completes the board. Yeah, I believe there was definitely a side pot from Jakub and Petitchuk. I think he had about 5 million more than Gia.
Yeah.
So Andre will pick up a bounty for eliminating Dori Jakub, and probably just loses 3 million in the hand or so.
Yeah.
So not the end of the world for him.
Like Man United, Gia is back.
He's back. Look at that for a chip flow
No,
graph.
that is the graph.
That's
Yeah, 2.9 million. That's 5 times well.
We're very professional in the booth. Gia will be a threat.
For sure.
All in. All in.
Another all-in and call. Tipikin finding a very strong hand, all things considered. 3 big blinds. Dreamy situation to find ace-jack under the gun 1. Sterber recognizing ace-6 doing more than well enough against a 3 big blind jam, especially in the mystery bounty. Tipikin could be thrilled here. See, he has his opponent dominated.
Off we go again.
At breakneck pace.
I'll be dreaming tonight just to play us all in. Just wake up in nightmares. All in a call. Table 3, all in a call.
I know. All right then, off we go. Ace, King, 8. Ace, Jack, holding. Very nice flop for Tipikin. Sterba looking for an 8 for a chop, or a 6 to win. Queen of spades on the turn. Does have some chop opportunities.
8-6 queen.
For that 6 for the knockout. Finds the chop. Painful for Tipikin. Is the kind of spot that you really need to find a hold with the big blind hunting you.
Yeah. Not a fan of chop pots. I'd rather just lose it. I just feel like you're not getting anywhere.
So what you're saying is everybody hates the chop pot.
Like it.
Love it. By God, we've arrived. Right. Gia looking to continue the momentum here. Opens hijack. Vinaya Gamurthy defending with 3-4 off. Pretty wide.
Yeah, super wide against quite an aggressive player.
Yeah, part of the problem here, these kind of dusty holdings. When you face these big sizings, half pot from Gia, feels dicey. Oh, okay.
I was about to say it. A man that does peel the 4-3 off.
Really nice.
What's the bottom pair is kind of likely to be more likely to check raise. He's got quite a big size as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's kind of geared to precision already, and
look at this.
Doesn't even hesitate.
Yeah.
He's left pot behind. I'm very interested to see, one, what the turn card is, and 2, what he's going to do on it.
Absolutely bloated pot, 16 million in the middle. Yeah, gonna get stubborn.
I'd love to see like the 10 of clubs.
Oh, instead.
It's a bit unfair. It's a bit unfair.
Finds trip 4s.
You surely find the check here with less than pot behind, slightly less.
See if he agrees.
There's just so many floats from this man.
Less than second.
Yeah, gotta find the check over a small size. Jam would be crazy.
Oh, very nicely done. He's gonna give Gia some rope.
Does Gia think he needs to bluff, or is he just gonna try and get a showdown?
Right. Yeah, the kind of hands that semi-bluff are the 7-8, 8-9, 7-5s of the world, which we do beat all.
Exactly. And it's a very nice run out if you did think your ace high was good.
I think it makes sense to check. You're not going to get a 10 to fold, for example.
Yeah.
You'd be targeting a 6, which shouldn't really check raise too often.
Sure.
Going to be some slow plays in there from the big blind. Deuce of clubs, river, of course, changing nothing.
10.5.
He's gone small.
10,500,000, but
Okay, sorry, I thought he said 4.5. Excuse me.
10.5.
Check raises flop. Checks turn. Bets non-all-in river, leaving 3.2 million back. Gia with the decision of whether to hero call his man.
It does beat, as you've alluded to earlier, you know,
yeah.
the 7-5, 7-8, 9-7, maybe just the check raise with air with the back doors. And he has.
Does hero it off.
He has gone for it.
Non-believer. And what a pot that is for Vinayagamurthy.
Huge.
Up to 40.4 million.
Basically a double.
Yeah, with the misread. I mean, you can kind of understand it,
Yeah,
right? Like,
it's
if,
a very unfortunate run up for him, isn't it, really, as
if
well?
the big blind had a 10, do you think he just jams turn? Like,
I think he probably does, yeah.
so it kind of starts to become okay. There are a lot of bluffs in there. Shouldn't have many 4x. Very tricky.
There's so much in there. You can see all the 10s that check raise for value just going on the turn. So if he eliminates a 10 from his range there, it's
One card
not a mandatory call, but
yeah,
you can see what he was thinking.
Absolutely. So now we're going to get creative. Limping in from the button with 8-9 of spades. Kind of 13, 14 blinds. Usmanov now with the option 10 off.
Check.
I think you can just go chippy B here and just be jamming the 9 suit. Sure. Entirely what he's thinking, but he's
It just gets kind of tricky, right? Like for the king 10, you know, when you face these limps, like are people balanced enough to trap enough hands, or is it this type of hand all the time?
Sure, yeah.
It does go check. 7 on the turn, changes nothing.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't want me buying that.
This is interesting from Usmanov.
Yeah, this is a very strange hand now. Very
Yeah,
strange dynamic with the.
These hands really do get complicated.
And he's gone so small. I mean, I'm kind of tempted if I had played this hand, as he has, to peel this and try and win it on the river.
Thing is, what can we rep? He is going to do it though.
Doesn't feel like it has anything.
Okay.
Size.
This is a really funky hand. 5 of hearts on the river.
Yeah.
Usmanov now sort of like betting the turn. We're trying to fold out King Jack, something like this. This is a very funky one.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's going to go small again.
I don't mind this. Like we can bet a 4, right?
Yeah, he's trying to rep the baby cards, isn't he?
Yeah, like we can bet a 4 or a 5, right? 5-6, 3-5.
Yeah.
5-8.
Him hitting a 5 in the river does make sense.
5x of diamonds. We can block a 4.
Sure.
I feel like Sturba can rep absolutely nothing with the line he's chosen.
Agree. But I don't blame him for calling the turn. I know he had 9 high, but
sure.
It was.
Yeah.
It was a bit stinky.
That's a strange hand.
It's a very strange hand. Yeah, I think in those situations you should just go chippy B and just be jamming what you should be jamming.
I think that's one of those spots that, you know, like limp pots are still one of the kind of unsolved aspects of the modern game where confusing things happen.
Agree.
Action on Yuan. Under the gun. Jack 10. Seen him just have a pretty steady day from memory. Just kind of chilling. Makes it 1.6 here. Round 2 Kanar. King Queen offsuit on the button. He's decided time to go. Shade under 7 bigs. Gonna run it. You can understand it.
5,225. 5,225,000. Oh,
Pretty
you're
nasty
strong,
spot
huh?
this, Steve, for Yuan now. Kind of just have to flick this in.
Yeah,
We do get to bounty hunt, and we're going to get the good news that we are
he's live.
just up against the king queen.
Yeah.
So Kanar looking to get back into contention. Can hold here with king
Oh,
high.
A few eliminations off the next pay jump. Oh, the double, it's a good flop for him.
Holding thus far. 8 of clubs on the turn, changing absolutely nothing. Kanar, one more card to fade. Yuan looking for jacks and tens. Paint on the river, but not the card he was looking for. Queen of spades completes the board. Kanar isn't going anywhere. Back up to 12 million in chips. So we are down to 19 players. If you are just joining us, guys, this is the final day of the PokerOK 1 million guaranteed mystery bounty.
Last 8 seconds.
We go back to the Luxon table. Halabi under the gun, 20 blinds,
Raise.
pocket eights.
1,900,000.
Gone for a size up here,
Yeah,
just under 2.5 bigs. This is a fairly grim spot.
Yeah, because
Orbs.
you kind of know you're getting called, don't you? You've got no fold equity really
Not
at all.
понял, секрет.
Full table behind
Yeah,
can be
Last 10
dominated.
seconds.
but you know you do have 8 big blinds he's sitting there.
Instinctively, I'm
Right.
leaning towards fold here. Like, it's horrible. It feels gross.
I know what
but,
you're saying,
like
yeah.
king jack off, I would fold every time. So
Yeah,
this
yeah,
feels
sure.
like,
Sure.
for chip EV even, this feels like bottom.
Yeah, king queen suited you're in, aren't you?
I think king queen suited, we might have to run it. Yeah,
But having said that, if he does go all in, I don't see that.
sure.
A huge
Last 10
mistake.
seconds.
Can't blame him if he does.
I think he's gonna get rid. Oh, maybe not.
Sit
Look
1
at that,
all
we're
in.
wrong. Yeah, and he's going to be pretty thrilled, assuming nobody cold finds a hand to be up
2-3
against
pass.
the eights.
Yeah, he's
4
got
pass.
to play that big blind as well, hasn't he? In 2
Sure,
hands time.
yeah. I mean, I can see it. I can see it.
It's expensive when
6
you're only playing
pass.
6 mil.
7
Oh,
call.
and we also have the
Seven.
carrot of Tipican being
Call.
short, and we can hunt his
Oh,
bounty.
yeah.
Okay.
Call,
I
call.
think we're in now.
Okay, okay.
That's why you need to be aware of
Куда
these
мне-
things and always be looking at everyone stack more than you usually would.
Все в одну линию?
I feel like I should have been aware.
Same.
All right, then. 3-way all in.
У меня
Potentially
нет
the double knockout.
Yeah,
И скажи,
Halabi
куда мне его
is
поставить.
hunting 2 bounties.
Из средины.
Pocket eights against king queen, 6-7 off. Tipican
Так,
feeling
пойдет?
that he's committed off the really small stack. Here we go then. Very safe looking board. The pocket eights, 9-9-4 rainbow. Halabi just has to fade it paint really. Ace of clubs turn would be counterfeited if ace appeared on the river. Aces, kings, and queens for Illichev. Tipican is GG's. River is a 9. Another
Так.
outburst of emotion from Halabi. You love to see it. Gets the double knockout.
Yeah, like to see that.
Table 3 sit
I do
open.
as well.
Yeah,
One bounty.
we're getting deep enough now. You can start to think
Thank
about
you.
the FT and winning the whole thing. So yeah, why not?
You take this?
Here we go. Halabi.
And please give me
26.2
the
million.
time one.
Gadamian on the short stack.
Chip leader on the table, always a nice place to be.
So, I believe this is a single raise pot. Very kind of confusing, in fact.
Call. One call.
11, you would have expected. Sorry, excuse me. You would expect the small blind to open shove here, right, with the stack depths.
Yeah, I think he's open and 11's just.
11's floating king 6.
7
On
check.
the queen 10-5.
Well, he did just bet one big blind after.
He did.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's ambitious, isn't it? He just doesn't have enough chips to be.
One check.
Really, but I guess he thinks the king high is good enough at the time. As to whether that can get to showdown or not is a different story.
Yeah. 5 of spades completes the board. Check mark by Vinaya Gamurthy.
Yeah, I think Benai's gonna work out here. Ace high's probably the best hand. Just check anyway.
7 check.
Another pot for him, taking over the 40 million mark. An online qualifier, don't forget.
1 check.
Yeah, it's going to show down.
Show down, please. Ace high.
Yeah, 11 going to get the bad
Queen
news.
7.
King high is no good. Down to 5 million. This man is one to watch. Flying now. 45 million or so.
Today's fashion icon.
Now that's fashion.
That is good fashion. Exactly. He's even got the nose strip, which is very, very fashion.
You know what?
Isn't it? You're hating him.
I'm hating it. I'm too old for it.
Yeah. It's good how trends
It
sort of
seems
take
like
off.
a bit of a try-hard thing to me.
Sure.
Although you know what, if you can breathe easily,
Do you remember when?
like a summer meadow.
Do you remember when Greg Raymer won the World Series of Poker Maine?
I do.
And he wore the glasses.
I do.
And then the following year, everyone just said, "Don't wear the
fossil
glasses."
man.
Well,
All in.
this is a very loose open.
Look
It
at
is-
this. This is really nice find from
Yeah,
Alex.
it's blind v blind and just a print from Alex to move all in here. And even that is just such a big pickup.
Yeah, very nicely identified. We have seen Yuan getting after it pretty aggressively, so knew his man.
Little costume change for him.
1 pass. 2 call.
Naya here has just decided to run it with the Queen Jack, which is fair enough. Gear in the big blinds, only playing 8 million. Found the absolute monster in this situation with the ace-10 off. Very easy call. Can he now hold? His chip graph has been very swingy today. Let's see. It's very back, and that'll do it. He is back in the game. He's a very dangerous player. These two played that huge pot just a moment ago. Rip fours when Gears looked him up on the river with ace high. He's got a bit back now. Thanking the card protector.
It's a hard man to get rid of. So we jump back over to the Onyx table.
2.2.
Alex gonna raise, makes it 2.2 million. Gone for the raise fold. Tough to blame him with this hand clasp, but unfortunately runs into the buzzsaw. Yagmai finds it.
Yeah.
Ace king.
I really like this from Alex. You know, Queen X, King X, Ace X. The good,
All in.
good hands to be doing this with. He's just run into it. He's got an easy decision just to fold.
Yeah, seems very reasonable.
Well
Just
played.
unfortunate.
Well played from both.
The time starts after he puts the chips, not when he says 2.2. Yes, I asked it twice, the floor, asked him.
Oh.
He has to put his chip.
But, yeah.
Bit of aggro between dealer and
Good
player. Right, back to Lux and we go.
Two big hands flying on blind.
Yeah, Alabi versus Lukovic. Second pair versus top pair.
King Queen suited.
8 bet
2.5. Half big blinds pre-flop.
1,500,000.
A6. Decides to defend, which I like. Just going all in. Gotta have some aces in your range here.
Yeah, nice flop check, I think, also from Lukovic to check back and maintain some of those kind of stronger hands that we can call down with. Maybe induce some bluffs.
Agree, yeah.
Oh, king of clubs on the river. Halabi runs down Lukovic.
Which is very unfortunate. His hand is so indirect.
So it's going to be really tough now.
Last
Always
10.
trying to induce bluffs, and might
8
feel
bet.
like one. Very, very
4,500,000.
Yeah, he's gone for the kind of 60% river size.
the way the actions play. I'll be very surprised if he's able to.
Yeah, Lukovic
Last
will be
5
trying to
seconds.
consider what are the natural bluffs. Some kind of Jack X,
Time.
10x. It's tough, right, to give too many, like, really obvious bluffs, right, on
Yeah.
this kind of run out. Like, it's tough. I
I'm
hear you though.
saying.
Like, we're so under-repped. Like a hand like pocket deuces through sixes could potentially just shove pre from the small, right, for 25
Last
blinds.
5 seconds.
This is tough. This is real tough. But yeah, the natural bluffs can be like the 9-10s of the world, Jack 9,
Time.
stuff like this.
Yeah.
Lukovic trying to solve the puzzle. Been really impressed with him. You can see he's not loving this.
There's also just like the total crash, you know, at this point.
Yes.
Certain players are kind of pressure on, just have the 6-3 on.
Last 10 seconds.
And also, just it feels like such a good card to bluff.
It does.
The King River, or the way the action is played. I'll be very impressed if you can fold here.
Time.
A lot of consideration.
4.5, yeah.
He knows he has 12 million left as well. I just can't see him folding. Really, really impressed with this.
I think he's going to fold, Steve.
Oh, okay.
I'm going for it. Once people take this long with a hand that normally, you know, just
Yeah.
goes, oh, well, I have to call.
Last 10.
Earning through these time banks. Critical moments.
I've got no faith in anyone, so I think he's going to call.
Oh,
Time.
looks like you're right.
Call is 60.
You are.
Showdown.
All right.
It's so
20
hard.
euros going
Okay.
your way.
20, I bet 80.
Winner is okay.
It is so hard.
It is really hard. Well done, Halabi. Seems like he got close to the max with that river sizing of choice.
Agree, yeah. I think it's a good size, yeah.
He's finding momentum at the key part of the tournament.
Could certainly be bluffing with that size as well. We've seen a few sort of dodgy sizings last couple of days where you think it's never a bluff. But no, with that size you could definitely bluff it. Nice pot for him.
All in.
Kanar with the open jam on the button. Looking like the ace. Could get active here. You're not loving it, but I think it plays well enough versus a button jam.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, flicks it in. Kanar didn't like it, but it's going to get the good news that he is just in front.
Yeah. I prefer not to gamble.
Oh dear.
Of this game. Let's see.
That point in the night, Andrew, where we all go a bit doolally.
That was.
Maybe.
I've watched my 53rd all in a call.
I'm trying to forget that
Again,
ever happened.
just to-
Right. Kanar versus Yarosh. Let's have live Broadway options working for him. Finds the Broadway card he didn't want. Queen 6-7. Kanar still best. Yarosh looking for a king or a jack.
All these pots now so important. 16 million in the middle.
7 on the turn. No help. One chance remaining for Yarosh to stay alive in this tournament. Can't find it. 9 of diamonds on the river. GG, sir. Very difficult to fault him facing that button shove.
Yeah.
Decided it was time to flick it in. Off we go to DTD Live.
Another one hits the showers.
Yeah, we have Grubinger at risk here for his last few big blinds with King Deuce, Stoica and Petichuk. Both trying to hunt him. Nobody with anything though. Jack High versus King High. It's 9.5 million in the middle. Stoica's gonna try and get this one
1.8.
heads up. Trying to just knock out some hands that Andre can have that have equity against him.
Yeah.
Always tricky these into betting into the dry sides. Of course, with the mystery bounty aspect,
Agree.
you will get some betting with substandard holdings into dry side pots that you wouldn't normally see Here we go. Look at
5
this.
call.
Katie Chuck is going to float it.
Yeah, he's recognised there. He does need to call for that price.
6 of spades on the turn. Starts to get very murky now for Stoika.
He's got a very good sort of table presence, hasn't he, Matty Chuck?
Really good.
He's very stoic. No reaction at any point. Very hard to read.
Stoika. We've seen the spice from this man. The 7-4 offsuit hand comes to mind. And he's going to barrel. He's trying to fold out a 9, a 5. Hands like this. Some king queen suiteds that have backdoors. And that's too much heat for Petey Chuck.
And the benefit of the size you have gone on the flop means that so many hands are calling you are attacking a wider range. We said earlier about the c-bet that was 3/4 on the flop. You know, that's a completely different scenario. More of a defined range when you get called. When you go that small sizing, there's so many more hands you can try and bluff on the turn. Very good play.
Yeah.
I'm sure he probably had the third barrel in as well if the spade was coming, like that one.
There it is. Manages to isolate Grumiger. Takes his bounty. Eliminates him from the tournament. Start to pick up.
Yeah.
It's been breathtakingly fast. Lots of all-in and calls. There we go, down to 15.
2 tables now.
Yeah, we're almost there, I believe, on the bubble of that final 2-table
Sit up on
redraw.
table 2.
Good run, Grubinger. Stoika continues to accumulate.
Have you seen the way they do the table redraw? Have you seen that yet?
I don't believe I have.
Oh, it's like a game show.
Small blind 5K.
Love to see it.
Brace yourself.
A ce periodo? Można tutaj w czym problem?
Right, you might have called it, Steve. Looks like that seat redraw may be happening now.
Here you go, brace yourself.
Brace yourself, indeed. Look at the chip counts, guys. Stoika, 51 million. Vinaya Gamurthy had a great level himself, up to 36 mil. Petey Chuck always going to be a threat, as is Gia. Down to the short stacks, 11, Gadamian, and Streba with work to do. That's, of course, this chip stacks on the DTD live table. Round to the Luxon table, we have Mazen Halabi, 39 bigs, good for 31 million in chips. Nemanja Lukovic, 20 blinds, 16 million. Uzmanov with a similar stack. Sterba and Gadamian, 8 and 9 big blinds respectively. So a lot of work to do. We approach the magical 1 million big blind level. And the Onyx table, Yulu Juan, 21 million in chips. Kenar, who we saw just hold off the King Jack with the Ace-6, 20 million for him. Gulder still in the mix with 14.3 mil. Yagmai and Maxim Bura rounding out the lineup. Excuse me.
Yeah, lots of familiar names we've seen now. Seen pretty much everyone play.
So guys, we do have a break now while they set up those remaining few tables. Please don't go too far. Come back and join myself and James after the break.
ничего. Но сейчас пики выпадет, семерка. Готовий? Окей. Queen win. Nice set. Nice set. What?
Four, 72. 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 72,000.
Thank you.
Back in business.
And a very warm welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where it is, of course, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day. And we are down to our final 2 tables with blinds at 500k, 1 mil. Our TTD live table has been headlined by Roman Stoica with 51 million chips. There are some short stacks lurking around on his table, though. Sergey Levin, who's been fairly short for the last little run of it. He's the bottom of the counts there. Meanwhile, over on the Onyx table, it is Kanar, the one propping up the table with just 7 blinds. But meanwhile, hello. Pick, since I left, Alex Gould has been doing some work.
Yeah, Goulder's been on the spin. He did get it in bad with King Jack off against Ace King. It was a close spot, with the bounty hunting aspect. He decided to take it on, got there against the Ace King, and he's made a couple of really nice plays, a couple of raised folds, picked off a few bluffs, and he's now up to 30 mil and in the hunt to make the final.
Here we go. Yeah, we are approaching that final table, just 6 eliminations, I guess, away.
By the way, just as a side point, he was wearing a Liverpool top. He obviously heard my disdain in the booth and thought, you know what, I like my buddy Picasso, I'm going to go and get changed. Good man.
I think maybe he just got warm under the lights.
No, it was definitely what I said.
Nice.
Oh, but see, it looks like he has only 14 million. Do we have a little snafu in terms of graphics? He's been cut in half.
I mean, how many? It looks like he's got a lot of chip. Oh no, it looks like about 14 mil. Yeah.
No, okay, there we go then.
Yeah, it does look like 14 mil. So maybe not chip leading this table.
What a terrible beat for Goulder. He's lost half his stack in the last 15 seconds.
Those breaks can be tough.
Yeah.
Maybe he was down in the pit punting it off.
Yeah, he has decided just to jam. Interesting one for me, this. Typically, like, people quite often plug this into a min-raise fold. But we are shorter-handed, right? There is the bounty aspect. Oh, no.
Yeah, and, I mean, Kanar was showing us the shortest at this table, so I think the chips are all in the wrong seats, maybe. That's what's happened here.
When I saw him with 6 mil, I thought that's definitely wrong, because he doubled up just before the break.
Right, okay. So, please excuse all those chip counts from before.
This is a disaster for Alex. I did suggest he might min-raise this one and look to navigate his way. Unfortunately for him, he's run into the monster of all monsters, pocket aces.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Wow. The situation is looking bleak. Does have spades working. You can see just 12% to wriggle his way out of this conundrum. Dreamy situation for Kanar.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than this, does it? Find the aces, find someone jamming in front of you, and like you say, it's open jamming with 14 bigs clubs. It's not insignificant, especially in sort of a shallower stacked affair. Jack 7-3, 1 spade working. Goulder has avenues.
Excuse me.
Yeah, glimmer of hope. Couple of backdoors. Needs help fast though.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
That's the turn card he was hoping for. Gives him the gut shot, straight draw, gives him the flush draw. Obviously still a big dog to get out of this, but he is alive. Oh my word! Alex Goulder.
Oh my god.
Take. Wow.
What an outrageous run out for Alex. Somehow finds the spade. Perfect. And an absolute dagger to Kanar's hopes deep in this mystery bounty final 2 tables.
I think we know why Kanar only has 6 million
and
this is Goulder has 31 million chips now. It's the graphics team giving us a little spoiler. What was to come?
Aye. That is filthy though, with aces there. What a time to run bad. Well, round to Gia on the DTD live table. Gets out of the way with King 9. He has had a very up and down day. Back in the mixer though, spun all the way down to 3 million just before the break. Back up to 16. Streba on the ventilator himself, 7.5 bigs. Gets out of the way. There's Petichuk and Stoica. 2 of the bigger stacks, like they're not loving sitting directly beside each other. Awkward for Andre. Stoica now with 51 million in chips, so we have to tread carefully. We've seen him getting after it. You, on your well-earned break, Stoica really ramping it up.
Okay.
Check raise 7-4 off on a 10-3-3 board. And got there against pocket fives was an ugly hand.
Saw that one. That was pretty disgusting. Little 7 just rolls off, innocuous looking. Oh, 5s.
One thing I will say with Stoica is that, you know, he took this, you know, painting outside of the box line, so to speak, but was willing to value bet that 7 on the river. So he's a wily customer, knows where he is.
1 pass.
11 is super short.
2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Nice to see no tanking going on, right? No one's worried about any pay jumps or the like. Normally with 2 tables left, you see people start to take a bit of time and try and get to that final.
I mean, you should, right?
You should.
You want to play fewer hands in the other table. It's a big advantage for basically everyone but the chip leader.
I'd be in the tank, absolutely, tilting my opponents, right?
Here is the, on the topic of, obviously, those pay jumps, we have realized one with 15 players left. Everyone guaranteed 5,900. Next jump coming at the par 12, all the way up to 7K.
Stoica limping here from the small with ace-9. You can go either way here as the chip leader. Could open with aggression, but elects to limp. Vinaya Gamurthy gets the free look. We have middle pair against bottom pair.
34 million in chips. Healthy stack at this stage of the tournament.
6 bet. 1,200,000.
Stoica going to start with a small probe. 1.2 million, 40%. Vinaya Gamurthy. We have a pair, it's blind on blind. You have to get sticky. You would imagine it will come with call, is the standard line.
It's one of those, isn't it? He's not thrilled that he's playing pots against the only guy that covers him, but also he's in position. He's only got the bottom piece. He's facing small bets.
Sure, let's call.
Life's okay.
Let's call and try and hit a 4. As it stands, 3 of diamonds on the turn. Stoica with the decision. These are these kind of tricky spots, blind on blind, but we do have the nut 9. So I kind of favor, personally, another bet, and he is reaching. I think this is nice. You know, you can charge all the 7-8, Jack 8s of the world, Queen 8s, knock out some equity. You can get called by a worse 9. You can even get called by a sticky 4. So these spots are awkward for Vinaya Gamurthy. 2.6 million bet being faced. Just a shade under half pot. We've seen that he has got some moves, and undeterred, gonna call again. All of a sudden, 11 million in the middle. Oh, finds the deuce of spades on the river, which is so innocuous looking.
Deuce, please, dealer.
This is tricky and bad news for Stoica. Because Vinaya Gamurthy with a fist pump value bet opportunity incoming. And there's so many missed draws on this board, Demps. You know, we have the nut 9, we don't have a 7-8, Jack 7, we don't have a queen or a jack, we don't have a diamond in hand. There is a lot of bluffs. Oh, he finds overbet also. This is really nice. A very nice find from our man in the big blind.
Yeah, I guess from Vinaya Gamurthy's point is exactly that, right? He also doesn't block anything that the most likely calling hands, right? The 9x, the 10x. You've got the obviously, you know, 9s and 4s would be a stronger hand than 4s and deuces, but in terms of getting paid off, 4s and deuces becomes a much more likely candidate, given that you give Stoica hands like this ace-9 that may want to have a little look.
This is really problematic for Stoica in that I believe that was his final time bank card that just crossed the line. Horrible moment to be put under pressure, facing a large bet.
6 call.
Yeah, Stoica flicks it in, and it's hard to blame him. Potentially thinking the big blind won't bet 12 million here with just a pair of 10s, right? Seems very fair to assume hand like a 10-8 or something's not going to go over pot. And with all those potential missed straight draws out there, pays him off. And just like that, new chip leader, David Vinaya Gamurthy, 53 million in chips.
Oof.
I believe he's an online qualifier also, and he's top of the pile, 1 of 15.
Yeah, but come on, he's one of those online qualifiers. He's one of those.
Even still, sounds good. Back to the Onyx we go. Yagmai, ace-9 off. 14.8 million. This is one of those. I like this.
Yeah.
Let's use the blocker. You know, we have to keep afloat. We can't just keep folding. Seems like a very nice one to plug into the raise fold bracket.
Yeah. Correct. 3 pass, 4 pass. 5 pass, 7 pass.
On the raise, it's going to work its way all the way around to the vine. Halabi. Not going to be enough on a imagine for him. Just from the small against the under the gun open, and then Gulda in the big line. 6-4 off, just performs pretty poorly against the perceived range of Yagmai.
Yeah, very nice from Yagmai. It's super important that you find these. It's never a whole heap of fun, you know, to be raising with ace-9 off with just 15 left, but you gotta keep yourself in the hunt.
Business?
Cool customer.
You play slot machine? What?
I think we're in a simulation. You just told me about slot machines.
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a degenerate gambler, but on my break I was down in the casino.
Oh. Did you have a go? Did you stick a little 20 in one?
I had a little wander around. Let me tell you, the place down there is absolutely heaving. There are thousands of slot machines down there, and there's barely an available seat.
On a Monday.
I know.
Love to see it.
Crazy.
Wow, a little surprised. I thought Kinar might send that in. Is this chip graphic right now? I don't want to.
Yeah.
6 million-ish.
I think
folded
so,
threes.
He's got.
I mean, you don't love it, but I think you just got to put it in.
Go to VAR.
Okay, please do. Like 6 blinds, short-handed table, +1. It's kind of ugly, but I think a pair is going to perform well enough. I thought he would take it.
Yeah, looks like between 6 and 7 million just eyeballing his stack.
Okay.
Roughly how much you're playing?
Goulda's got all his
30.
greens. He's just left with the reds and the whites. Reds 100k, whites 25k, so those greens are half the mils. Goulda faces an open, and he's looking to pounce and leverage that newly found big stack.
Yeah, it's a curious sizing from Halabi. 2.6x from the button. The 10-6. Or whether Alex reads into that he's trying to generate more fold equity pre-flop. I think it's called. Okay.
Right. It's a very attractive looking Jack-10 of diamond in the big one.
Yeah, this is really quite intriguing. We can look to, you know, squeeze jam.
That's what I'm wondering here.
Sure.
I mean, does Alex... I mean, I suppose Alex, all people probably does have some traps here, but I mean...
The thing about, like, Gulder's range is that the only real hands that I think he'll trap at sub-30 is aces and kings, potentially. I don't think queens and jacks are the hands, or ace-king, that find a trap. And against this kind of inflated, bigger raise from Halabi, all of a sudden there's more dead money in the middle. Could have seen jam being an option for sure.
As is. There's of course, more than reasonable.
Yeah,
We're just always looking for blood here, aren't we?
Sure. Halabi in this kind of awkward spot now where we've picked up 2 callers. He did find a flop that his particular hand doesn't do too badly, but maybe a little spooked by this small blind peel.
Yeah.
Like, you don't expect Alex to call that many hands here. Sub-30, approaching the FT from the small, so maybe worried about those monsters under the bed and traps that you were suggesting. Gives Alex the chance now to take this pot, and looks like against the 2 hands he's against, it should work.
Yagmai.
I mean, what can you do? Even if you suspect larceny, it's just...
Yeah.
We have such a bad combination to try and get after. Well done, Mr. Gulda. Yeah, all these pots obviously very significant at this stage. It is kind of shallow, and lots of people sub-30 blinds, and every time you rake in 12 million, it's a good time to be alive. I thought he was retired. You know, is it this poker thing these days? Oh, I'm retired, I don't play anymore.
Did he declare retirement?
I think he did.
Only?
It annoys me when poker players declare they've retired.
I'm gonna
Like
retire
as if,
from commentating.
like as if they're like some
I know,
international footballer.
exactly.
Like, just get over
It's
yourself.
embarrassing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Talking to you, Fade
Just
off.
stop playing. Like, you don't have to announce your retirement. Oh, I mean, I'm a fan of pretentiousness, but it's just it's over self-importance. I'm blasting anyone who's ever declared they've retired. Like, I don't care who you are. I'm blasting you. Just stop.
I'm with you.
Anyway, next queen v ace 9. Straber might be retiring from this tournament unless he were to find 9 or hearts on this run out. 9 in the window, but another diamond behind. Lukovic with a nod of the head. Not happy about the flop, but knows he has chance for the redraw. Oh, no, not anymore. 9's full. Straber's just thinking like, no diamond, no queen, no diamond. He wasn't expecting to find just a little 9 killer.
The most tilting turn for
Yeah.
Mr. Lukovic. Just dead. And Straber finds it just when he needed it. They are gonna flip-flop stacks.
Yeah, Straber, when I was in earlier, was certainly showing a willingness to get in the mix quite often. So I'm interested to see how he uses
7,500,000.
new chips he's got. Although, you know, it's only 18 blinds, despite the double up, not a whole lot he can do. But
525.
he was showing keenness to exhibit some filet, I should say. He was finding some spots. Kind of fun one we saw against Gouda, where he got a really small 3-bet from the big blind with the ace 3-0 against like 17 big blind stack opening.
Nice. I like it.
The cogs are turning in that man's head.
Yeah.
That's how. Well, Straber, who doubled up that one, he's up to 17.5 million, so middle of the pack on that table. I want to say as well, I see Pettichuk there doing the new boss move, isn't it? He's like rocking the Triton hoodie. Like, you boys, you might play poker, but have you got one of these?
Doesn't that mean you're a fish though when you wear like the official merch?
In nearly every single situation, yes, until you hit to Triton, and it's like, well, first of all, they don't give that stuff away. Secondly, it's not cheap.
Right.
Thirdly, you've got a bit of Triton to get it. So it's like the badge.
Well, that just means that you're rich and are able to physically hand over money.
Yeah. And you're a Triton. Probably means you're playing it, which means you're just like, you know, it's the
All
new
right.
flex. It's the new flex.
I'll allow it. You can get me a hoodie, can't you?
I bought merch there purely so when I go play poker other places, people think, oh my god, this guy's some high roller crusher.
Oh my god, it's Dempsey.
And they get out my way. I had it in Vegas. The guy was like, oh well, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to play that hand against a man who plays in the high rollers.
Oh, there we go. What a life.
Whilst I'll sit there in the $300 gladiators of poker or whatever it was. But he was scared of me, Picasso.
Right. Okay. I can believe it.
Well, you believe these two frauds are going to find their way in the middle.
Yeah.
They're just over 4 blinds.
Oh,
11? Okay,
yeah, we're in. Of course we're in.
3-way affair. Gamorphy loving life here with the ace-jack covering both players. Gadamian somehow can collect a bounty despite starting the hand with 4.8 blinds.
Pretty incredible. I'm sure both blinds are thinking, how can you have a hand as good as ace-jack in this exact scenario when we're bounty hunting? Anyway, 2 at risk.
Interestingly, I was on the floor when there were 15 left, and I did a quick mental arithmetic on the bounties.
Right.
And as this flop comes down, 9-7 deuce, maybe a situation where Damian does pick up that bounty. His fall's still best. Let's see, 4 overs to fade. That's not going to be one of them. Levin looking for the double. Maybe in a situation where nobody busts.
Oh!
There it is. The sailboat sails in on the river. Oof. That's worth a stand up and a little blowout of juice there. Wow, Levine out in 15th, good for 5.9k, but that one's going to hurt a little bit. Having been given the king on the turn, you lose that one, you're okay. When you get dealt that turn card and you're like, just no ace, no 4, you're right back in this thing.
Brutal.
What I was going to say is that the my, back of the cigarette packet calculations of the bounty equity was like, despite the fact that big bounties are gone, there are still a couple of 10Ks in, and we're now at the point where the bounties are worth more on average than they were at the start of the bounty period.
Right, there we go.
So I think they're worth about 5.5k each, was what I quickly worked out as.
Yeah, and that is not insignificant. 9th place, I believe, picks up 8.5.
Right.
So if, you know, every average bounty, you're getting like 12th place money, you have to still hunt them.
Yeah.
We see Gulder opening Queen 7-0. Usmanov electing to defend with King 5 suited through to the Jack 10-10 board. Small c-bet from Alex, the order of business. Always thrilled to see this one get through. Not much for Usmanov to do off this stack depth. Gulder finding momentum at the right time.
We found a spade at the right time.
Obviously. 2 spades, no less.
What's that? You've got aces down. I've got an ace 2 pair.
I do always find it amazing, these sort of sliding doors moments. If he'd min raised that spot pre, he's going to fold to 3-bet.
Right.
It's going to be down to 10 blinds. All of a sudden, crack the aces and we're in the mixer.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're right. Chuck popping it up with a king 9 of spades from +2 and instantly the table big stack coming after him.
This is really nice find, I think, from Vinayak Amur. Typically these like king 9 suited, it's not really a hand that we want to 4-bet jam. Maybe though, if you think your opponent is 2-2 out of line. Are we deep enough to 4-bet fold? No. Doesn't feel nice to peel this one out of position. You would expect a fold with this combo, but...
Oh, here we go. He's reaching. He's reaching for that non-all-in 4-bet.
Okay. You really don't see much of it.
Andre Padachuk, take a bow. So.
11,500.
I wonder how Vinayagamurthy reads into this, though, because
right?
Like Patichuk is repping now, like, super thin range, right? I mean, he's 4-bet nearly 40% of his stack.
Yep, certainly
We're
can.
basically saying we have aces, kings, like ace king off, right? Like, does it induce? I don't think it does. It just puts it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes that doesn't really matter if our hand isn't strong enough to handle the heat. Well done, Andre. Not his first rodeo. It's the hoodie. He would have jammed if the guy was wearing a different one.
That's what it is. He's more likely to jam on you if you're wearing that hoodie. It's like you are capable.
I will say it does look very luxurious. Looks comfy. That's a nice find, though. Credit to him at this stage of the tournament. Gulder's in there again. Flatting in position here versus an open from Yuan. Tricky spots. Does take a free one with ace high. Improves to the nut flush draw.
That's his hand, my friend. That's his hand. The ace 9 suited.
It is.
He's doing all the damage with it. Yuan. Very nice. Checking, just trying to elicit a bet. Honestly, going to be getting nowhere with a nut no pair.
I mean, it just feels like a mandatory check to me. I think it's like most of our sort of hands that beat ace king, like the pocket pairs, they stab flop a lot. So if we do bet turn here, sort of repping like 7s potentially, something like this. Like, are we checking back flop with 9s and 10s? I like check. We can beat some hands. We can improve to that.
Well, that's the other thing. Sometimes a really good thing happens. You make the nuts and maybe win a bigger pot.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just maybe Yuan has some hands that still are going for a check raise. Second time of asking. You don't want to blast the equity off.
100%. Has all the overpairs still on a dry board that can go for that check raise.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really tough decision for Yuan. He's actually going to block himself. That's intriguing. Maybe thinks that a river 10 now won't raise, right? If we bet really small, we can get called by ace, queen, ace, jack, right? Is basically what we're targeting with this block. But he is about to face a raise. And this starts to get tricky now because you're like, well, is Gulder going to raise river with Jack 10, Queen 10 suited will never raise, for example. 8. And here it comes, 8 million. So he's now repping a backdoored flush and like 8's full. Stuff like this. Maybe ace 10.
Right.
Is ace 10 going to raise that? I don't know if it does on a 3 flush run out. Potentially, maybe.
Yeah, I would hope that ace 10 does find a raise.
It probably should.
So,
You hear me though, right? He's basically repping Backdoor flush, pocket 8s that is slow played here, pocket 10s
And
would
also,
bet
it's
flop or
sort of
turn.
backdoor flush that almost has to be nut flush because
Yes.
the king jack of clubs probably just bets the turn, that kind of thing.
Queen jack of clubs may
Might
just
even
bet
just
flop.
bet flop, yeah.
Absolutely.
8 deuce deuce with backdoor club. You can bet and set a price for showdown, or for river at least.
Yeah, let's see if Yuan can work this out. It's hard to give Gulder natural bluffs, I think. Like, he isn't going to have many one club. Like, we kind of need him to have king queen offsuit here that doesn't bet at any point and now raises river. And he is in the hijack, so you have to. There's so many moving parts. Like, if Gulder is on the button with king queen off, I could see him peeling more often, but not closing the action, less likely. So we kind of need him to have ace jack with a club. Yeah, he's going to pay it off.
Wow.
What a spot for Alex Gulder. As just announced, yep, I have a flush.
Yeah, as advertised. And, well, Alex is going to feel pretty happy when he sees he got called by just the ace high, sizing that one up
Really
perfectly
nice.
to pique the interest of Yuan. And yeah, I'm going to fold that one. Just, yeah, like
It's so hard to find bluffs. Like,
Ace nine suited is your card, huh?
Backdoor flush.
ace jack, ace queen with a club. Even they, you know, it's a tough spot, but thought he would find fold.
One win.
He is motoring.
Yeah, one win.
double second place on the table. You can see this 500k 1 million level. There's one a third on that table with just 15 blinds. Back hit. Oh no, surely not. Oh, pardon me, we've seen a flop. I was gonna say this suddenly looked real setup. Like, I mean, is this? Have we had a three bet? No, we've had queens have just flat.
I think
Vinegar Northeast just flat the queens, despite having that just sort of dynamic of three betting and.
I can still see it.
Wow. Is this like a? Is this because Petacek will never think he's got a big hand? Because surely he would have three bet a big hand.
Also important that we know the stacks behind, I guess. If
Right.
there's, you know, in these mystery bounties, it's good to keep in the shorties. And if they rejam, then Petachuk is incentivized to re-ISO and we have a fist pump call behind. Would imagine that's going to be part of it.
Right.
As things stand, Petachuk with the kind of bottom range flop check call in my eyes. 8-7-4, it's kind of ugly, but you feel like you need to see one more card with ace queen. If it's ace queen with a backdoor flush draw, much simpler to continue. I mean, Vinayaga Murthy just knows he's got the best hand here almost always, and he's going to set this up for 3 streets. So 40% or so on the turn. It's going to set up around about pot for the river.
3, 2.
You'll be aware, you know, lots of Petachuk's continues are going to be like some hands like this. Is he opening 5s and 6s from +1? Probably just about with his chip stack. So you can target those ace-7 suited, stuff like this. But even the overpairs, right, the really good overpairs of Petachuk should check flop.
Right.
So lots to target still. 9s, 10s, jacks, and the like.
2.
He's going to burn through another time bank. Problem here, Demps, right? Even if you suspect larceny, like lots of these hands have equity against us, right? The kind of jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited of the world.
Yeah.
If they've peeled hijack, which is potentially debatable. That's what the best players do, though. They get sticky. Don't want to just give it up.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Seems pretty reasonable to me.
Let's get away from it. Little does he know, that one could have been far more costly. Vinayaga Murthy slow playing those queens pre-flop for a multitude of reasons. Strategies, as pick broke down there, maybe flying up some stacks behind, both encouraging to squeeze. And
it's just really nice, isn't it, to have some top of range hands that when Petachuk ISOs, or ISOs and all in, excuse me.
Oh yeah.
It's just so dreamy to be able to fist pump in the queens and just potentially win an 80 million chip plus pot.
Stoica popping this up, 2 kings, and this could spell danger for Skulukia. And yeah, he is going to go for it with the ace-5 suited. Understandable. Oh wow, Lukovic in the big blind.
Yeah, I mean, Has to go in, I think. It's not fun, but Stoika's going to have a wide range, right? Gia's shoving 14 bigs. We do well enough with the 10s. I think you just have to close your eyes and click call. Unfortunately, gets the bad news that Stoika has it.
Just a moment ago, we had a similar situation. So look at 3-bet jammer here. Kind of a relative short stack, but does have a chance to pick up a bounty. He wanted to scoop this pot up. 37 million that's in there. Would take Lukovic bounty. Stoika though, the covering stack and the best hand. So far, so good, but here, swapping bottom pair, backdoor diamonds working. Lukovic has the only spade in the hand. And here come the diamonds. Here we go. The merit end boss.
Can he do it again?
5 diamond for him. No. The deuce on the river doesn't get any brickier than that. A double elimination over here at DTD live table. Stoika up to 57 million. Lukovic in 14th. Stoika in 13th. More importantly though, that means that the remaining players have secured that pay jump. Getting up to the top 12 guarantees you $7,000. That's where the payout will remain static until we reach our final 9.
Just like that, we're hurtling towards this FT. 12 remain. Yagmai gonna open with 8s over at the Onyx. Kanar has been patient, waited for his spot. Ace-Jack suited, more than good enough. In for 4 million. Bura, another sub-10 big stack. Wow, I'm a little surprised to see this, I must say. Maybe deciding what you said, James, the average bounty worth going for. I feel like he never puts this in, of course, if Kanar covers him. And all of a sudden, though, these 8s have shrunk up. You know, even against less than 10 bigs, it's kind of nasty, right? You're facing an all-in, and then Bura's jam should be...
Problem is, though,
bounty effect, I guess.
It's 6.6 to win 17. Just like raw chips, it's so much. I mean, sure, some of the time we're going to be up against bigger pairs, but a lot of the time we're just up against a big ace. And
no, you're right. I don't think we can fold.
How much?
There's a lot of time you're going to call him and be out the tournament, but
sure.
Chance to knock out 2 players, and
it kind of just feels like if Bura has 14 million or whatever, we can fold.
Right, and we.
But let's just call up. I mean, we're still going to have 5 million to spin, right? And we can just be up against, 4 overcards, which isn't fun. As it stands, we're in pretty good shape.
Amazing shape.
And it's the double knockout effect. Like, it has to tip the balance. Take it all back. I was thinking about fold, but we just can't.
Yeah, 6.6 to win 17.
I mean, it doesn't feel nice, but...
No, exactly that. And I like that he's come around to it, and that's probably where the decision was going. He's like, look, a lot of the time this is going to go badly, but occasionally this is well, you probably don't ever dream this is the situation.
Love and life.
Where Bura, the bigger stack of the 2 up against, has an underpair to your 8s, but that's the situation he's found. Well, Bura just flexing the 5k mystery bounty he pulled earlier.
He's just been advertising it,
This? Yes.
I got you.
Mystery is just so complex. I'm not sure about the 4s getting. Like, I'm not sure. Feels thin to me.
Although, you put Yagmai into the tank with 8s.
With 8s, yeah.
Maybe we can make him fold some stuff.
Oh, yes.
Queen, Jack 7, Kanar looks to live.
Great start.
Yagmai probably just accept it as is. Let's take the hold here, take Bura out. Yeah. Break even on the side. Yagmai an 8 to scoop Bura. A 4 for all to survive. An ace confirms it. Kanar with the triple up. Yeah, Yagmai, look at that. Picks up 600k over the hand, but more importantly, a bounty.
Yeah, happy days.
And 1 closer to the final table. Maxime Burat's 12th place. 7k. We are running through them here.
Yeah, we really are. I was talking about the kind of sliding door stuff. If Yagmai open jams, I presume that Bura just gets out of the way behind. I don't think he calls off 4s. And it's funny, Yagmai's min raise actually allows him to make money on the hand and get a bounty.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how
That's
these
right.
things change.
Yeah, it's crazy how that does occur. Yeah.
All right, straight back, sends it in. Stoika's getting after it, as we expect. Very aggressive, goes for the steal with ace-7. 15 big blind reshove. This is another one of these spots where we have to take the mystery bounty calculations into effect. We know our hand is not doing well. I'm going to have to get my calculator out a bit more often and learn a few more of these spots, because this just feels like a fold to me. I think it's just too many chips, even with the mystery in play. Maybe you just flick it in for 9 blinds every time and still expect to be kind of crushed.
It's such an ugly hand, specifically.
Yeah.
Ace-7 offsuit.
Nasty,
It's just
nasty. And plus we have like 55 mil, right? We're in good position here to sort of get to the FT with one of the biggest stacks. There's going to be free chips on offer.
And they just leverage the situation, right?
Yeah.
Final table bubble or 2 away from. We do get to win plenty of hands. Don't want to give up that strong chip position. So maybe we fold slightly tighter than we'd like to normally.
Yep. All seems very reasonable.
51 chips. 300 million in play. That's a sizable stack.
Yeah, this FT, if we get to it with all the kind of suspects that we expect to get there, it's shaping up quite nicely. You know, Petichuk, Vinagamurde, Gulder. We've got some bosses in the streets.
No gear though.
Yeah, that sucked.
Pull one out for our boy.
People keep falling for the ace-5 suited. It's a myth. People have invented it. It's the same people that say, oh, ICM, you have to fold. People have just been like, right, ace-5 suited. Put all your money in every single time. It never wins. When's the last time you won with ace-5 suited, James? Yeah, it doesn't win. Because people now, when they 3-bet you, they just have it, you see? So this 4-bet jam thing, it's a myth. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
500, we had a redraw, so minimum 1,500. I pulled all 7 of my bounties, 1,000.
It's just had a moan. I think he had 7 bounties and pulled 1,000 every time, he said. That is a bad beat.
It really is.
So Gadamian going for non-all-in from under the gun.
Just sneak one through here.
Yeah,
and
I
wow,
like
here's
it.
the ace-5 suited.
See? He knows. Don't jam it. You're crushed.
Little different this one. We're here. We're defending against under the gun. We're both flopping an ace. Gadamian with the 10 of spades, putting in a bit of a shift there for him. And Nagamurthy.
1,250,000.
Still a complete hand, but top pair's top pair.
Yeah, this is going to get tricky. Nothing to do, I don't think, but call, evaluate turn. Does just that. Some very tricky waters to be navigated here on a lot of turn cards. 6 of clubs. Changes nothing in his eyes. Gadamian with an interesting decision, Demps, for me. That 10 of spades in hand. There is some potential, I think, to like sort of trap check here. You can allow, you know, the 1 spade hands that always continue. Hands like these sort of Jack 8 with a spade, Jack 10 with a spade and stuff. You can have them not far off dead. Well, you hear me, not dead, but you can induce river bluffs is my point. And when you barrel here, a hand like a bear 9, I think, is going to overfold a lot. So you can induce some bluffs. But it's obviously fine to just go for value. And against the worst ace, of course.
I mean, yeah, up against the hand we're playing against, this is a perfect bet.
Yeah.
No way the ace-5 can ever fold to this.
He's not happy about it, though.
No, you're hoping for that check back behind, aren't you? Well, another spade rolls off on the end. Gadamian. 3rd nuts. Jack of spades.
Yeah, he has to decide now whether the 10 of spades warrants the value shove. Close, I would think.
I feel like specifically because the Jack of spades came, it might just.
It may just make the cut.
Like, I think.
You can get called sort of these 8-9 offsuit with the 8 of spades, right? Just
I mean,
any ace X off with the spade next to it.
I mean, obviously, we know that the final few chips you have in a tournament stack is worth a lot. You don't want to give them up easy.
Yeah.
And it's not simple of, you know, okay, I get called summertime I'm out, summertime I win. No, we need to get called here often by worse hands to make this a good jam because it's a tournament. Maybe, here we go. Is he going to leave some chips back? Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. Vinayaga really hating this.
I really like that. He's left himself like a milli back. Now he can spin up next hand.
5,400,000.
It's just so hard to assign a bluff here. Like most of the natural double barrel bluffs contain like King of Spades X, Queen Jack off with a spade, stuff like this. I mean, I really can't think of any natural ones. It needs to be, you need your opponent to be reaching into the sort of pocket sevens no spade, right? Pocket eights no spade, and just trebles it off, which seems unlikely. It's really hard to assign one. I can't think of any really natural bluffs that haven't got there now. Like, is Gadamian going to turn King 9 suited into a bluff? I don't think so. It just seems fanciful. I think he'll come to the right conclusion.
Right, he gets to have quite a few flushes himself.
Yeah, we have loads of flushes, absolutely.
Defending it, almost every suited combo.
No, he does pay it off, okay. Yeah, gets shown the winner.
Nice.
Well done, Gadamian.
Bet that Gadamian. Yeah, I was going to say, you know, we do have all those pair plus one spade combos you mentioned. Yeah. There are a lot of them on that kind of vortex against under the gun, but we just have all the flop flushes that we could have slow played this way as well. Yeah,
there's just loads of stuff we can have.
I guess,
especially against tiny flop, we just have like King of Spades X, and then on the turn we're still getting a nice price.
I guess that ace is kind of a good one to have because better aces with check back river, right? That means my opponent more likely to have whatever sort of loose bluffs we can find.
Tricky
is that a big enough consideration? Probably not.
Probably not.
All right, here we are, back at the Onyx. You went with ace-6, Gulda ace-deuce. 6 on the flop.
That's still possible.
In before Gulda hits another running flush.
Yeah, could well be.
He's
third for the frame.
Oh my god. Told you. Wow.
Here we go.
It's not the 9.5.
Here we go.
Oh, he can't do it again, can he?
We've seen him do it with the spades. We saw him do it with the clubs against Yuan. Can he now do it with the hearts? Oh, he did. He did, but it wasn't enough.
Oh my god.
Runner, flash.
Third time.
What is it, huh? Habibi, swap. Me and you 50-50, eh?
No, he wins.
And he called the card.
He has a full house.
I win. Oh, full house. Yes. Oh my god, yeah.
Nobody's noticed.
Oh my word.
Yes.
You don't know? You don't know?
I know.
How
you know? Everything correct. Backdoor flush.
Yeah.
You just called the 9 of hearts, it's king.
Yeah.
When he hit it, I was like, fuck, again?
Last time.
Wow.
So
3 times in one
3
frame.
on.
We've been back on air for like 45 minutes and he's hit 3 backdoor flushes.
5
This
plus.
one, though, not enough to get paid up.
That
was amazing.
That was amazing. I love how his table mates, by the way, are just giving him abuse immediately. Like, what a joke, you've hit it again. And then, like, no one notices the ball.
I think
and Gilda's
Yuan knew. The 2 players in the pot knew. Nobody else had clocked it.
Just like, no, he wins.
I mean,
he has a full house.
it took us that split second because you just see the heart first, and then, oh, that's a relative to the board.
Yeah, very nice rejam, by the way, there from Streba. Small blind versus button with the queen 10 off. Keeps himself afloat, 28 mil.
Yeah, blinds now, of course, 600, 1.2. This table, 23 million, the shortest stack. That feels like this is a little deeper than the other. If you are just joining us, this is the PokerOK Mystery Bounty final day. We are down to just 11 players. And a quick reminder that don't panic. When we get down to the final table, this stream's going to end. We're not done for the day. We are just going to relaunch on a fresh stream. So those of you already subscribed to us here will, of course, get a notification. If you're not, please go ahead and do so, or just stay with us. When we get to that point, we'll queue you up. There'll be a link posted in the chat, and you can come join us on the new stream. If you're not subscribed, why not? It's free.
MPP, baby.
Content's amazing.
It really is.
We've got another sort of week of streams to come, including the Lux on Pay Grand Final, and of course the biggie, the MPP 5 mil guaranteed event.
Another interesting one for Goulder. Can certainly use this as a 3-bet fold. Yeah, I thought he might. Like, it's one of these where when your opponent's raised off this sort of 20, 21 bigs, we can go for it, and suited king seems like a nice one to use. He's kind of quite meaty.
It's quite interesting as well because he had this exact hand, right, king 7 suited, in a similar spot. We're like, how's he going to approach this one? That time he flat the small against the button open.
Yeah.
This one a little different. Obviously, players behind you need to clear them out.
Absolutely.
But nice to see him really sort of flexing as much as possible.
Yeah,
with
this is nice. A nice find. Now then, Halabi, decision on him. This type of spot, I think, when you face the table chip leader who's going to be perceived to lean, especially on FT bubbles, actually can play really quite nicely as 4-bet jam. You have more fold equity than you potentially think you would at another stage of a tournament. And like Goulder should be, you sort of, yeah, I mean, he's going to get it through, but Goulder should be using a bunch of like ace-x off as a 3-bet bluff, and some king-x stuff like this. And the suited sort of king-jack actually plays pretty well as a 4-bet rifle. If you think you're against an aggressive, you know, competent chip leader, you can stick it in the right. But, you know, it's tough to find also with just king high. Just trying to get to that FT.
With any hard chips in play on that
C3
table.
raise
He wouldn't have
5.4.
quite as easy a run of it. He would over at this table where things are
Five
that
pass.
little bit deeper. But as long as this goes on with 11
Six
left,
pass,
he's
seven
going to be
pass,
loving
11.
life over there on the Onyx table.
Yeah, feels like a really good spot for him to kind of set up the Big Daddy stack.
Yeah.
Все. Фух, часики есть.
Credit to him, he's been taking every spot. Streba as well, really impressive, just sort of moving himself up.
It's easy. All we've got to do is get ace 9 and get aces.
Yeah.
Just drag the pot out the middle.
Just make a backdoor flush every 4th hand, like, easy days.
Incredible stuff. And of course, Jeff's called a elite level player. Popping down here, as I said
Last 10 seconds.
earlier, won his package here by virtue of winning a Luxon High Roller Industrial Dawn.
Ah, so he nipped down from the retirement home to play that one as well, and then came over here.
That included his package here, so yeah.
I'm going to give him abuse. Let's see.
Row one.
How much?
Yeah.
3 raise 2.4.
Streba really going to be perceived here to be
5 pass.
slamming his foot on the accelerator. This is 3 or 4 hands in a row.
6
He's
pass.
V-pipped. You can see he's got a very
7
real
pass, winner three.
hand. Just raise and take. Really nice for us in the booth, by the way. The pace of play is rapid. There's been no tanking of any type.
Does retirement just mean like you just recognize you can't cut it anymore, and rather than like just be like, oh, I'm not good enough, I'll just claim I don't bother anymore? Is that what that means?
I don't know.
I feel like I'm about to shower out.
That's like-
I'm trying to trick you into doing it. I'm not. I just think why people claim. Anyway, okay, my Queen 9 of Spades raising it up under the gun. On off in the hijack with the ladies.
Yeah, Yagmai, he's shown this sort of willingness to find the min-raise folds. This one's a little wider than I would choose personally, but you can't hate on it. Unfortunately, it just runs into a big hand.
Like,
Yeah?
I'm with you. I hear what you're saying. You want to have a little bit more blocker value,
That's
right?
it. I mean, listen, sometimes things aren't perfect and you have to sort of still widen your ranges a little. We're not playing a computer game here. But you do also now find yourself in this spot where you put 2.4 of your 13.8 in, and you have a hand that can have okay equity against all-in, but you just can't call it off. Likely just a little bit of posturing. Very unhappy to have to let this one go. Don't know what else he can do, though.
Just save some face. Also, of course, just slowing things down a little bit. Never a bad idea in the situation with 11 left. operating a short stack, you want to get that final table as quickly as possible, as few hands as possible.
Yep.
Just slowing things down. Pays dividends.
15, 125.
15, 125.
I mean, is he ever thinking of just gambling? Probably not. You never know.
I'm very strong.
As expected,
Yes.
lets this one go. Oh.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys viewing can hear, but we have a little gremlin in the system for a moment. So please do bear with whilst we get this fixed.
So as we do look to just quickly wriggle those gremlins away, Damps, we can just talk about what we're going to be broadcasting the rest of the week.
Ole.
Never mind, the gremlins have been wriggled.
Here we go. Back to where we were. Apologies. Brief interlude. You know, we've got to keep you guys guessing.
Yeah?
Keep you wondering.
I was about to launch into an impassioned monologue on the magnificence of the upcoming week's stream. Maybe I should do that
good.
anyway.
I want it, yeah.
You want it anyway?
Yeah.
All right.
I think Yagmai's going to take a minute before following.
Oh,
here,
yeah,
so-
of course he is. All right, gives us an opportunity to tell you guys what's coming up later in the week. Out in the main ballroom, we have today, of course, had the Lux and Pay Grand Final. It's a $2,200, $2 million guarantee, James.
Ooh.
Another flight of that one is on tomorrow, so we're going to be bringing you coverage of that one. In fact, we're not, because it's a day off tomorrow. So I will continue the impassioned speech. Oh, hang on.
It may be a day of commentary, but what a day off. Do we have no days off? Because it is the party.
Oh, it's the players' party, baby.
Excuse me, it's the players and commentators party.
Obviously.
We're going to be
15, 125.
sampling the light to see what's going on at the new. Is it just called the Roof or the Roof Garden?
Yeah, the Roof Garden.
I don't know what the Roof Restaurant, whatever it is. It's the new snazzy place. That
I
sits
heard
atop
that.
the
Yeah,
Onyx.
I heard that we are going to be the guests of honor. It's
very
I
unconfirmed.
don't think we're going to be the guests of honor. I think we're going to be
Yes.
serving the hors d'oeuvres, but we're going to be there nonetheless.
I still get to wear a tuxedo, right? Either way.
Pocket queens.
Booyah.
I'm very
You
strong
did
queen.
practice, right?
Of course I did. Anyway, so we have the Lux and Pay Grand Final, guys. 3 days of coverage. We'll bring you that one
Good
down
fold.
to crowning a champion. And then later on the 11th of May, we are going to start off our coverage of the Mediterranean Poker Party main event for 2025. 5K buy-in, 5 million guaranteed. So there's lots to tune into, guys, over the next week to 10 days.
7 plus.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. As we see the big stack, Stoica find a monster, Pocket Kings on the button at the DTD live table. In for the min,
Last 10
or
seconds.
just a shade over, Gadamian wakes up with a bag of spanners, unfortunately for
plus.
Stoica.
Winner 6.
Oh, it's the classic, isn't it? Oh, look at this. What a farce. How can nobody have anything?
What a scam. What a scam.
You do feel scammed there.
Again, welcome one and all who are joining us. I've got one keen eye. It's going to become keener as we convert to one table because
Yeah.
Those of us in the booth, and those of you watching. And keeping an eye on the GG Poker YouTube chat. Card table already begun. Nope, not yet. We're nearly there. Still 11 players left. We must jettison 2 of these. The worst thing about this now is
Oh, when will it end?
forge yourself. Recover. Better check 21 line.
Yeah.
What a kit.
5 raise, 2.
Especially in this short-handed format. Stoica eyeballing him does have a potential candidate. We saw Gulder leaning on Halabi on the other table with a similar type blocker-based holding. Stoica decides to get out of the way. In the fold round to the big blind, you would suspect. I think now we're starting to see a couple of tanks, like recognizing we're only 2 off. You know, 5-handed, 6-handed, you have to pay the blinds a lot more regularly, even than when you're 7 or 8-handed.
3 pass, winner.
Fair enough, straight back, turbo folds. Chuck's just tough, right? Yeah, just tough.
I love that King 9 4 bet.
Yeah,
I
he's a gangster.
Dug the put what like 12 million. 29 hot. He wouldn't be able to send he wouldn't be able to send reinforcements for those troops. They were kind of into it.
Yep. Yeah, timed it really well. You don't often see non-all-in 4-bet off that stack depth, sort of 28 bigs.
6 pass.
And that was against this man.
Yeah.
Vinaya Gamurthy, ace-8 on the button.
How much?
That's just come in for a
7
raise.
super and 4 raise.
Oh, sorry, I thought he was on the button. Excuse me.
I was going to let it slide, see if you quit your own mistake.
I always do. Always get there eventually. Just thought there'd be some consideration to open shove if he was on the button. With the stack behind, Gadamian was sort of 15 bigs.
Right.
Not sure of the exact stack of Streba. Yeah, okay, it's a little too many. Petey Chuck. Wonder if he gets PTSD every time he sees this hand. Wonder if you remember last year's MPP. You might have left at this point.
No, I was here, but it was you and Jay in the booth. I was on break at the time.
Yeah,
I did remember it was Belichick. Yeah, that was. I mean, you tell the story because you were in here, and it was the hand of the best.
It's like genuinely the worst bad beat I've ever seen. I think in a high equity situation. I think it was 4-handed, 470k for the win. We open kings, get 3-bet by Jack 4 off. Find the trap peel. Comes King 6-3. The guy jams. We have top set. We are very happy with life. For the joint chip lead, just a massive, in terms of the pay jumps, the equity was probably the best player left in the field with respect to the others. And it just comes running a runner 5-7 for the Jack 4 to hit a straight, and it was filthy. Yeah. But he took it like the consummate pro he is and just shook hands. Good luck, guys.
Just remember the hand.
Oh.
3 all in.
It was fire.
Yeah, it was the sickest one I've ever seen, I think. And been covering poker tournaments for a long time.
A7 suit always.
We see Gulder raise fold 9-10 here. Nothing to be done. Usmanov finding some premiums at the right time.
No stack, big stack call. Short stack all in.
Mind, it's okay to put in 20s, your chips, so it's easier to count. Thank you.
Oh, Gulder laying down the law.
Very polite. Would you mind, please, is it possible to
7 plus.
stack the old chips?
It's the one time where it's good to have a Scottish accent and get a bit aggro. Get your chips in 20s, pal.
No, stack it.
You would do it, wouldn't you? Obviously. I've got it in me.
No, he's pulling me. No. He threatened me. I mean, it hasn't worked.
Do you know what?
It's a very polite request, but it hasn't got him anywhere.
I genuinely once almost got a 1-round penalty for not speaking English at the table. And I'd had some wines, so I was sounding more Scottish than I do. I wasn't using my announcer voice. Anyway, somebody at the table defended me and said I was indeed speaking English.
The only language I speak.
Yagmei sends in his last 7 bigs. Ace deuce off.
Frustrating.
And frustration announced. Understandable. 3-5 off. Is that about? Does he have an envelope that he hasn't opened?
No, he's got one he has opened.
And he's reclosed it.
No, I think it's just the backside of whatever the number is. But he's just got like just resting his loot on the table.
1.6.
But like he wasn't flexing the 5,000. Like
no,
forget. But his left does now.
Maybe it was like 2,000.
So Pettychuck limps here from the small with the Queen 4-0. Pretty natural flop check here. Gonna check call one. Stoica kind of just fold out some of those kind of Queen High, Jack High hands here with a small stab. It makes sense. 5 on the turn. Really nice looking card for Pettychuck to see. Gonna strengthen his holding in his mind's eye. Stoica with one of these could be one and done. I think I like this a lot. Just your opponent's gonna still be sticky. He's not gonna fold a 4. Unlikely to fold a deuce, not gonna fold ace high that often. Did you see the ace on the river? Andre with the decision. There's a few ways to go here, Demps. You could potentially go for block here, I think. Target a worse kind of 4 or deuce. It's a little dicey though. You can open yourself up, of course, to being bluff raised. Big blind can have a bunch of 3x. On average, we probably have more ace high. Stoica likely to raise pre with a bunch of his. Although at 20 bigs, he will have some checks. Some of his weaker ace x.
6 check showdown.
I think that's a pretty reasonable give up from Stoica. Don't mind it. Start with 1 big blind. Just look to fold out. You know, a Queen 9, hands like this, King 7s and the like. Probably just says to him there, you weren't thrilled in that one, were you, buddy? The high level of play at the moment. Everyone seems pretty dialed in. We're not seeing many mistakes. You know, a lot of loose play earlier in this tournament. Now it's business time.
I was saying earlier, you know, we start with 1490 entries. By the time you get down here, the cream has certainly risen. We know that poker is my variant, so.
5 plus.
Characters. So
absolutely.
Tends to be that the final few tables are populated quite heavily by the very strongest of the players.
6
certainly seeing that now.
7 check.
Right, I'm also going to check this one back. King 7-0 against the Stoica. Small blind. There. Stoica find the best of it on Jack Deuce 5.
Yeah. Has his opponent out-chipped considerably and has a pretty nice value bet right off the bat. Just going to go ahead and put money in ourselves. 55% pot. The Jack 9.
7 call.
Tell you, Vinaya Gamurthy is so stubborn. Gonna float here, Dance, with just King 7 high. I'm a little surprised on the kind of FT bubble, but of course King High figures to be good a good amount of the time, and these guys are in there, not gonna let you just take pots off them. Probably one of the weakest hands he could possibly continue with, I would wager. Stoica now checking it over on the 4 of clubs turn. Vinaya Gamurthy with the decision point. I think he just decided my hand is so weak, right, that let's just go ahead and bet and try and fold stuff out.
Typically put betting in this hand. Is this the one and done scenario, or just the fact that we unblock clubs, unblock the straight kind of connectivity? Does this make it a natural one to fire up again?
Really going to depend on river texture, I think. And it is the 4 flush. You know, I think when Stoica bets flop and checks turn, a lot of his sort of hands that could be semi-bluffing with like a Queen of Clubs or King of Clubs in it unpaired might just barrel itself. So this can look a lot like a Jack or something like this that was pot controlling. But do we want to go for it? It's also quite hard for us to represent turn bet and river bet. Like, we're going to have some mediocre clubs even that don't go for value, right?
Right.
In a limp pot in the big blind. You know, would you say like something like a 6 of clubs with a 5 or something if we did bet? Is it really going to bet river against check call? I don't think it is.
Right, and I guess the biggest clubs as well, maybe just trying to check back.
Yeah, it's really, these are the spots I think where the best pros recognize, like, I'm going to look like I'm over bluffing here. And Stoica's going to have a lot of like showdowny hands with the club also that check call and won't fold river.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in.
Again. It's mine off.
3 all in.
Wow, is he jammed?
Okay, but
Okay, it's in the
no,
shorties. Okay.
no, 8 million behind. Ace by the clubs. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Shaking his head already, but I mean,
Really interesting that to be so honest in your reaction when, I mean, I guess it maybe doesn't change a big blind overcall range that much, but it might a little, right? You know, if you're in the big blind tier with 6s and he's been shaking his head, like looking disgusted to flick it in, he might be inclined to run it. He's going to run it himself.
Showdown?
Yeah, showdown.
jam. Interesting.
You want flash?
Cannot use the time bank show. I don't think it should use that much time.
Very bad news, very bad news. King or 4, please. One time. King or 4.
There it is. He was looking for 4. He finds one on the flop.
Okay, then I ask for 5.
No,
if
no.
it works by asking. Okay.
Ah!
Looks like it works by
Okay,
asking.
king or 4.
5.
Halas, enough.
Please.
Okay, good.
Do.
How much?
8. Oh, sorry.
Queen, 8 of spades, river.
It's more than
Canard,
a little bit
very
more.
patient, looking a bit frustrated.
8-6.
Finds the full double up.
How much?
8.6.
As we plod on with 11 players remaining. Hasn't really been a plod in a
Okay.
fair.
No, getting there.
Plow,
Yeah.
I'll say.
Nice.
Plow,
Now,
plow
Now
forward.
18.
yeah,
A
but
little bit more, okay.
March steadily
better
onwards.
than before.
Yeah.
I'm not lucky, but better than before.
19.6 million though.
No, that's the last one. Actually, he promised to give me one. Right? That's what he said. If you could, he would give.
Back to 20.
It actually feels like the first time today where I think the pace has finally
Montage.
slowed down from like breakneck speed.
Well, I eat. Well, I eat.
Quite late for that.
Φαλέτο ταράξι.
The last couple of games. I'd say yeah, sort of. Once we went to about 30 players, I thought that was it. It was starting to dawn on people like, hang on, 85k up top here. Let's stop winging it in liberally. Yagmai, he's going to potentially wing this one.
All in.
Yeah, we've seen him go for non-all-in min raises, but sub 10 blinds now. Short-handed format. This hand plays pretty well as a shove.
Right, and a hand plus 5k.
Sure. I love how expressive Kunar is. This is fun.
Does it fall?
Fold. 4 pass. 7 pass.
This is ugly.
Yeah, you'd love to be shoving this hand. You'd love to be 3-bet jamming this hand. You're really cooling off.
This is really ugly.
2/3.
We do have the mystery format, so like this is... Might have to look up at the board, work out that average bounty worth here. Because the pay jumps are not going to be large, right? From like 9th through to 6th. It might be time to have a look at them for us and work these things out, because if the average bounty, you know, is like 6k or whatever, it starts to become more appealing to gamble here and try and have a bigger stack to get to that point.
11-1.
Obviously guaranteed $7,000. 9 takes you to 8,500.
Oh.
10,500.
Yeah.
13,000. So
11,
you have
4,
to get up to
25.
6 to more than double your money from where you are now. So those bounties are still pretty significant.
It makes me think that this starts to lean to be more of a call. He is going to fold, which he can't fault either. It's one of those.
This
Like, it's really
300
nasty.
is
Like,
the one
you
deal
just
breaker,
don't
right?
like this spot. As a
11-1
call-off.
was okay. 11-4 is
I fold this.
There's so many moving parts, of course.
Oh,
Like, you want to look at all of your opponent's stack
No.
sizes here as well, and
Like
if it's
ace
close
Same
between
hand
them.
exactly.
clubs also? Oh shit.
So what's about?
But he was button. He's good fault.
8 chips.
Chips here, you can't go away with it. And fold ace. Probably better than mine. It was most likely going to be a chop.
6 bet 1.8.
So on we go, open from Stoika, defended by Gadamian, through to the King Jack 9. Stoika going to continue with a C-bet here for around about 30% pots. These spots super tricky to play. You know, the old chip EV defend of the Jack Deuce suited on the FT bubble starts to get a little bit dicey with some of these combos. Kind of playing a guessing game now against a very aggressive opponent on the button. We are going to check call with middle pair. Turn is a 5. Jack's still good. See if Stoika has ideas. You need to be aware that his hand is almost never good, of course.
Yeah, I like to really punish that 9x and with a weak jack.
6 bet.
I think this is the problem when you defend. Like these types of hands at this stage of the tournament. It's so hard to just realize your equity down the streets. It's
against such a capable opponent with a big stack, they just know they can put pressure on you here. Like some people might, against some players, they might just be like, oh, check the ace-queen back kick, or I've got no pair, got a gut shot. This guy's just gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna let you get an easy showdown. You're gonna have to commit. Basically, you're stacked in some really dicey spots if you want to win pots.
Yeah, I think it's worthy of note also when you have so many chips. Stoika's just gonna open like King Deuce suited pure. Like he's gonna open probably King 3 off, right? He's gonna open all of these hands. So he starts to cover this board even better. Did he jam? Okay.
Gone for the
All right.
check raise.
Well, there you go. If you are going to defend, you've got to be willing to stack off sometimes.
Well
done.
Fair play to him.
But yeah, it still becomes dicey. Like
But this is it. Like, you still gonna have to wager your chips in like these really dicey spots. Okay, this one it works out, but yeah, sometimes it won't.
Good.
Credit to him, though, recognizing that Stoika going to be leaning.
Not more. Yeah, we plan.
Back over here at the Onyx, Orders in action once again. This time in the big blind. On the limp top from Habibi from the smaller 9 deuce deuce. Oh, wow.
Goodness me, okay.
Alright, we see you there, sir. We see you. Oh, what a dream turn. I mean, we're check calling there because we just think Calder doesn't have better. But also, what are we going to do on so many runouts if we face another bet? But no, just find the jack. Calder's going to be so confident when man doesn't have a boost though, right? Limping from the small in this stage of the tournament.
Basically almost never, and that is going to be problematic for Alex here. You're also not going to give your opponent that many jacks either, like with the stack depths. This is kind of a strange spot.
Jack X of clubs is about it, right?
Yes, I think so.
And that might even stab itself on the block.
Yeah, Goulder just trying to lean on like some king highs here, and like ace high probably shoves pre itself a lot. So we're basically trying to lean on these like king and queen highs that didn't believe us on the flop. And we have all the deuce X, and we have a bunch of jack X, you know, jack 4 off that stab flop and got there, like all this kind of good stuff. Halabi makes it work. Makes it work.
Maybe slightly concerned. Maybe he was in there with some clubs or picked up some sort of straight direct.
Yeah, I mean,
let's just have all of it.
I would just call turn as standard and allow Alex to bluff when he's bluffing. And you know, if he gets there on the river with the queen 3 off, so be it. Quite the flop check call though from Halabi. Kuzmanov then. Blinds have gone up. Getting very expensive now. Sub 10 bigs, queen 10 suited, 5 or 6 handed.
Yeah, really the pinch. It's hard to imagine we can get much past this level before reaching the final table.
Yeah, I think we have to just run this, and he does. It seems pretty reasonable. Well, Kenar finds a real one. Ace Jack of clubs. Short-handed format. Covering for a bounty. I don't think we get to fold this one, James. Feels kind of close to bottom of range. Like ace 10 off, I think we'd probably fold versus under the gun.
Yeah, it's weird you say that it's full bottom range, but also just feel those slam dunks still.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like
yeah.
That's exactly how it feels. Like I'd probably draw the line at ace 10 suited here, I think.
14, 3,
Call that off.
14? 12, 13.
14,
Just from exactly hijack,
14,
right? Like
325.
obviously the range would change a little if we were in the small blind, for example, but he doesn't look happy about it. Saw him make a few tight folds earlier. He loves to do this. Let's have a look at my guy.
3, 2, 1, fold.
He's gonna fold.
Ay, ay, ay.
He does.
Fold,
Time's
Ay, ay,
out.
ay.
7, fold. 8, fold.
Ay, ay, ay.
It certainly feels a bit too tight. It's just like this such poor playability of our
Ace-Jack
stack,
clubs.
right, versus the field.
Ace-Jack not fold, dude.
Ace-Jack suited.
I'm Ace-Jack call. Bounty. You, how many stack? 15? 18. Position, bad position.
I have 4 people behind me.
Nah, position.
But what do you have? Ace-7, Ace-8?
No. Coin flip you.
Oh, 10s or 9s?
Coin flip you. Ace-Jack, coin flip.
Ace-Jack suited.
50-50.
I love these
He's
guys.
quite the character as well.
7, raise 3.
I mean, you got to run that one though, right? Like, it's not like 12 bigs has a load of playability. I think you just got to try and get to above 30 bigs. You can win the tournament.
I'm in there with that.
You have to call, I think.
I can understand the fold. And
Sure,
obviously under
sure.
pressure with the time.
Yeah.
All in.
And Iger Murphy coming in from the cutoff with King 9 of clubs, straight up.
5 pass.
Happy to run all of it with his 2 7s. Picks one up.
A 7 pass. 3
Really?
wins.
It's funny how quickly these
Tiene
tables
tu
can turn around. Such high blind levels with so few chips in the middle. I mean, what's the
4, 5,
average
please.
right now? Somewhere between 25 and 30
Small
now.
blind. 5.
1.5
Yes,
million big blind.
No, 5.
Doesn't take long. Couple of orbits, maybe a raise fold goes the wrong way.
That's it. With the
Suddenly in the-
structure,
Yeah.
you're in the trenches. I think Fielder's just setting everyone in here. Makes sense.
Well, he's just how people are folding ace jack out here.
I mean, that's it. This is the problem now for like Kanar. He's in the big blind now. You're going to lose 3 million here if you don't wake up with a call off hand. You know, you're going to be down to 15 million. Let's just run it and try to get to 40 million.
Oh.
No, surely not.
Wow.
Very surprised at this.
Yeah, he's been so patient on fills and then just calling it off.
All in, all in?
Against Gouda.
20 all in.
It's the same.
I mean, I guess Alex is going to have a lot of hands here that jam for 10 effective, right? And King 10 could do okay, but it just seems a little too wide.
my God.
He's getting the bad news.
I have waste.
I'm king 4.
All in, I folded ace high.
Really? You, all in.
Ace 8.
All in.
All in.
I ace 8.
8?
The same.
Same, yeah. But offsuit.
Sorry, king
I'm
queen.
offsuit now. Yeah, king 10 call. Wow.
What a creamy spot for Gulder here.
Rest of the breaking it down.
King 4 suit. King 4 suit.
For Gouda, not
Flash draw, straight draw.
Aye.
Okay.
Flash draw, straight draw. King 4 suit.
We're having trouble here.
I'm wasting. Offsuit.
5 deuce.
Astra zebra.
Well, Gouda will be very happy to see that
Ace 7.
he didn't need to
I'm king
improve
4
with that
suit.
hand.
Oh.
Jagmai
Speed draw,
called off his
flash
jam.
draw.
Before you.
And then, just
Before
like that,
you.
we are
If
now
he doesn't
down
fold,
to
I
our
probably call.
final 10. Gouda leading the way
Oh,
here
yeah.
on the Onyx table. He's going to want this to
Nice
continue
playing with you.
for as long as possible.
Good
But I
guys.
promise you, the rest are itching to
You
get down
before
to
you
the
call.
final table.
If he fold, I fold. Yeah.
GG's
You
my
call
man.
or
And yeah, he's obviously just
think he
thinking,
will
hey,
call.
look, I know Gouda's going to take
yeah.
advantage here. I know he's jamming so many hands, and plenty of which
Ace 8. I'm
dominate
ace 8.
him with a 10. It's going to be in there
Yeah, I
with
know,
the 10
but
9s,
it's
jack
weird.
10s, these kind
Seeing
of
the
hands.
board.
And he said, I'm
Yeah,
willing
just
to
tell us
realize
now.
the
Jack, I
sand
might
is.
fold.
This is the hill
All in,
we're
all
going to die
in.
on.
Yeah,
This situation, it's okay, but
there's something to be
He
said
might
for
get it,
playing
but
for the
him
win. I mean,
calling
we've been
like
asking
king 10
a
offsuit,
few
I'm
spots where
surprised.
people didn't call off that we thought they should have. This one, I think a tiny bit too wide, but you can
Yeah,
understand
probably.
why he came to the
Yeah,
conclusion that you had to flick it in.
It's okay.
Right then, FT
At least
bubble
we're 10
time.
now.
yeah.
You need one more. So now it's more difficult.
To Usmanov. Once again with 10 blinds, finds an ace on the button.
All in.
And it goes.
You see, more
In
difficult.
par with a laugh. He loves to give him the stare. 9-5-0. Did he play hand for hand, James, or not?
Wow.
Oh, here you go.
Oh well, might not matter. Yuan, pocket queens.
Cooler.
And these two separated by just
Oh my god.
125
Please,
chip points
one
more
ace.
All
And the one queen.
for
He's the
Actually, I
biggest
wonder he
stack.
has bigger
Ace, ace.
no, is have bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and small.
But they're very close to the chips.
So whatever is good, here or here it's same.
Let's see.
Thank you. You got my back.
Ace, ace, please, ace. Very bad news. Okay, queen, king. Ace, ace comes out, ace.
Very bad news.
Nine.
Fade that much.
Still in game, still in game. But very bad news.
Hold on.
Very bad news.
Great
How much?
Up to 30 mil. We're going to have to count these chips down.
11.
Because things are very, very close. Our graphics shows Manov having 100.
No, you have more than 11. You have like
less
14.
than 10%
14.
of a blind.
Incredible stuff.
But of course, we need to just make that official.
All right, over to the DTD live table.
85.
Vinaya Gamurthy going for the old sneak with the ace-9.
Raise.
Stoika just...
8.5.
Oh, is he gone? Has he found a 3-bet? This is just high-level stuff from the two of them. Stoika's taken these kind of combos, you know, the king 3-0s of the world, ace 7 offs, these type of hands like to 3-bet fold even against a shallow stacked open. Really nicely identified, and like the sizing is beautiful, just 5.5 blinds, doesn't need to go bigger. Did he jam? What a play that is, by the way, from Vinaya Gamurthy.
7 win.
James Dempsey applauds in the booth. He just knows his man is at it. He's not going to have many hands that want to induce the 5.5 blinds and call a shove.
That is class. We saw
That
Petr-
is different class.
We saw Petr with a light 4-bet. Now we see Vinaya Gamurthy with it as well. These guys over here are battling. The daggers are out. They are fighting to the death.
That's gangster from both. I actually love the 3-bet from Stoika.
Let's not.
Like, it's great.
That was a great 3-bet. Great hand class, great selection, good reasoning, puts all the pressure on.
Yeah.
But sometimes a man just steps up. That's what happened there.
I mean, David just kind of knows, right? He has 15 bigs back. There's so many hands in the big blind that just jam, right, if they're going to continue. So now we're saying that we have, you know, a pretty polarized range. Jacks plus or something like this, right, that just 3-bet. Occasionally trying to get our man to make a mistake. We have ace, queen, ace, queen suited. So we've got a lot of bluffs in there too. What a great hand. That takes gumption to just pile that in
really
on the
does.
stone bubble of the FT. Big swing too. If he folds there, kind of 20 mil. Now we've got 37.
5 pass.
Sturba going to try and sneak one through. The ace 6
6 pass.
should work.
Yeah,
We never quite know.
I like how you went should work, because we know it's going to work, but we're not quite sure on this table. The guys are fighting hard.
I mean, I think he folds this one. Sturba's been... No, he's
7 calls.
Okay. Good luck trying to get, you know, cheap chips on this table.
Yeah, this is definitely the table I wouldn't want to be on. No disrespect to those fighting the other, but this table, everyone seems to really be on point right now. The other table, a little bit more jovial, a little bit more relaxed.
Is he in a blind?
Maybe the players not taking every spot they should. These guys, they mean business.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Queen 10-5 then. Sterba has an unappetizing c-bet. One that I think we just have to make. Just hope your opponent has 2 cards that don't really connect with the board.
3-bet.
These spots never fun. Okay.
7 pass.
Snap fold in bottom pair. Fair enough. Very hard to continue down the streets with bottom pair, no back doors. That was a great hand, by the way. It's super impressive.
Okay.
Stoika versus Vinaya Gamur, the confrontation a moment ago. As we continue on, 10 players remaining. Of course, on the other table, that micro stack of 125k would imagine is not long for this tournament. Stranger things have happened, though.
Yeah, they certainly have. Couldn't rule anyone out. Just. Had a check. I mean, this question is: the guys aware of how short he is on the table? I mean, I saw Padishak getting up to look at the table earlier, but
yeah,
I mean, you kind of need to be going over every hand. Because if they suddenly all the ranges here change dramatically when you know someone is a fraction of a blind.
Fine.
I think Peter will just fold this hand, and yeah, and he does land on it. These low pairs, they're not performing great, like as a steal. And if you jam and get called, it's a bit of a disaster. Sorry, James, go on.
Yeah, I just wonder, these are the spot where, you know, you folded and I see in the action starts to kick up behind you, but I wanted to be running over to the other table on the regular. It is so important.
7 call.
I'm just loving how this guy plays.
Then you come back to this. Of course.
No, you just lie. You got everyone's got chunks over there.
Yeah. They're all sitting out.
Could be a long night.
Yeah.
Now then.
Yeah.
Damian. Pocket threes. Intriguing spots, these. Small blind shouldn't have, again, this is kind of similar to the spot we saw earlier with Goulder. You don't expect them to have that many pure traps.
Right, just the top of range.
Yeah, it's like the kind of top of range, or it's the mediocre hands like this that want to peel in C3. And you're against a chip leader that has chunks and is going to open wide. So it kind of makes a nice squeeze, but it's not fun to do it with pocket threes. Is he non-all in?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I don't like this. This is like my least preferred option.
Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, it's much better than.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's much bigger. I thought for a second I was with you. I thought it was going for like some.
Really nice identification of what we were just discussing.
Yeah.
You've got an overly aggressive chip leader who's going to raise full infinite, and the small blind just all of the pairs in the small blind are all in for 20 blinds.
Right.
All of the ace kind of jack off, ace 10 off, suited ace x, they're all in. Suited broadways, most of them are all in. So you're really just left with, you know, queens, kings, aces, occasionally trapping, and the rest of it is hands like
7
this.
pass.
Well done, Damian.
8.
I mean, we're just seeing people pull the trigger, right? Like, that's not simple to jam. Finds it. We saw the ace-9 4-bet shove a moment ago. I think you're right. This is the worst table of the two. No.
Done.
Table of 5. We need to lose one player. Set up final table. Maybe we'll get this one up actually. Did he have fewer chips than the graphic even suggested?
Bye.
We saw him listed as 125. I believe he only has 25k left. So
Not bad.
I gave him like just under 10% of a big one. He
Yeah,
wishes he had 10%.
Maybe you win.
Live cards.
Maybe you win. Maybe you win.
Successfully ISOs
Wait,
here.
no,
Of
but you
course,
don't.
bounty's still to be hunted, so lots to be said for knocking out the rest of the players.
Do it for Doyle.
Yeah, Usmanov.
Yeah, still got bounties.
Sure.
The man. 25k and a 10 in the window.
Okay.
Go on the 10 deuce.
Only him to win. No getting
They all want him to win.
Well, it's kind of weird. Like, normally you just desperately to bust out to the far table, but because he's so short, they kind of do all want him to win.
You can all just limp in and get some shenanigans.
Ah, here you go.
I mean, Goulder certainly wants him
So
to
now you
win,
take
and
the
that's what
ante?
he's gonna do.
Take the ante.
Yeah, we saw Goulder and Dilabi anti-railing Yuan there. That was a good laugh.
Does he?
You could have won the ante the hand
I think
before.
he was
Because he was the
1.5
big
million.
blind. There was no ante. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Big blind first. Big blind for the 25. Yeah, that makes sense. But now he's in the small blind with 10% of a small blind.
It really would be the story of all stories if he comes back from this.
Yeah, you hear the word chip in the chair banded around, but this is quite literally the smallest value chip left in the tournament. What do you have? One of those.
Right, he is forced all in once more. Now Yuan These spots get tricky in mysteries because you're like, do I limp? Do I jam? Do I min raise? Like, can I raise call someone with King 7 suited? It really gets quite murky.
I like the sizing he's gone here, just the 3x, really dissuading those other players coming along for the peel. Gorda says, hang on a second now. Look, we're in a final table bubble. This guy's got no chips. I'm the one who's supposed to be having the pop at the bounties.
Yeah.
And now 2 hands in a row, you're going to get the shot. That's not how I set this up.
You call?
Kanar's probably supposed to call. This is why this format is so crazy. Like, I think Kanar is probably 9 of 9, right? If you think he's going to be close to
close
it.
to, yeah. Yeah, so his future equity not that big versus.
I guess
bounty,
You need it, yeah.
6-4 off.
You fight.
Spin up.
Please 10 or 4.
Sure.
He's got 6-4 beat. His man off might win anyway with any 2.
Yeah,
that's true.
Excuse me. 10 or 4 beat.
Hearts.
No.
To the anti-railing, it's great.
Okay, 5.
Let's go sleep, Habib.
5. 5 for 10. 5 of hearts. One time.
No.
Man.
Oh my god. 8, 6,
Wow.
10.
Whole bunch of outs now
4.
on the board.
Go sleep.
One time, please.
If he raises 3, I call. Or 6.
6-4, of course. Ah.
Hey.
4 on the end.
This time you win ante.
No, then he said if
Please, outlet, please, outlet.
4.5. I would have.
75.
Yeah,
Oh, no, 150.
Sorry, 25.
Ante.
150. Yes.
What a tilting
You make
spot, by
money.
the way, Juan, just having all these people chirping away in your ear, anti-railing your every move.
Triple.
DTD Live we go then. Sturber limping from the small. Jack 9. Oh, Petachuk finds the real hand. Ace Queen off them. I'd imagine he's going to induce this one.
Right, I'm about to say, this is big enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Happy, and also, no disaster for man in pills because the ace queen plays pretty well post flop.
Yeah. He's also just so experienced, Andre. Yeah, he has gone for induced, and like he's such an experienced player and just wants to win the tournament. I think that players are often sort of, it's easy to just get an itchy trigger finger here, right, and just, oh, I'm just going to jam.
Does this get tricky here for Sturber? Because
yes,
Jack 9 does pretty well against the hands that are bluffing here. Right?
You're supposed to call in theory for sure. Like, Andre is pretty polarized, right? He's going to have mostly really good hands and bluffs. And we do well against the bluffs, for sure. Like the kind of 8-4 offs of the world, all this type of malarkey. Does decide just to fold. I think it's reasonable against one of the best players in the field. You don't really want to limp call out of position.
One question for you.
Sure.
If Petachuk was aware there was a player on the other table with less than a blind left, does he just jam that ace queen rather than just think there's still too much hand?
I don't think so. I think that the ladders are so small in terms of money, and that if you give Andre the option of being able to sort of play this as a raise call and potentially get to 40, 50 million, he's got more than enough pedigree to have a great chance of winning the tournament. It's 85k for the win. I don't think he's going to be that interested in just sort of getting to the FT with 13, 14 bigs. I think ace queen's just too good. Whereas there's some other hands for sure that he would just shove.
8 plus.
Sturber finds the goods.
Three raise 3.5.
Andre with Jack 10-0, I think likely just to pitch this. Like, Sturber's raising into the chip leader, which I think makes a big difference here. You know, he has to be aware that Stoica can put him in a coffin. So generally, Sturber's range becomes a lot tighter here, raising into the chip leader and into a capable player with a 3-bet jam stack. So it seems like a really prudent play down. Stoica's going nowhere, of course, with Queen 9 suited, which is in the worst shape it could possibly be.
Yeah.
Against Sturber's exact hand.
nonetheless. 7-5 ball though. Not one that will stoke the interest of Stoica.
Yeah, these spots always intriguing. Pretty wide ranges normally button versus big, although he did just reference why Sturber's range could be tighter than a normal button opening range. Can go either way here. Seems like a reasonable one to check back, like Queen's club. But you can just bet small. It's hard to make a mistake with this exact hand. You can go either. Stoica, though, is very aggressive with check raises, and he does have the kind of 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. It wouldn't shock me. He's going to go for the check call route instead. Interesting. Going to float one off. Not surprised to see him continue the way we've seen him playing today. Kind of clubs on the turn. 14 million in the middle.
6 check.
He's going to check. I mean, seems like a fist pump check back to me, James. Queens with a club. Let's check back, let's realize, and just some river bluffs, pot control. The times we are against a small flush or a king.
It just seems to be the best way to play that hand, both ways. Serves both purposes, right?
Sure. And he's a little unfortunate here in that Stoica has actually rivered showdown. Like 9 on the river.
Put the 8 of clubs up there.
Yes. And he would for sure have got a bluff. Now we have a very easy value bet ourselves. All about sizing here. Always really intriguing spots, these, like the 4 to a flush runouts. Feels like a substantial-ish size is in order, right? Like, you think, yeah, like half pot or bigger seems pretty good. Like our worst value bet, Demps? Jack of clubs? Like, are we betting the 8 of clubs?
Jack of clubs, certainly.
Yeah, 8 of clubs is maybe the line. And then, of course, all of our bluffs. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, well done, Stoica. Like, the standard of play at this table in particular, very, very high. Really enjoying it. 10 left.
Continue here with 10 players still remaining, but how much longer can Manov continue his run over on the Onyx table?
How is he still in?
We saw him triple up to a 10th of a small blind.
That's
Hang on, is he saying he's got 1.7 mil? He doesn't, does he?
No. He's got one.
Yeah, 107.
How much?
Okay.
Too much for you.
Too much.
1725.
1-7.
He does.
Freeway.
It didn't look like he did.
Let's see.
Really prospered.
You're playing about 20?
27.
27?
So it's 10.
Okay.
10. That's 23, 24.
Answer. All look down at the hand. He kicks up his frame with the ace-9 of spades, the one he got all in against aces. Now ending the frame, perhaps.
It just seems like a mandatory jam. I don't imagine he's going to do anything else here. Look to ISO the bounty. Is it definitely 1.7 mil? Yeah, I mean, he does just jam, which is fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was somehow 175k and the guy's limped. We might see
okay,
raise
gentlemen.
call in ace-9 suited instead of jam.
Check.
804, please. 804.
Let's see.
Diamond.
This time I'm
Difficult.
This time I'm rooting for me.
Let's put ace, please, and finish.
Okay.
Okay.
5.
Other
Is
diamonds.
good.
You see my
5,
hand?
5, 4, 8.
Diamond.
Diamond. 8, 4. Oh, mamma mia.
Oh, but it's the 9, so...
Oh, many
My hand,
outs.
king, 3, clubs.
Flash, please.
But he's going for the flush. Look at this.
No
Flash,
diamond,
please.
no.
Why?
Many
Want
outs.
him out?
Yeah, fine time.
But
Good luck,
no,
guys.
his
finally.
race is finally run. He
Right,
stuck
guys.
around. He was trying for the ultimate spin up from just 25k chips. But
Good luck, guys.
Final table.
Out in 10th
Good game.
place. Good for $7,000. And yeah, as I mentioned, some
So it's finished now?
there in that
Yeah, it's
frame.
final table.
Alex Calder wins another all-in with ace-9 of spades. He came into that relatively short, spiked against the aces. Was real the front runner on this table. I mean, an incredible run of cards for him here. Arguably, more intriguing action taking place on the DTD live table, but here we go. Enjoy this. I don't know if you saw this earlier. With 3 tables left, we watched the draw happen in real time.
How good is this?
We're randomizing. Seat draw is so important
It is
for a
big.
final table. So we are going to see how this breaks down now any second now.
Who's going to run the best?
And there we go. Padacek in 1. Alex Calder sitting behind
That's
him.
a good result.
Let's see, like Stoiker, who has a lot of chips, sitting out there in 6. Okay, they're kind of spread out a bit.
They
I
are.
guess Calder's going to be happy with that, and Stoiker's going to be happy with that as well, right? With his stack. Any other thought jumping straight out to you there?
No, nothing really. They have actually kept a bunch of the big stacks apart here. I think Petty Chuck's sort of on 20 bigs or so. He's not going to love having Golda right behind him. Here we go. This makes it a bit easier for us to visualize. Okay, he's got 44 million, so...
Yeah.
No, sorry, that's Sturba.
Sturba, of course, yeah. It built up right towards the end there, as did Stoiker. And then, of course, Canal sort of snaking his way in here with just that 12 million, but has made it to the final table. Now, guys, quickly, before we go on this break, before getting the final table up and running, please do remember we are going to switch the stream over to a new stream here. So same channel. There is going to be a link posted in the chat. You can just click that, or you can just go back to the landing page of the channel. So, for example, the GG Poker YouTube channel. Go back to the homepage of that. The new stream will have kicked off already, I believe, and the countdown will be starting. It is only going to be a very short break before we get things back underway. It's sort of 10 past the hour now. By 1:30, I believe things should be kicking off. I'll just get confirmation of all that right now. You see, there you go, 12:30. We will be getting things underway here. So just over 20 minutes from now, that will start. But you do have to go and click that new link. So guys, please don't go too far. Picasso's going to be stepping out. Warbs is going to be coming in. And we'll be kicking off this final table here in just 20 minutes.